International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from somewhat sunny, but otherwise partially sunny, but otherwise gloomy because we're actually in the midst of a lot of fog. California, Los Angeles, folks, we're live and alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Monday, News Day here in Stolen Land. Okay? Here in Stolen Land, also known as California, also known as Los Angeles, also known as West Hollywood. We are live. We are alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. What is this? New merch? No, it's not new merch. This is an artist that I got this merchandise from in the last TwitchCon I went to. So it was like 2 years ago. Street saying you outperformed Austin last night at the X-Miss concert. Hell yeah, brother. It is 12/22, December 22nd, 2025. 3 days out from Christmas. And we are live. We are alive. I hope everyone's having a great one. And yeah. That's it. Can you speak a little louder, babe? No, I can't. This is as loud as it gets. All right. So this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And I didn't stream yesterday, obviously. Why no stream? Is your leg okay? No, I didn't stream yesterday because we had to slam like a bunch of different content. Arky and Yuki said that they would love to collab with you, bro. You got to get that stream. Not going to lie. We got to get the Gen Zers together. Yes, I will do that. Anyway, so we'll get to that in a second. The reason why I didn't stream yesterday is because after the broadcast was over, oh new CNN article came out. Yeah, you already know. I didn't really do much. I didn't really do much at all on Saturday night. I went to bed early. I woke up early and I had a shit ton of podcasts that I had to do. So that's what I did. I did a shit ton of podcasts. Okay. Unc, you were giving Phenomenon levels of depressed on Fear and was I? Yes, Lamau. I wasn't in the beginning, yeah. No, I just watched it. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't recall. It was on Thursday. So we didn't actually film the Fear and I don't know what the final product looks like, but we cut some of the episode with Cutie Cinderella into the Fear and podcast. Because we filmed some of it on Sunday, we filmed some of it on Thursday. And the reason why we did that is because Will Neff was leaving Thursday night. And I think Cutie's like leaving today. So it was pretty funny. You were bummed out about it was because I was bummed. It's my ankle. Yeah, I'm in a much better mood now than Thursday, even though you guys got to see it on Monday morning. But it's just like a strange thing where you saw how I was on Thursday, much closer to the injury and not getting better seemingly, or just not being able to walk and immobile and my back was hurting, versus now on Monday, I'm actually in a much better mood overall because I'm a week out from the actual incident. I'm a week out from the actual incident. Should have went and did the pod with Trevor Noah. Yeah, if I had done that, which is ironic because I think instead of me, they got Zoran Mamdani. But if I had done that podcast with Trevor Noah, if I flew to New York, I would not have fucked my ankle up. But the reason why I didn't want to do it is because I was traveling so much that I was like, you know what? I can't go out again for no reason. Has Kaya knocked you over accidentally with a foot injury? Yes. As a matter of fact, yes. Because she's so fucking fat, dude. When I go to the gym in the morning, everyone is so, like, all the other dogs, all of her friends are so incredibly excited to see her. So they instantly start trying to, like, play. And they start trying to play while I'm, like, walking into the gym. And they play on top of my bad leg. And it is the worst fucking thing ever. Yeah, it's fucking annoying. But in any case, are you caught up on One Piece? I've been caught up on One Piece, baby. It's over. 3 years. We made it. You already know. Thought you were ops because he dated Dua Lipa. Yeah, that is my op for that reason, but not really for that reason. All right, so don't sneeze. It triggers my misophonia. I'll just kill myself. You're right. I'll just die, I guess. You need actual rehab. Exercise, bro. Stop screwing around and you won't roll it again. My brother, 60-second, eyes closed, one leg balance. You think I don't do these things? What are you, crazy? Of course I do these. Also, y'all need to be put on a spaceship and shot into the sun for this, okay? Does Kaya knock you over and cripple you so you stay in frame? I heard that somewhere. Yeah, that's what it... Payback for voltage, I guess. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. She's beating my ass. She's abusing me. That's what a lot of people don't understand. This whole time, actually, it was her abusing me. People thought I was abusing her, but she was abusing me the whole time. She's big enough, dude. She's fucking fat enough to abuse my ass. This 1v1 her? Nah, she'd win. She'd win. She does. She already, when I do 1v1 her, she already beats my ass. All right, so where was I? How much does Kaya weigh? 120 pounds. But very close to the ground. So Kaya caught an ankle gate confirmed. Yeah. So where was I? Yeah, personal news wise, I didn't stream yesterday, as you guys know. And that was because we were shooting back-to-back podcasts. We were trying to get as many episodes out there as possible. Part of the we got a really sick one with Adapt. That's going to be coming out next week, but we shot it this week. New Year's resolutions, things of that nature. This is the first time we've actually shot an episode before the week. We don't usually bank episodes on principle, but Cutie's not going to be here. Will's not going to be here next week. So, like, we wanted to make sure that we got one out there. Yeah. Dude, other than that, I ran around. I didn't really do too much. And then I went to the Christmas, the Christmas charity stream that Cutie was doing. White Elephant came in hot with a bunch of One Piece special edition, collector's edition Labubu's that a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people did not appreciate it. Do you think you'll be on Trevor Noah some other time? Yes, I will be. Drunk ass? No, I was, brother, I drove to that event and I was sober. I did not drink a single lick of alcohol. You think I would drink alcohol on a Sunday night? Who do you think I am? I'm a 34-year-old man with a severe ankle injury. You think I'm gonna be drinking? Are you fucking insane? I'm your grandfather. You gave Blau's equipment back? No, I didn't take it because he's gonna give me the actual size, my size. Abi Türkiye'de labubu ikram eden Aspava var. Aspava'da labubu mu veriyorlar? Yapmayın. Allah sağlık, para, aşk versin. Amin. Aspava. Are you attending the Zoran inauguration on January 1st? It looks like it'll be so fun, but I'll be out of state. Ha, real slick. Trying to get that Kelshi bet in. Ha, ha, ha. You gave Quackity the Funko Pops. Lame ass regifter. No, those are my Funko Pops. What the fuck? They're not Funko Pops either. They're Labubus. And no, I didn't regift them. What? But yeah, I only got at last night's events. I only got the hockey stuff. One, because I thought it would be cool, but more so because it was something that Yugi was looking forward to. And last year, Arky and Yugi cooked me because there was something that I wanted to get. The tungsten cube that Ludwig had that he loves. I wanted that. And there was like this bidding war over it. And basically, Ludwig won the cube back or bought it back, I think. But then also I felt really bad that I had stolen for content. I had stolen Yugi's like Warcraft figurine that he really liked. It was like a collector's edition Warcraft figure that was really sick. And I gave it back to him after. So this year I was coming in hot. I was going to fuck over Yugi or Arky if I could. And Arky didn't have anything good, but Yugi at least had the hockey stuff. So, and he really wanted it. So I was like, yeah. That's why I stole it. Anyway, should have taken the Theragun. I got so many Theragons. It's all good. And then Cutie Cinderella signed me up to sing, which is so crazy. Are you fucking kidding me? She just out of nowhere added me on to the dynamic here. Like I was like, and it's so cooked because it's like she put me on as a donation goal. And what am I supposed to say? Nah, I'm not gonna do it. People are gonna lose their fucking minds if I don't do it. I'm gonna get hate threads, you know? They're gonna be like, we finally got him. Hasan hates charity, fucking fake socialist. You know? All this shit. And she cooked my ass. She cooked my ass, bro. I sang Jingle Bells. Are you attending the Zoran inauguration on January 1st? I reiterate because I didn't understand your response, Lamau. Oh, the reason why I responded to you like that is because there's a Kalshi prediction market bet on whether or not I will be attending Zoran's inauguration. And I'm refusing to say yes or no to it because I don't want any of you motherfuckers to actually bet on it. That's why I was like, oh, real slick. You're trying to figure it out, huh? My daughter's college fund is riding on this. Twitch is giving 100 subs to every big streamer I watch. Do you think though you'll get it too? Probably not. We've heard you sing We Are Charlie Kirk, man. The whole world knows you got pipes. Album when, big dog? I mean, We Are Charlie Kirk is different because like I am Charlie Kirk and I do carry the flame and I do fight for the gospel and I do honor his name, right? So like when I sing We Are Charlie Kirk, it comes from a different place. Like that's not me. That's not me, if that makes sense. It's like a different person. I become a different being where almost like my love for Charlie and how much I am Charlie Kirk basically speaks for me, if that makes sense. Do you guys, are you picking up what I'm putting down? I become Kirkified, if that makes sense. And that's why it's like, it's like flow state situation, ultra instinct. It doesn't translate to other songs, right? like High Kirk, I become Charlie Kirk. Yeah. Yeah, I get into a Flow Kirk state. And I just become I become Kirkified. And I just, you know, yeah. I'm a kirked up white boy. Anyway, so this doesn't translate that well, but here is me singing Jingle Bells for the first time ever in my life, as a matter of fact. I made a blast off meme of Kaya. Well, okay, don't send me a Google Drive document, please. I'm not going to click on that. Yeah. M Charlie High. Yeah. Exactly. M Charlie Kirk High. Honestly, this was very Mean Girls, and we're very here for it. Okay. I do not believe you never sung that song before. It was too on pitch. Okay, it's Jingle Bells. It's not like a fucking crazy song to you know, I've heard it before. I just didn't know all the lyrics.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh. Hey! Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, jingle.
Sounds like a drunk uncle. What were you cooking there? I was just whipping it up. I was whipping it up. Are you using the hockey stick as a crutch? Yes. Why did you lie to CNN about your music? What, SD Kid? I do listen to SD Kid. It's not, I mean, it's also one of those things that I like saying because it's fucking annoying. Because I know as soon as people see it, they're going to be like, oh, this is how you know SD Kid's no longer underground, mate. He's no longer underground. These fucking idiots are saying it. And it's like, yeah, exactly. Oh, what happened? Your favorite fucking Scouser is no longer underground. Turns out it don't work that way. So I'm playing, I know my role. I'm like the weather lady, you know, the weather lady that ruins memes. I'm doing that for people who thought that they had a gate-kept underground artist. SD Kid is so buns. No, I actually do like it because, I mean, come on. I love Scousers. I love the accent. You got fucking, you know, Yeet, but from Liverpool. Liverpool. Your Candace reaction YouTube clips are filled with clandestine operators roasting you for saying she's anti-Semitic and that you're bought/paid for by Israel It Rules. Yeah, it's really funny because when Candace Owens was like dick riding Israel at the pro-Israel Daily Wire or under the banner of pro-Israel David Horowitz, I was out there fucking saying fuck Israel. You know what I mean? So all of these like newcomers, all these like post-October 7 understanders, you know what I mean? All these people who are like, oh, we are the real fucking vanguard of being against Israel. Bitch, put some respect on my name, okay? Denounce Liverpool now, Haas, before it gets worse. I will never denounce. I will never denounce the Scousers. I'm a Scouser lad. I'm not a fucking Tory. I'm a Scouser lad. Marty Supreme review when? I will not be reviewing it anytime soon. I have to watch it later, but Hasan trending on CNN. Oh, up here, Hasan Piker's 2026 plan. Trending. That's sick. Majority raid. Kind of hoog. But yeah. Where was I? Oh, thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. In any case, yeah, Trump is going to do a live war announcement potentially, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. Are you going to drag Nicki Minaj in her ugly bars today, King? Don't worry, I got the look. HasanAbi gets Nicki Minaj suspended, instantly regrets it. It's on the docket. It's on the fucking docket. Do not worry. Okay. The barbs are on a different, the barbs are not grieving anymore. They've just become MAGA, I think. Like, I guess they're all just MAGA now. Another one of my incredible moments of vindication once again. PC YouTube is beefing with your corpo ops because they can't afford RAM. Love that. Love that. Gamer Nexus. But Gamer Nexus has never been an op of mine, I don't think. An endorsement from the Palantir head of strategic engagement himself. Neat. I like when the company that talks about how you're only safe when you make someone else scared accuses others of fear mongering. Happy to meet you on camera, Eliano. Is strategic engagement, right? Yeah, I don't think Gamers Nexus has ever been an op of mine. I think they've always had a good head on their shoulders with all this stuff. Another, like, there are some in the, I would say that Gamer Nexus, even Linus, like, there are a lot of these guys out there in the PC parts side of the world, or like the I mean, even like Marcus Brownlee, who's been like way too fucking pro Elon, in my opinion, has kind of been, I mean, he's had like decent politics outside of that. And not only that, but also these guys are also, they're very like, they're getting even better and better with their politics as time goes on, because shit is just so fucked. At this point, if you are not starting to recognize how messed up everything is and like at least leaning into wokeness a little bit, you are, totally dropping the ball. Yeah, the most interesting one for me was Jerry Rigs Everything. Jerry Rigs Everything went from kind of being like a libertarian guy to now just like actively talking about how this is a nation this is a nation that is ruled by pedophilic elite. Like, it's pretty awesome. And not in like a weird conspiracy theory kind of way, but just like a straight up, I don't know. I see a lot of momentum in this space. I welcome them. I welcome them to become woke warriors alongside myself in this battle. Okay? Louis Rossman remains a fave of mine to refuse to engage politically with. Yeah, I think he's one of the only ones that's like a little weird with his politics, but whatever, it doesn't matter. As you mentioned many months ago, people may finally turn when it starts to affect them personally or someone they know. Exactly. That's how it always goes. That's how it always goes, ladies and gentlemen. I told you this already, and that's why I have remained steadfast. That's why I have told you that while things seemingly are pretty horrible, they will turn around. People will wake up. People will wake up to the realities. People will be agitated and realize that they're running out of options, and that the Democrats are not even like offering them the proper solutions. And we're here, we're there. And, hopefully we can get people on the right side. You don't have to apologize for being white anymore, though. Yeah, exactly. Although I do respect Rossman for his right to repair stuff. I think that's great. I've always agreed with that. I've always been a champion of that. So even when people have like horrible politics on other issues, there's always like redeemable qualities that you can find. Rossman was pro Zoran, at least. He really hated Cuomo. Yeah. But he's a bit of a giga libertarian. Yeah, I think he's like also a sex pest, and he orbiter or diehard fan, and probably hates me for that reason, but whatever. Woke 2.0 is here. I know. He's also huge on the anti-flock camera thing right now too, which is also based. Yeah. There are a lot of people that you can bring on board. Anyway. So, If we didn't blast off it, stop sending me a Google Drive link, sweetheart Harleen, please. Emma and Sam on Majority Report today theorized that this is a grab bag mentality happening by big companies, almost like they know something is coming to a head. Yeah, I think so too. Also, who could forget my GOAT, Ben Jordan, who is awesome.
A few weeks ago.
Obviously, he's Mr. Anti-Flock Camera. You know, this Flock Camera League is like Netflix for stalkers. Yeah, Ben Jordan is the best, okay? He is the GOAT, 100% certified banger after banger after banger. Brilliant guy. Love his stuff. Love his stuff. Couldn't promote it enough. Couldn't, rep him hard enough. Yeah, Ben is a music dude that pivoted to tech, oddly enough. I know. I've talked to him as well. He's got great politics. Okay, so where was I? What was I talking about? Why am I talking about the politics of like individual content creators? All right, we're gonna blast off. 60 Minutes Cecot Censorship creates major Barry Weiss drama. Tpusa right-wing infighting weekend. Tpusa right-wing infighting weekend. Epstein release. Redactions turn into crimes. Venezuelan oil theft and war. DNC autopsy won't be released. HOGWATCH and more. Get in now. Get in now. It's Monday, motherfucking Newsday. You already know what it is. People are turning back to woke. People are turning woke again, let's say. Okay. Woke is back. Woke is back. Woke is back, baby. Yeah, oh, fuck. Before I forget, Nicki Minaj, obviously. Barry Weiss drama. Nicki Minaj is MAGA. Okay. Do we have a blast off meme? What is this? Alt. Mortal Kombat. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I will give you my initial takeaway from Turning Point USA weekend. Utter defeat for Ben Shapiro. Absolute victory for anti-Semitism in general. Like, incredible victory for anti-Semites all around. It's pretty much over. It's never been more over than it is. I think, I think it's time to welcome Jews to, Muslim status. Welcome. You're probably not going to appreciate it. Let's be real, but you will see what it's like. It's not great. I will admit, the non-white status for Jews is coming for sure. Adam Friedland was right. Like, it's not the worst thing overall. It's not great. I won't lie to you. That's not true, Hasan. I mean, I think it's coming. I think I think white card for Jews is slated to be revoked. I think Adam Friedland was pretty on the ball when he was like worried about it. And I thought to myself, like, I think he's being so crazy. I think he's being crazy. That's never going to happen. And it's like, who knows? Can't wait for someone to look like a moron, call my pasty ass not white. Look at me. I know. Have you met an Albanian man before? Have you met a Turkish man before? I know. That's how it goes. Anyway. Bro, Chatter needs to realize 1.5K years of anti-Semitism. Exactly. I hate that I'm hearing it from you after seeing that shit from my own eyes. I hope the anti-Semitism wasn't as bad as people. Wasn't as bad for some people. No, I mean, it's not completely there yet. But I think as like a socio-political construct, the whiteness is potentially shrinking a little bit, you know? And like if you're the guy in charge of these decisions, and it's usually the right-wingers that are in charge of these decisions, right? Like they think about this and they're like, well, that's a small group of people to cut off, you know what I mean? Like white supremacists or just like people who define what whiteness is go off of vibes for the most part, but like it's an ever expanding concept, right? And you could shrink it at times. And who are you going to shrink it on? Well, Jewish people are not that large of a percentage of the white population, right? It's like what, 6 million, 7 million, give or take, in the United States of America. That's not going to put a major dent. Like if they were to decide Irish are not white. It's much more complicated to take the Irish out of the whiteness equation, or the Italians out of the whiteness equation, or, you know, the Polish out of the whiteness equation. You are wrong. It will never shrink after expanding. Who knows? I don't know. Whiteness is more easily identified by the out group than those within it. It's easier to notice it when you're not invited. When we're not invited, yeah. Remember when the Dems talked about dropping trans rights as an agenda item, even though they were barely even pro-trans to begin with? The rights convo feels a lot like that. Yeah, the reason why I'm talking about this, for the record, is because it's kind of the hottest topic on the right currently. Obviously, they're not having this discourse or this debate on those exact same boundaries. Like, they're not literally going, are Jews white? Should we just consider them white, or should we also consider them the marginalized group to fucking dunk on and you know, go fully into this like Nazi stuff, right? That's not how they're having this discourse. I'm giving you a more streamlined approach here. I'm explaining exactly what the dynamic looks like. You know? And it is the major topic, because Ben Shapiro was the first speaker at Turning Point USA this past weekend. Amerifest took place. First Turning Point USA conference after Charlie Kirk got assassinated, right? And there was a shit ton of drama coming into it. There was a shit ton of drama leading into it. And basically, Ben came out, was the first major speaker after Erica Kirk. And right after Ben came out and, you know, daggered conspiracy theories and like, you know, people being anti-Semitic and stuff, every single major speaker that came after Ben Shapiro, including Tucker Carlson, who spoke immediately after Ben Shapiro, they all attacked Ben. Every single one. Every single one literally was like, shut your bitch ass up. What is this cancel culture nonsense? Of course we're going to have a big tent. And that tent is going to have some opinions you don't agree with. They basically made Ben look like a woke lord. Okay? And in some ways, Ben is a woke lord, because Ben, I think, forgot that if you're not like fully a white Christian man in the United States of America, you are still, in some instances, a token. Okay? And tokens always get spent. And it's ironic because Ben should have known that, because he has hired many tokens. Candace Owens being one of them, right? And if you are going to play that role, you have to play ball. If you're going to play that role, you have to play ball. But he was so confident in his permanent status as a force of whiteness that he thought that this hatred that he was fomenting would not inevitably go back and decide that his group, his social group, his in group would not be identified as an op, right? And it goes. This may sound like a weird take, but if Jews do lose white status, then it's like open season on black and brown people. Things already aren't great for us, bro. We're all gonna get extra demoted. I think a little bit, yes. My point is, when I say like Jews are about to lose white status, I don't mean that they're going to automatically turn into, you know, the way that like white supremacy looks at black and brown people. They're gonna be like Muslims, you know? Like there's varying degrees of oppression here. But my point is, my point is, and it's not here yet, right? Like it hasn't fully gotten here yet, but it's very obvious that the Republicans are making this calculation right now. And I think ultimately it'll be conservative Jews who play that role of being a token that will remain in the coalition, and those who actually think that people have to be woke about anti-Semitism will get cast aside. And Ben Shapiro clearly has made the wrong calculation. But it's interesting for Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro has hired Candace Owens and other black people in the past for the Daily Wire to literally play that role. Black people that, you know, foment anti-black conspiracy theories, racialized hatred towards black people. So you have to do that yourself, Ben. You have to be the Jewish guy who says, yeah, our people are a little sneaky, you know. That's what you got to do. Otherwise, they're going to cut you as well. That's how it works. And you know that's how it works because you've literally participated in this process when you hired other people who were non-white to do white supremacist propaganda. So it's really interesting watching this dynamic play out. I've been thinking about this quite a bit. Right? On the one hand, he made this bed, and on the other hand, he does not want to lay in the bed, right? So, but one thing is clear. The right, even Turning Point USA, which this was Charlie's greatest fear, right? Charlie's greatest fear always was, oh, the base is going to demand way more anti-Semitism and maybe even, you know, cutting ties off with Israel or whatever. How do we fix that? How do we figure that out? And Ben thought he could, you know, bring people back to where things were in like 2003. America's a Judeo-Christian nation founded on Judeo-Christian values. Like he thought he could get away with that. Turns out for the real ones, they've moved past it. Okay. They're like, you're not on the team, little bro. And that was clear. From Tucker Carlson to Megyn Kelly to Steve Bannon to even J.D. Vance, who tried to play this like middle ground role as the final speaker, as the major speaker at this event. Basically, everyone said, no, we're going to talk to Nick Fuentes. We're going to talk to anti-Semites. You can't tell us we can't do that. Shut the fuck up. So that's where we're at. And you will see more and more people, I think, on the right who want to stay on, who want to basically continue presenting this like weird, you have to be anti-woke for everyone but the Jews ass narratives, and they will just keep getting pushed aside because the market clearly doesn't want that. The market demands more. Jewish people pandering to the right is how I feel about TERF's two law. Like, you know, you're siding with the most misogynist people that are not all on your side, right? Yeah, exactly. Check log, please. I got Turning Point T. Let's see it. Okay, Erica has been busted lying about her dating history. One ex has died. One with the lead writer of the paper Charlie was beefing with. He now works with Turning and has somewhat as the same position as his former job. Okay, you really spammed the fuck out of those logs, dude. Look at this. Logs. God damn. Yeah, we know. We know the Erica Kirk dating history is like a little crazy. But yeah, we'll obviously talk about Nicki Minaj, who performed at Turning Point USA, and by that I mean it was an incredible performance. Let's take a look at her latest song that's coming out.
Yo, can I get that wall? Can I get that must? Can I get those jeans? Can I get that truck? Can I get that Morgan Wallen on a loop? Can I get ice all around the USA? I was like Trump, hey, do you think you could put a red hat on a Barbie? Okay, let's get it now. I'm with the MAGAs, we in a church. I don't say hi, say we Charlie Kirk. We Charlie Kirk, we Charlie Kirk. Motherfucking right, I'm a motherfucking turf. If a new scum get cute, I'ma rip him. Tweet a lot of tweets at him, then yell diss him, then yell diss him, then make every kid detransition. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm really such a sweetie. I rap Republicans, you know Sydney, Sweeney, and we be giving donuts to the police on the daily. We give a lot of money to Elon, Donald, and JD, yelling all around the states. Do you hear me? Everybody hates the LGBT. Rest in peace to my old stances. Yes, my dear, I fear the trans kids. Say hi to Ted and Ron DeSantis. Now, which one of you men gonna part of my manses?
I mean, it's kind of fire. The dipshit MAGA rapper is mad he didn't make this. No, this is like it goes to show that obviously, clearly, you know, the old flow and the old bars are not going to carry over into the new Nicki Minaj MAGA pivot. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Because when you look at like right-wing rappers and their output, it doesn't come near the original song that this person is obviously recreating. It's just not going to happen. It's going to be like Nicki Minaj collabing with fucking Tom McDonald. Like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? There is no way that she will make a song like this. I had to pause because I shit my pants. Let me know how far behind I am. What is this? You're in the thumbnail of this latest lefty video? Harper O'Connor. Not even close. How the left can win the media war. Oh, wow. Okay. I'll watch this. This is a fucking, I don't know if it's like pro or anti, but you know. How leftists can reclaim self-improvement. I love that. Oh, the Che Guevara method. I love that. This guy's a tool. I don't think so. Especially because one of the top videos I just saw is literally self-improvement, which is one of my favorite concepts on the left that often gets very little coverage. And he's using Che Guevara as an example of someone who literally had like anti-black views early on in his life and wrote about it, and then very clearly was not racist by the end of his life. Like he went through this transformation, and I think it's a beautiful. It's a beautiful story. That's not true. Yes, it is. What are you talking about? He did. He was Argentinian from a fucking relatively wealthy family. He absolutely says some racist ass shit, but it doesn't matter because he spent the most of his adult life after liberating Cuba fighting all around the world, specifically in Africa as well. Okay. It is a great example. It is a great example of retribution, rehabilitation. It's a story that I try to tell all the time, and it's one that I even bring up with respect to some of the chatters in here, right? Like, I've talked about Quentin Quarantino, the Instagram page, right? Like he went from post October 7 being like somewhat resistant to call out Israel and maybe even assuming that even someone who he had tuned into and watched for many, many years, he thought was potentially anti-Semitic, to someone who literally went on the Gaza Samud flotilla and was arrested by the Israeli state. That transformation took over 2 years, but it would not have happened if we weren't more welcoming. And I think it's an incredible thing that we see transformations like that. It comes from a place of understanding that people's initial condition should not should not dictate, or initial positions should not dictate who they are for the rest of their lives. We have to be understanding that there is growth, that everyone has the capability of growing and improving themselves and helping others and becoming wonderful allies in this cause. And this is something that I will always push for. And it's something that I will consistently advocate for. And I think it's one of the worst aspects of, unfortunately, the way we do any sort of analysis on the left. So, in any case, does MAGA know that Nikki was an undocumented kid? I did not know that. I didn't know that either. Anyway, but yeah, so Turning Point USA conference took place, like I was saying, and one of the points that I was going to make is that there is obviously a lot of back and forth, a lot of drama that has taken place. There's a lot of drama that's taken place on Turning Point USA conference. Obviously, Nicki Minaj speaking at Turning Point USA is a big deal. And there was a moment where she actually had a little oopsie as well, where she called JD Vance an assassin. And I think Candace Owens is probably going to use that to her advantage, I suspect. But yeah, she did. She spoke. She was like one of the keynote speakers at the Turning Point USA conference. I guess President Trump also made some surprise remarks over the phone. Let's take a look.
He may not be here today, but I wanted to make sure he had a chance to say hi. Mr. President?
Hello, everybody.
Can you guys hear?
I want to be with you, but I'll be with you soon. And I just want to say that nobody.
I want to be with you. Oh, hello, everybody. That's so funny, dude. He is fucking... What is happening, bro? What is happening, bro? Is this AI? He would never call his fail son? Yeah, obviously he would never call his fail son for a normal conversation, but they probably did this specifically so that he could speak at the Turning Point USA conference. The only time he's picking up his dumbass son's phone call is when he knows he's on stage at the Turning Point USA conference so he can speak to his fucking admiring fans, you know?
Did more for me than Charlie, and there's nobody better than Erica, and you are the greatest people on earth. We won in a landslide, and we're going to continue to do it. And I just want to thank everybody you got out there. And
he's so excited because it feels like he's talking to his dad on the phone, you know, private, on some private shit. Like you can tell he's stoked because this is the one time he gets to talk to Pappy. Like, Daddy doesn't talk to him at all. Daddy doesn't give him the same love that he gives to Barron. He fucking hates that. Not on some parasocial shit, but like, Daddy is not answering the fucking phone ever, right? Unless he's at the Turning Point USA conference speaking in front of a crowd of Daddy's biggest fans.
They voted and they pressed doorbells. And I just want to thank you all, and I hope my son's doing a good job representing me. Otherwise, I'll have to say, you're fired, Don. You're fired.
Even then, he's got to get a dig in. What's my shit-ass son doing? Oh, God. What is he? He better be doing a good job. Otherwise, it's over. I know he's a bit of a failure.
So thank you very much and have a great day.
He keeps finding my phone number. I keep hiding it. I keep getting a new phone. I say, new phone, who this? I say, new phone, who this? And he says, it's your son. I say, Barron, you sound different. He says, no, Daddy. And as soon as he says, no, Daddy, I can hear the coke jaw cackling on the other side of the phone. I hate it. I hate it. I keep telling JD, do not give Don Jr. my phone number, the new one. Don't do it. JD, stop giving Don Jr. the new phone number that I keep getting.
Hey, and I hope Don makes a great speech. If he doesn't make a great speech, let me know about it. I'll give him hell.
Well, Dad, there's literally...
Everybody, Don, go have a good time. And say hello to Erica. Go have a good time, everybody.
Well, there's 30,000 young patriots in this room.
Dad, we've seen that room, bro. That is not young, okay? Let's be real. Let's be fucking real.
The movement continues. They're looking forward to supporting you and everything that you, Charlie, and really everyone that's part of this movement stands for. So thanks, Dad. We appreciate it. We love you. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, everybody. We love you. Have a great Christmas.
Thanks, Dad. We love you.
Thank you.
So, yeah. Nicki Minaj, ladies and gentlemen. Nicki Minaj. The Nicki Minaj. I think I have a tie-in to this with Dave Chappelle because, like, I've never been like a barb or anything. I've never been like a massive Nicki Minaj fan at any point in my life, but I was a massive Dave Chappelle fan in my at some point in my life, and I do think that like there is somewhat of a comparison here that we can make. Obviously, Dave Chappelle nowhere near as bad as Nicki Minaj. That's not my point at all. I'm not making that comparison, but like from my perspective, I understand when your goat is washed. Okay. That's all I'm saying. I know what it's like when your fucking goat is washed, okay? When you're like, why? What are you doing? Right? And I know people have gone through this. People have gone through this with other incredibly talented people. Do not say that about LeBron. How fucking dare you, okay? No, LeBron is not washed. Shut up. Why? Why would you bring up LeBron right now? Okay, the white supremacy is off the fucking charts. You might as well still be a Nicki Minaj stan and be MAGA the entire way. If you're just going to randomly bring up LeBron James when we're having a goat wash conversation, he is not washed. Shut up. Okay? Shut up. Listen. Washed and bald, take the L. Stop. Stop with your racism. Stop with your racism. Time out. Stop the hate. Time out. Time out. Stop the hate. Stop the hate. Stop the racism. Time out. Okay? Time out on hate. Anyway. Grandpa out here enraged by the facts. Stop it. Anyway. I'm washed. Say I'm washed. I am washed. You can say I'm washed every day. Do not say LeBron is washed. Okay. So what I was saying is I understand when, you know, someone who has been very impactful in your life, in your development, someone you like admire, someone whose music, played a big role in you coming to terms with things in reality, you know, got you through hard times or whatever. Like I don't personally understand it. Like I don't have a direct musical equivalent, but I get how people operate, right? But I think it's time to just give up, you know? It's like the Gucci bag meme. It's just a give up. It's over, you know? Stop trying to tie knots on there. Noam Chomsky, another great example of this. You know, sometimes you realize that if your goats or if people that are influential in your life have lived long lives and had storied careers, at a certain point in that time frame, they're just going to turn not so great. Okay? Noam Chomsky is another example of this. Obviously, Radiohead, that's another good example of this too. It's just how it is. It is how it is. Nicki has been cringe for over a decade. I don't understand how people are taking this hard. I think she's never placed a flag on one side this hard. I think that's what it is. That's basically like she's never fully leaned into it. So I think a lot of people who aren't like tapped in to all of like the other stuff that Nicki Minaj has done, who just like simply listen to the music or whatever, have never seen her go this hard. Okay? Because this is going beyond like tweeting about how Nigerian Christians are under attack and like how Donald Trump is going to save the Nigerian Christians. Like, she's not even tweeting this shit anymore. She's just like straight up saying, I, Nicki Minaj, am MAGA. I love MAGA. I love Donald Trump. I'm going on the Turning Point USA conference. Like, I'm doing the damn thing, right? I'm glad you're talking about this because the left has suffered with some savior syndrome over the past decade, and we need to come to terms with politicians just being tools for our collective liberation and not perfect angels. Yes. And yeah, big Kyrie news, I know. Yeah, I know. And see, some people are cutting that. You know what I mean? Some people are going, nah, that's too much, right? that's a bit much. So I haven't been following Nikki. She's just obsessed over trans politics, and that was her radicalization point. No, I think hers is more, I think hers is just more open-minded, transparent grift. I don't think there was like an individual point of radicalization. I think she's always been like kind of kooky on some issues, but yeah, Zoomers don't remember. Nikki used to be a feminist and LGBTQ plus icon. Girl was calling out sexism back in 2010. And I think like, yeah, she's, you know, she has two different pedophile, like sex offenders in her orbit, her husband and her brother, I believe. And I think that's probably the reason why. Maybe she got like a little bit radicalized during COVID, but like that is mostly what's motivating this, right? I think that's the major reason as to why she's doing this stuff. Anyway, so like I don't think the Christian, she got the Christian brain rot. Like I don't think the Christian brain rot is real. I don't think it's genuine. I think it's more so just like she's leaning into the pro-Trump grift, right? And the reason why I'm saying this is because like obviously I have this on the docket here, but like I've called out Nicki Minaj before during COVID, and I noticed this like right-wing pivot coming from a mile away, and the Barbs fucking destroyed me for it. And that was like 4 years ago. Okay. But I also am very understanding that like people just don't want to let go. People don't want to give up on this. And I think this is basically the last, this is the last line of defense. Like there's no more plausible deniability about her politics or anything like that. And you're just totally delusional if you're still leaning into it. Right. So Nicki Minaj goes on Turning Point USA conference after like spending the last couple of months glazing the Trump administration. And there is still like amongst the Barbs, there's still a lot of like, is she actually fully leaning in? What is she doing? Maybe there's an alternative reason for this. Maybe she's like, going up against, what's the other, big record label that she's like fighting or whatever, Jay-Z and Beyonce. Like, oh, that's probably the reason she needs like powerful allies because she's going against like Rock Nation, all this stuff, right? Like, I don't think it's like that. Okay.
So those of you who know, Charlie was very good about having a surprise for...
She has no case against Rock Nation, brother. I'm not saying she has a case against Rock Nation. I'm saying that is what her fans were coping with. Okay? How do you know all this? It's so impressive, Law. It's my job to know. Every time, look, we are opening the door a little bit and peering into at least like rap culture. Wouldn't say black culture, but like rap culture a little bit, okay? And as a primarily Caucasian audience, I'm trying to guide you through this journey in the most open-minded way possible. But the reality of the matter is, yes, Rock Nation is like, is anytime something happens, people will go, oh, Rock Nation got this person, right? There's a couple different tropes or a couple different like conspiracies. One of the famous ones, one of the classic ones is if there's like a pivotal black figure, like iconic figure that is busted for doing some fuck shit. Sometimes old heads will say, oh, that person was on the verge of like buying an NFL team or something, and that's the reason why they destroyed him, or he was on the verge of like purchasing a TV channel or something. Like they just don't want, They just don't want black people to be in positions of prominence, and there is some truth to that, obviously, or there is definitely some truth to like the hyper scrutiny that that famous black people receive as opposed to famous white people in similar circumstances. So there is like a little bit of truth to that, but it's usually just like a conspiracy theory. And then the other conspiracy theory always is Rock Nation. So and you know, Rock Nation is like the powerful entity behind all of these things, and all of these other people that are like constantly battling against this big powerful corporation, Illuminati, that sort of stuff, right? Anyway, so in any case, I think with Nicki Minaj is much more simple than all these conspiracies. I think she's just pivoting. I think she's pivoting in a way where she wants allies, and she wants the right-wing movement to back her. I think it's partially because she's a little bit older and a little bit more washed now, that she's slower on the trends. Like she's almost become a mega corporation herself, right? In all of her career. For those of you who don't know, obviously Nicki Minaj was like almost like a standalone, almost like a standalone figurehead for black women in this space that was predominantly occupied by men for a very long time. Okay, so she was seen as like a champion for women and for the queers, and that's why her audience is very her audience has always been very gay, very queer, and obviously that dynamic shifted a lot, and then there's, you know, a lot of friction with other younger artists that came after her, and the way she dealt with it wasn't great. Okay, all this stuff. Anyway, yeah, from Cardi B to Megan Thee Stallion and numerous others. So, but that's all, you know, we're talking about almost 2 decades of a media titan's career, right? All of that is now basically in the rear view mirror. And I think nowadays she's trying to rest on the laurels of her former success while simultaneously move into different directions, right? And part of that is this right-wing grift, it seems. The sincere attitude change from, I think, Nicki Minaj's, like initially that came from, I think, maybe COVID. Check on him, bruh. No, I did. I DM'd, I texted him this. I saw this. Rage, do you think Nicki and Erica Kirk IRL collab winning best stream collab of 2026? Like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Rage is a little bit of a barb. Lil Nas X was a barb, or probably, I don't know if he still is, but like, you know, a lot of these people, doesn't Rage hate you too? No, what the fuck? We just did a podcast together. No, of course he doesn't hate me. Anyway, so there are a lot of people who grew up with Nicki Minaj. There are a lot of people in here that were probably barbs at some point, and I assume that you know, given how tapped in one might be to politics, they probably pulled the ripcord out way longer than many are currently, right? The timing of this right-wing pivot unironically is the worst for Nicki Minaj, because like woke is coming back. Rage is not a little bit of a Barb Lamau. He got on his knees when he met Nicki on Kai Stream. I know. It's impossible to ignore her contributions to culture, but she has gone off the deep end. Exactly. But she has been off the deep end for quite a while, but now she's like fucking fully dove into the deep end and is saying, this is where I'm at. So this becomes unavoidable for a lot of people. Even if you are constantly doing the Kanye West style, like he made graduation for Nicki Minaj. Like this is one step before you know, for many of the fans, the moment that you do stuff like this, it becomes unavoidable. You have staked your claim battle lines are drawn. You have decided this is who you are, and this is the movement that you are going to be a part of, right? Has this made Ben Shapiro cave on his WAP position? Nobody cares about Ben Shapiro's position on anything, little bro, because Ben Shapiro is washed, okay? He is the most washed. The right would literally crucify Ben if it meant more Nicki Minaj time, okay? Are you kidding me? Ben is gone. It's over. In any case, let's take a look at what some of this conversation looked like.
Every AmFest. And we are so blessed to have you. We are so grateful. I mean...
Thank you. I'm honored to be here. I am honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
That's so...
Love you guys. So we're just going to dive right into this. You had...
Cultural driving forces are never going to be on the right, no matter how hard they try. I'm sorry, okay? People who formerly might have actually contributed to culture in meaningful ways, once they're losing all the glory, might actually pivot to the right. But it's very obvious that for the most part, a lot of the art and a lot of the culture is still moving because there are a lot of woke people from progressive backgrounds that are, the people who are at the beginnings of their careers, the people who are working hard, moving and shaking culture right now, people with actual motion, they're not gonna do that. Okay. And we're talking about the arts. We're not talking about podcasting. You can dominate the podcasting sphere. You can dominate the media sphere with right-wing sentiment all day, every day. But we're talking about art, okay? That's it. And that's precisely the reason why conservatives will grab onto any celebrity that's not like fucking Kevin Sorbo and celebrate the fact that they're like openly becoming right-wing, okay?
Some fun words for Governor Newsom. I have to read these tweets because they're amazing and they are so funny. Okay, first one, we'll do this one.
Wow, banger after banger. Thanks, Erica. You have a real commanding presence, Erica. Let's read some of your funny tweets about J.D. Vance. Sauceless, bro. Sauceless. This shit is washed. It's motionless. It's boring as fuck. Oh my God.
Unless you want to read it in your own voice. I think it'd be really great. Okay.
Oh, Gabby Poo. It only gets worse from here for you, buddy. It's the end of the road for you, my love. Get on the nearest jet ski and let that beautiful hair blow in the wind. It'll make you happier than this race that you will not win.
I need every barb to watch this, okay? And then watch this over and over again and then tell me if they're still on board. There ain't no way. Okay, look, I got a dog in this fight myself personally because I called this out a long time ago. I called this all the way back in 2021, okay? And I got my ass beat. I'll admit it. I saw this pivot 4 years prior, okay? And for the last 4 years, I have not been allowed near a Sephora because that's where all the barbs congregate, okay? I can't go to a Sephora. I'm scared. I know that there is going to be someone who's 35 years old with pink hair and is a barb who's going to stab me with a makeup pen straight to the fucking temple. Okay? I can't do it. I think I can go back to Sephora's comfortably now. Okay? They killed us on Twitter, bro. We lost good soldiers in this war. Your own regulator got chewed out in the barbed Twitter spaces, bro. It was like watching a car crash. Yeah. Yeah. I've been getting my mom to get me pimple patches for 4 years because I can't go to fucking Sephora on my own because I'm scared. I'm scared of the barbs. Okay, let's be real. What is this?
This one is for the boys with the swollen testes dropped out of the wedding because her bowl was empty. Used to come in all the time with this crazy nuts. Got back no shit, now it's raising nuts. And he ill, I don't think it's real.
Yeah, that's from way back when she did the whole cousin's ball sack guru thing. In all seriousness, I believe Nicki Minaj has been telling us who she was the whole time. The truth becomes the most obvious when you examine her verse from the song Monster. She mentions pulling up in a Tonka, the color of Willy Wonka. She also states that the first thing she will do will be to eat your brains. Nicki Minaj is really RFK Jr.'s brainworm. This whole time, it was right in front of us. Anyway, all right, let's continue.
Joy
I gotta
life.
pee real quick. I'll be back.
Okay. One more.
Why not? Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Haha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. Not Gav, the Gav nots. Gav not in, Gav out. Send in the next guy, I'm bored.
So I'm just gonna let you riff. Like, I want you to say whatever you want to say to Mr. Newsom.
Dear Newscom, we don't have a problem cleaning up the scum if we have to. Please tread lightly. That's what I would say to Gavy Poo.
So with regard to the current administration, what has been maybe the biggest surprise for you, or something that you just really has been put on your heart that you've learned about our president and our vice president?
Well, I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president.
Oof. Bro, you think she's like, you think there's a point here where she's thinking like, the fuck am I doing, man? These people are clowns. Or you think she's just like fully in? I feel like she's fully in. She's in it. It's just like, there has to be a point where she looks back at her career and goes, how do we get here? Like, there has to be a point in this conversation where like there's a quick flashback to like your apex point. You know what I mean? Where you're just, you know, you're dominating culture. And now you're sitting across from Erica fucking Kirk at the Toilet Paper USA Amerifest conference talking about how you respect the pedophile president. Okay? Oof. Like an incredibly unpopular pedoprez. The problem with the Barbs is that most of them have collapsed their entire identity into Nicki. Their whole worldview is filtered through whatever benefits her. So in this case, politics is a game to them, not about material consequences, but about what Nicki can extract from it and which narrative about their queen they can win that day. They treat literally everything like a Stan war when it's so much more fucking serious than that. The people she's sharing a stage with, who are doing so much damage to the country right now, do not like her fan base's people. Erica Kirk will sit there and smile her in her face with that pageant queen grin because what they like is the numbers and however they can amplify their hate. The very identity of probably most of the Barbs is exactly what those movements vehemently oppose. Charlie Kirk himself was against gay marriage and openly transphobic. Yet there's Nicki positioning herself there, throwing her fans under the bus, and it's really sad to watch them allow their fandom to get in the way of critical thinking about their own interests outside of that lady. 100% true. 100%. I noticed this as well. And it's really funny because like there are people who have yelled at Nicki Minaj and her fan base that are in that room that fucking despise her. There are people in that room that despise every single Nicki Minaj fan. There are people in that room, the majority in that room thinks Nicki Minaj's output and her contributions to culture is disgusting, right? Barbaric, monstrous, morally degenerate, perverted, perverse. And yet they're excited because they're like, oh, it's a famous person, right? Charlie Kirk himself used to listen to Nicki Minaj in private, right? Alongside Candace Owens. But on camera, what was Charlie Kirk saying about Nicki Minaj? Exactly what Ben Shapiro was saying about Nicki Minaj. Here is the okay, you want me to fucking watch the Instagram reel? Here, I will show you. Obviously we got it. We were inevitably going to get here, okay? Yeah, here it is. Charlie Kirk, who we know in private was a major Nicki stan. Here's what Charlie was saying in public though about Nicki Minaj. This was, when it came down to his output, this is how he presented it.
Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't.
Well, I mean, I don't even know. This might be a fucking...
I mean, Nicki...
There is a fuck ton of Charlie Kirk comments about Nicki Minaj in general. Candace Owens shares text messages with Charlie Kirk. Yeah, fanning out over Nicki Minaj and Jay-Z's verses on Monster, right? So one must ask the question why Charlie Kirk's output, which is the most important part of this, not his like fandom in private, but his output. Why was he so antagonistic towards Nicki Minaj? Why was he always fucking shitting on Nicki Minaj? The Barb's going to crucify you? I think the Barbs need to fucking take a cold, hard reality check, which is not going to come for many of the Barbs. If they're holding on at this point, they're holding on for dear life. They're never going to fucking... They're just going to lean into the MAGA shit now, I guess. You're just going to have a bunch of Barbs who are now MAGA, right? Alongside Nicki. Yeah, they're going down with the ship. The ship is sinking in. They're going down with it. She defends pedos, hates on successful black women, starts beef with Barbs, or starts beef with babies, is transphobic. Of course, she's strutting on stage at Toilet Paper USA. I would expect nothing less at this point. Goddamn, 80 fucking 9,000. Wonder if the multiple lawsuits she's embroiled in the damages owed has anything to do with her pressing the pedal on the MAGA grift. Judge may force sale of Nicki Minaj's $20 million SoCal mansion over debt owed to former security guard. Stan culture turned to brain rot. Stan culture always turns to brain rot. My point is, I am in favor of Louis Pisano's take on this. Like, I think this assessment is much more important because a lot of the people that are still invested in what Nicki Minaj does as this 5D chess play or whatever. Like, oh, she must be leaning into the Trump side and the MAGA grift. Like, if you are holding on at that point, nothing will get you off the train, right? But you also have to understand, if you're holding on at this point, you're basically celebrating your own demise, okay? You are aggressively celebrating a movement and a person that's like staking their claim and their reputation on a movement that is choosing to put the crosshairs on you, okay? That's it. That's it. What? If you keep spamming the Reddit link, they will patch the hole? I don't know what you're talking about. Kaya is falling off. Literally, where did her head go? She's... Oh, she just woke up. She's sleeping. You made me wake her up. Anyway, let's keep going.
He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never gonna come back from it, but you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person could be through publicly. Having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny. Until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on, you'll never understand what it feels like. That person is a human being. They have a family who has to read those lies.
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. Bro, this literally, you know what this feels like to me? This is like everyone yelled at me so much that I became right-wing. Like, this is the, oh, you're making me do this meme, right? Oh, well, you know, people just kept saying I married a pedophile, which is fucking true, right? And now you forced my hand.
And that's not, and it's just not fair. But
look what you made me do.
Administration is full of people with heart and soul. And they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them. But they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that. But both of them have a very
also, when people say like, oh, these people get lied on, it's like, first of all, every public figure gets lied on, myself included, okay? Sometimes they're not lies, like in your case, okay? Having said that, this shouldn't change your fucking worldview or your convictions. And also, if we're talking about like, oh, these people get lied on, but they're such wonderful people, and you're talking about Donald Trump, the entire Trump train moves by lying about entire swaths of the population. These are the motherfuckers that literally ran on, we are going to purge the boundaries of all migrants, and also that Haitians are eating cats and fucking dogs, okay? What is that if not a lie? It's a lie that J.D. Vance, who Nicki Minaj right now is saying is such a handsome man and such a cool person, unironically admitted was a lie. J.D. Vance straight up went on television, was like, it's a lie that Haitians are eating cats and dogs, but honestly, I'll keep saying that lie as long as people start paying attention to, you know, black people migrating into the country. It's bullshit. It's fucking insane. I hate this kind of this oversimplification, right? The oversimplification of like, well, you know, people are just like speaking ill of his name. I hate that people are speaking ill of Donald Trump's name. You know, these are good guys. It's like, what do you mean? They speak ill of entire broad swaths of the population.
Any ability to
and they don't just like talk shit about entire broad swaths of the population. They take action. Their words turn into action. Their words turn into mass deportation. Their words turn into fucking initiatives.
Someone that
harm people directly.
I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're one of us. Like, I know that they're not. Don't you guys agree? They haven't lost touch of the world. You know, they're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world, with the younger people and older people, with the richer people and not so rich people. They have the ability to still connect and be real and make us feel proud to be American.
So why now have you been involved with speaking about politics? What was kind of the turning point for you?
What was the turning point? Well, I just got tired of being pushed around. Sometimes you just get tired of it, and then you realize, wait a minute, I have something inside of me that's stronger than what's out there. That's right. So.
Yeah, but those lies are about poor brown people, so it's not good. So it's good. Petty grievances of rich losers. Yeah, except Nicki Minaj is a black woman who may or may not, I don't even know if she still has a citizenship, but like on a live stream, she revealed that she doesn't have, after 36 years and millions of dollars of paying taxes to the United States, she still does not have a fucking American citizenship. And her entire fandom across the globe, is comprised of a very diverse background. There's a lot of, LGBT people in her fandom in America. There's a lot of black and brown people in her fandom in America. So her just like directly leaning into an administration and a movement that is saying every single Nicki Minaj fan needs to be fucking deported or imprisoned is psychotic. Okay? This is the type of shit that really pisses me off in general when people are just like, oh, I got bullied into being right wing. Like, do you have no fucking worldview at all? Do you not give a shit about anything? Why would you openly admit that you are spineless? This is the thing that I do not understand. Not only did those black and brown fans, her female fans, and her LGBTQ fans make her an incredibly rich and incredibly famous person, and now she's just like writing them off. But also, she's doing it in the weakest way possible. I hate that shit. This is my least favorite thing that people say whenever they're like, well, people yelled at me too much, so I dropped all of my previous convictions. All you're saying is that you're a grifter. You're an amoral grifter who will, move in whichever direction that suits you personally. People have yelled at me every single day for the past fucking 12 years, okay? Nicki Minaj's stans, Barb's, have yelled at me, called me a white supremacist, as a matter of fact, which I'm going to show you in a little bit. Did that cause me to switch teams? Did I go, you know what? I am one now. I'm a white supremacist now. I'm actually right wing. No, of course not. You have to have some fucking convictions, man. What the hell is this?
When you've had enough, you realize, wait a minute, why do I even care about these people and what they think? Who are they? They don't even know who they are. So I'm not going to back down anymore. I'm not going to back down ever again.
Amen. Can the students in the room raise your hand? Wow. This question is for you guys. So you guys are very courageous and bold on your campus. Nicki, I know our students feel this way, but why do you think speaking your mind has become so controversial?
Because people no longer are using their minds, their brains. So right now, just imagine, we're not allowed to have a different opinion anymore. We're not allowed to think out loud anymore. We're not, this is not what the world used to feel like. And especially for the young people, I don't want them growing up in a world where they feel like that. They deserve for their voices to be heard. They have valid feelings and they're thinking about things, and it deserves attention. We should listen to what they're saying. And if you're growing up in a world that tells you it's taboo to say something that the masses don't agree with, that's not okay. And we're not gonna have it. And I love this. It's giving the younger people confidence that they will need later on in life. You guys will need it, and you will have it. So I'm rooting for you.
Amen. Amen.
People see through this, right? Yeah. This is for absolutely nobody other than Nicki Minaj. I need you to understand. This is such a transparent attempt of leaning into a right-wing movement because you think that's where the entirety of society is shifting, even though you're basically too slow to pull the trigger, because she's doing this just for herself and nobody else, right? She's basically writing off her entire fandom. It's unimaginably selfish, unimaginably narcissistic. Oh, people yelled at me too much because of the fucking weird decisions that I made over and over again, you know, protecting people who have engaged in predatory sexual assault and child endangerment, whether it be my brother or my husband, right? And I have protected them, and people have thought that that's kind of strange, and they yelled about it too much. And I also lost the momentum that I once had. And so now I'm just like very openly moving in this direction in the grift, right? I'm leaning into this wave because I think that this is the next meta. Okay? It's very narcissistic. It's very obvious. And it's, I think, so obvious that you will see more and more fans just go, no, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. I can't be a part of this anymore. The ones that remain, will get increasingly more isolated and increasingly more insane.
Again, Charlie would always say, it really does not take skill to be courageous. It takes a choice. It takes a decision. And I want to say again, thank you for coming and being courageous and being able to share your heart with us. And the reason why that also holds true sentiment-wise is because I know that...
Dude, also the permanent victimhood status of right-wingers is so funny. It's like, wow, thank you for being so courageous to go to a, multi-million-dollar conference that the president's entire family speaks at, where you defend the fucking president of the United States of America in what? His brave battle against like random fucking brown and black people living on U.S. soil that aren't doing any fucking crimes? Wow, thank you. How brave. How brave of you to defend the president of the United States of America. Like, I need you to understand, dude. Who is the strongest, most powerful entity in American society? Of course, the random Guatemalan immigrant. That's who the most powerful force is in the U.S. society. And the least powerful, most maligned force, most unjustly maligned force in American society is, of course, the fucking president. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? These guys just, they never give up on the notion that they're constantly being attacked. They're constantly being attacked. It's just like, oh, you're so brave. You're so brave for defending the president against what? Trans teenagers? Really? That's bravery? The strongest, most powerful entity in American society is what? Trans teenagers? Undocumented immigrants? And the most attacked, most unjustly maligned force in American society is the president, who is deploying the fucking military into black neighborhoods with regular frequency.
You are getting a lot of backlash from your own industry. What is your reaction to that?
I didn't notice.
Amen. I feel the same way. When people are like, what do you think about them? I'm like, I don't think about them.
Bingo. We don't even think about them.
We don't have time to. We're too busy building, right?
Yeah, we're the cool kids.
Okay.
The other people, they're the ones who are still just disgruntled, but really they're just disgruntled with themselves. They are angry with themselves, you guys. So you can't wake up and think about somebody who is determined to just stay mad. I literally tell them, stay mad.
Amen.
Stay mad. Because we're going to stay joyful,
yep,
and peaceful and iconic and smart, and we're gonna stay thinkers. In a world that doesn't want us to think, we will think. By ourselves, on our own, we will continue to think.
this is something I know that's really important to you and on your heart. And I personally want to know what inspired you to speak out for the Christians that are being slaughtered in Nigeria.
Well, and that...
Yeah, she thought that was a good entry point into the MAGA grift. That's it. Like, propositioning if she came out and was like, yeah, I want the president to pardon my brother who has a 25-year sentence for sexually assaulting a minor, that would probably not be received well, okay? So she had to find a way to, like, broach the subject matter in a way that is, like, more defensible. And that's it. That's the reason why she hit this. You are the most vindicated man in history against the Barbs. We've all known all along she was a Republican voting for Mitt Romney.
Brings me back to our great president and this administration and our great...
Her brother and her husband both have pedophilia charges.
Country. That we take for granted that there right now in this world are people who cannot worship God as they please, where they please. We take it for granted because we have it. We can't even imagine not having that right. But every time we pray and fellowship, we have to remember the people that are right now in this world hiding.
Like, who is this for? What is this Christian pivot? Christianity in the United States of America, the purest expression of Christianity in modern American culture, is literally shitting on Nicki Minaj. Okay? And everything that these evangelical Christians claim Nicki Minaj stands for. Strong black woman, being pro-LGBTQ. Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? While simultaneously complaining about how you're under fire all the time for your opinions and for being godly. Okay? Doing it right now is also incredibly funny because this is like the last dance. Okay? This is like, MAGA is dying. Anti-woke is dying. So it's fucking insane that, like, you pivot while it's at its weakest point.
To pray in fellowship. And we have to pray for them. And first of all, Nigeria is a place I've always loved. Someone very dear to me, my pastor, is Nigerian. I have lots of Nigerian barbs. And so hearing that people are being kidnapped, and while they're in church, people are being kidnapped, people are being killed, brutalized.
This is really less about pandering to Christians and more about cultivating and capitalizing on hating Muslims. Nah, it's not even that fucking complicated. It's just trying to find a way where she can actually enter the MAGA grift firmly, okay? A safe space. Her fans are assholes and Nicki doesn't even like gay people. When she was asked about the tweet about the Pulse nightclub massacre, this was her response. I believe what the Bible says and I won't change my views. I do and say what I want. What? I don't know if this is like I don't know that deep lore. Like, telling an audience at the Turning Point USA conference about the plight of Nigerians is just so, like, it's so transparently a grift, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, if you even sincerely cared and you were like, oh, I mean, it's overemphasized. It's ISIS-backed fundamentalist groups that are constantly waging war, but it's not like a government-backed thing at all in the way that, like, MAGA represents it in Nigeria. I'm not going to get fully into the lore here. Obviously, ISIS-style terrorist organizations have been running amok all over Africa, which, for the record, has been an area of interest for America as well, an area where China has made significant gains. There's a much larger geopolitical game at play here, and of course, as always, the victims are the regular people that live in these countries. Okay. Having said that, the notion that this is like a major gripe and that you actually do care about the Nigerian Christians first and foremost, okay. Let's bring them into the United States of America then. Let's see how well that goes with this fucking crowd. I don't have an issue with that. I think it's great. Okay? But go ahead. Let's save Nigerian Christians. Let's allow Nigerian Christian refugees to come to the United States of America. Go ahead. Present that as an argument. Let's see if they do care about the safety and security of Nigerians, Christian or non-Christian alike. You know?
All because of their religion. And that should spark outrage in the great America. And that's what it did. And again, we're not backing down anymore. We are not going to be silenced by the bullies.
What is this? That was Megan, Cardi B crying, be so for real, wrong black woman chatter. What is happening? Did they link something wrong? I don't understand. Like, did they link something different? I'm confused. The barbs are here. I mean, it's fine. I hope this is a fucking important lesson. Oh, they said Nicki wrote WAP. Yeah, anyway. They made a joke about WAP and thought it was by Nicki. Oh, yeah. Okay. In any case, this is not even a real tweet, by the way, but it's pretty funny. Pop bass. Nicki Minaj reveals she's working on a song with Erica Kirk to honor Charlie Kirk's legacy for her new album.
Anymore, okay? Know that. Hear that. Receive that, bullies. We won't be silenced ever again. We will speak up for Christians wherever they are in this world. Amen?
Amen. I don't know if you can see this at home, but she is getting a ton of standing ovations.
Yeah, the real bullies are the people who won't be quietly persecuted, prosecuted, destroyed, have their lives ruined by this administration. Okay? That's who the real bullies are, everybody. The real bullies are the people who don't just stand down when their neighbors or their family members are being fucking deported. Those are the real bullies. Not the people doing that. Okay? Not the most powerful entity on the planet, the United States of American government. It's actually the victims of the United States and its imperial endeavors. Those are the real fucking bullies. What are we doing? Jesus Christ.
I love you guys so much. Thank you guys.
Yeah, if she cares so much about Christians, at least she could have done the Tucker Carlson thing and talked about Christians in Gaza, for example. You know? I wonder how that would go in this crowd. Well, I guess maybe a lot of people are pro-Palestine now,
So going along that thread, can you tell us about your relationship with God? Because I think a lot of us want to hear.
Sure. Well, my relationship with God started, when I was a toddler in Trinidad. My grandmother, if things got spicy in the house, like if the kids and grandkids were arguing or fighting, she would make all the little kids go in her room and make us say and say a prayer. So later on in my life, well, not much later, when I was like 10, 11, 12, I started going to church in New York. And it changed everything. It changed my life for the better because I was going every week. I was hearing the word of God be preached. And then I was going home and I was applying it to my life. Even as a little girl, I learned how to pray very early. I always had this faith that made people think, the kind of faith that you think a person is crazy, like, oh, please, but I...
Oh, this is sped up, Chad. That's why she sounds so fast. I
had that faith instinctively. Once I started hearing about God and, just getting more into the Bible, I got baptized when I was about, yep, amen. I got baptized when I was about 13. I got baptized. And I have just always applied those teachings to my life. I try to. And that's the thing. We're not perfect. We try. Sometimes I would wake up and feel so far removed from, not God, but from fellowship. You know, I was like, oh my God, I used to go to church on Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday every week, like literally 3 days out of the week. And then later on in your life, you become busy and you start thinking, oh, well, you know, God is in my heart. And, you know, but then sometimes you can be in an industry as well that pulls you away even more. So lately, I've been feeling like, you know, like if you haven't seen a long lost best friend for, you know, for a long time and then you bump into them again.
This is the other side of this conversation that I also despise, when people are like, I'm so godly, I'm so Christian-like, I love Jesus Christ and his teachings, and that's why I'm a right-wing Republican in 2025. What part of what Jesus Christ did in any of the fucking books resembles the current MAGA movement? Okay? Who could forget how Jesus would refuse to cure the lepers? Okay? And said, hey, gotta pick yourself up by your bootstraps, lepers. You want this fucking health care? You gotta pay for it, bitch. You know? Who could forget when Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, was running around being like, hey, we gotta get these browns out of here. I mean, he was brown himself, but obviously in this fantasy is you know, white with blue eyes and blonde hair. Okay? Yeah, that's what he primarily invested himself in. Consistently talking about the downtrodden and talking about how they deserve their position in society because they probably were morally impure. Who could forget, you know, the teaching foundational tenets of Jesus Christ? Fuck the poor, he said. Like, I despise this shit. I'm not a religious person at all, but it's always so funny when Christians who are conservative, who are right-wing, will come out and just be like, I love Christianity. I love Christianity so much. It's my favorite thing. And that's why I love Donald Trump, the most Christian guy out there, you know? If there's a guy I can think of that's, you know, following the gospel, it's Donald Trump. Yeah. Yeah, Jesus Christ walked on water so we could make all of the lepers also walk on water with him away from wherever. I mean, away from Nazareth, Jerusalem. I don't know where the fuck he was. Away from the region, somewhere else. You know, he just did a long march, a death march for the poors.
That's how it's been feeling for me, like just going back to God and praying and talking to him. And, you know, and he said to me, where were you? Where have you been? I've been waiting on you. And since that moment that God had that conversation with me, I've been in such a better space, because now it's just, I'm thinking about, is God pleased with this? Not if the bullies and uglies are pleased, but if God is pleased. And when you have that personal relationship with God, guess what? Even in school, he's there. Wherever you are and whenever you need it, you have something that you can tap into immediately. It's immediate. You don't have to leave a message. He's not going to call you back. He's there immediately. As soon as you call on him, on the first ring, he's going to answer. And I want you guys to remember that. You're young, and first of all, I want to say, I'm proud of you guys. This is a major, to be so young, for you guys that are in college, to be so young and to care this much, this early in your life, it tells us how smart you are, and it tells us that there's hope for our...
Yeah, they care. Yeah. Speaking in front of the Hitler youth, it's so cool that you guys are politically active. It's cool. Don't worry about what your politics are. Let's not even examine what is a major guiding principle in your organizing. Like, what is the galvanizing factor here? What makes you really tick? It's just cool. It's just cool that you guys are involved in politics at an early age. God damn.
Future. So God bless you. Congratulations, you guys. You're amazing. Congratulations. You guys are amazing. Okay? Know it. Feel it. Yes. Yes. Proudly. Be it proudly. Be who you are proudly.
Amen. So what have you, I mean, you're an amazing mother. What have you seen that has been a struggle for young women today? And then also, since both of us have little boys, I would love for you to also talk about the male side of that question as well.
Okay, well, something that I've noticed recently is that for little girls, I think that no matter how you look, we should be trying to instill into them to be proud of how they look. Recently, in the media, it's almost been like a push to, it's not just making young black children feel proud of themselves, but it's almost like doing that and at the same time telling other children not to be proud of themselves. And I don't want any child feeling that.
Oh, this is so funny. Look, my expertise is in right-wing talking points, right? So when I see someone trying to do, trying to like present right-wing talking points, but doing it so shittily, it just, I'm sorry, it triggers a part of my brain. What she's trying to do here is basically claim the CRT narrative, right? Like the all lives matter. You know, if you actually talk about the history of chattel slavery with an accurate framing that identifies black people not just as like a faceless, voiceless group of commodities to be traded, but instead human beings that were enslaved, then you're gonna make white people feel bad. Like, that's what she's trying to do here. She's trying to do the CRT narrative, like, oh, woke is making white people feel uncomfortable and bad and insecure about their history, and it's really fucked up. Nikki is saying, don't be ashamed to be white.
If as black women, we felt that we were not being represented and not being admired for our beauty, if we felt like that as black women, why would we want to do that to other women? Amen. Why would we now need to make other people downplay their beauty so that we can feel, no, that's not how it works. I don't need someone with blonde hair and blue eyes to downplay their beauty because I know my beauty. Do you understand? It doesn't bother me that a woman...
Bro, it's so funny. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Who's doing this? Who is doing this? Who is running around saying white is ugly? Like, what? She tried to find this like narrow focus. Who is like, where is the momentum behind like white women are fucking the ugly movement? Where is that happening? Oh my God. JD sure clocked what you did. Yeah, Nicki Minaj said something in Memphis that was really profound. I'm paraphrasing, but she said, just because I want little black girls to think they're beautiful doesn't mean I need to put down little girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. We all got wrapped up over the last few years in zero-sum thinking. This was because the people who think they rule the world pit us against one another. Nicki Minaj rejects that. We all should. This is not a real thing. And it's so not a real thing that I don't even think this has like a lot of motion. Like the perceived victimhood narratives, right? The white people are under attack narratives, they do work on a lot of insecure people. They do work on a lot of insecure people, right? Their insecurity obviously stems from their horrible material conditions, lack of job prospects, and things of that nature. But I don't even think this angle works, because who the fuck has encountered a real moment of crisis where they send their, blonde and blue-haired daughter to school, and then the kindergarten teacher is like, everybody knows blonde and blue hair, blonde and blue eyes are terrible. They're ugly. It's a marker of ugliness. Like, what the fuck? There has never been a moment in American history where that's been the case. If anything, there's only been the reversal of that, and it still has its remnants in modern culture, even where, you know, black students get penalized for having natural hair and things of that nature, right? Like that still very much exists. Maybe not to the same degree as it once did, but that's still there. Whereas the reversal of that has never existed in American history and never will exist in American history. So like, you're just completely biting black people shit once again. You know what I mean? Now, it's ironic that Nicki Minaj is doing this because she's black and was profoundly important at some point for the culture in general, right? But it's crazy. There has literally never been a moment where someone has been punished or penalized in American culture and American history. There's no systematic racism against white children. Like, that's insane. That's an insane thing. Jewish supremacists spent the last 2 years talking about how they were under attack while they were doing genocide, and everyone's just copying their strategy. Brother, if you think that it's new to just Jewish supremacists or Zionists, you are delusional. That is the hallmark of fascist commentary. White people have been doing this. White supremacists have been doing this for basically as long as white supremacy has existed as a concept. What do you mean? That's the whole point of being a right-winger. Creating manufactured hysteria around perceived victimhood. That's literally the oldest playbook. It's the oldest playbook in the game. You know, white genocide, white genocide, white genocide, white genocide. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. The only difference between Zionists utilizing this narrative versus white people utilizing this narrative is that more people are obviously aware that, you know, America is a white first society, right? It was designed around the preservation of chattel slavery, and a lot of remnants of that social dynamic, a lot of remnants of that racial dynamic still very much exists, as opposed to Jews have been historically marginalized. And obviously, while it's not the case in contemporary American existence and in American society, there are points of not only marginalization, but genocide that they can point to at least create a more reasonable narrative around their point of marginalization, which makes this conversation a little bit more complex when you're having it in America. Okay? Whereas white people can't really do that. They can't really, you know, point to any historic marginalization. And that's precisely the reason why, yeah, you can point to like Catholics, for example, in America being marginalized, but you can't do that for white people because whiteness as a socio-political construct is designed around domination. Do you understand? Didn't you watch a bunch of views ripping on blue-eyed people like this week? It's minor, but it does happen. Brother, that... Oh, God. We just got to go back to the drawing board, and I have to explain something to you, okay? A lot of people misunderstand the N-word, okay? A lot of white people. They think it's just a mean word, right? It's a mean word that offends the sensibilities of black people. That's not the reason why it's a no-no word, okay? I need you to understand this. It's the historic oppression and the continued versions of said oppression, systematic oppression against black people, that makes this word a reminder of the racial hierarchy, okay? The automatic dehumanization. That right there is the reason for why there is a different significance for this word as opposed to the word cracker, okay? And the same principle goes for someone clowning on white people with blue eyes versus someone clowning on white people with blue eyes, myself included, because I was engaging in that, because I was taking the piss out of the whole Erica Kirk situation, saying like there's something about her that like rubs me the wrong way or whatever. There is no historical association with like being dominated for having blue eyes as a white person. Like there is no ongoing or previous historic point of marginalization that you can point to. You contribute nothing positive to this world and are an active nuisance in the political landscape. You and whatever fake ideology you represent are toxic and are only thought-provoking to the biggest idiots. Blow yourself up in a video game, you communist terrorist sympathizer. I'll take my ban now. No, we will not be banning you. Chatter. Thank you for your wonderful contribution. But that's so funny that you think this is like you strapped on an ideological suicide vest onto yourself and you're bravely putting yourself in the line of fire. You're like, oh yeah, you contribute nothing. Ban me, bitch. Yeah, you really thought you were cooking with that one, right? Come on, I'll take my ban. I'll take my ban now. Like you did at the ICE protest law. Wait, what? Like I did at the ICE protest. I strapped myself with a suicide vest on the ICE protest? Is that doesn't even make any sense. Did you get too excited that you got noticed, but you didn't get the ban? So you're just trying to like immediately pivot to another thing, but it doesn't actually make sense at all. It's not a good analogy. They gave up, checked their logs. Okay. Yeah, it's like the dynamic is different. A lot of people try to neutralize and do this like colorblind approach when they talk about like different versions of persecution. Like, oh, you're just being racist. Racism is colorblind. All this shit. Like, no, it's not the same. Right. And I think you understand that as well. It's exactly like making a watermelon KFC joke when talking about black person versus a baguette joke when talking about French people. Right. Like the stereotyping and the dehumanization actually has not only is it a reminder of the dehumanization that has existed, but also is consistent still in modern society, as opposed to just like making a fucking joke that is not disparaging French people at all. Right. Anyway. KFC did not come from Africa. Baguette come from France. Wrong analogy. What? No, that's not a wrong analogy at all. One is a contemporary example of automatically claiming that all black people are barbaric savages. The other one is just like making a joke about bringing up something that is like identified and associated with like French culture. Anyway, yeah, a historically dehumanized group of people having stereotypes that aim to otherize them when the wounds of the past have yet to be recognized unanimously, let alone healed. Exactly. Exactly. In any case, we're gonna continue. Where did the guy go? Where did my goat go when he was talking about how I'm a communist sympathizing terrorist or something? I'm new to Hasan P. What I have to say is that although the guy's a bit woke and radical, he is still part of the system. The way you can test this by asking is he would be down with dismantling white supremacy and capitalism. That will tell you all you need to know. I understand what you're saying, but why would whites, so to speak, play by these rules in which everyone can dunk on them and they should just shut up? I mean, even if it's morally right, why would they engage in something that is against their interests? First of all, wait, no, this is a new person. This is a new question. This is a different person. His brain shorted and now he's doing shock Kaya jokes. Oh, on loop. Jesus Christ. There's no NPC with limited dialogue, dude. He just bugged. He bugged. He's like, electrocute Kaya. Shot Kaya. No, this is a different person. Okay. I will say it like this. I'm white. Okay. It's about not being a pussy. Okay. That's it. It's about not being a fucking pussy and not being a little baby. It's about expanding your consciousness, understanding the plight of other people, understanding the historical significance of certain forms of oppression. Okay? Because that argument that you're entertaining literally just justifies white supremacy. Why would I take down slavery as a system when I'm white? Why would I care about the plight of other people? Why would I care about the humanity of other people when the unjust and inhumane constructs that exist and have been normalized and calcified in society actually benefit me or don't harm me at all? You're just finding a way to say you're kind of a fucking asshole. And that's fine, right? There are a lot of assholes, okay? There are a lot of assholes or a lot of selfish assholes out there. But my whole job, at least, is to try to get people to not be fucking assholes and be mindful and be considerate of other people and the plight that they go through. Okay? That's how it turns into that's how reactionary politics turn into vice signaling. The starting point is me, my own personal interest, and trying to establish tribal lines off of being white, for example, and white identity. A completely made-up construct. To use, I guess, outdated modes here, because, you know, sorry, I'm toxic. But, like, that's not what real men do, right? When people talk about like being a man, be a real man, it's like, at what point in your life were you educated that being a real man is not about defending those who have less than you, but instead striking down at those who are vulnerable? Never, right? So how did this happen where in your adolescence or in your adult life, you just decided, I'm going to be a fucking selfish, I am going to be a selfish asshole. I'm never going to be on board with anything that does not immediately benefit me, or even beyond that, I'm never going to dive deeper and maybe figure out how this could be beneficial for me in the long run. As I like to do from time to time, there is a selfish, self-interested argument for socialism, regardless of your class position, even if you're super fucking wealthy, okay? If you recognize that the profit incentives are actually destroying the planet that you currently live on, that your next of kin is going to live on, then you should probably choose to work against that, to make sure that we preserve this planet, to save this planet that we live on. There's no other options. Or if you were to think that, like, you know, oh, I don't like how much crime there is in major cities, in urban areas, let's say, right? Like the racialized attitude that many people have. You can identify where that crime is coming from. And the copium for a lot of privileged people, a lot of people that lean into more white supremacist undertones is, oh, it's their culture. Oh, it's their race. Right? Oh, black and brown people are inferior. That's the reason they're more barbaric. They're more violent. They're more angry. That's the reason why they actually engage in crime. They have a higher tendency to engage in crime. Meanwhile, one, that's objectively untrue. And two, it doesn't actually provide a solution to the problem. Nobody likes crime. Nobody wants to live in an environment where there is a lot of crime happening. So the real solution to that is systematic. The real solution stems from or starts from identifying how this happened to begin with, how black and brown communities were systematically written off, displaced, underfunded, how black people and brown people were undermined, and how poverty manifested in these communities. And then the solutions come after that recognition. Restitution, reparations, economic justice, trying to eradicate poverty in these communities so that it's less likely that crime will take place in these communities in general. Because at the end of the day, like I said, no one wants crime. Nobody wants fucking crime. Nobody's doing it because they're like, oh, I love doing crime. No, people do it because they have no other options. And it's not always like a Jean Valjean, right? It's not always like you're stealing a loaf of bread. But people do it when they have no options and they have no hope, no dreams whatsoever. And the only social function is some kind of criminal element. You know? What? Oh my God. The DOJ uploaded a video of Jeffrey Epstein. That's a fake video. 12-minute video of what appears to be Jeffrey Epstein. Wait, what? Is that real? Extremely disturbing. The DOJ uploaded a 12-second video showing what appears to be Epstein attempting to kill himself. The camera's timestamp is the day his body was discovered. The DOJ quietly released the footage but didn't link the video yet to their main Epstein files page. Wait, what? No shot. Wait, actually? Dropsite reported on it? No, this is not real. This is a recreation, chat. This is not real footage. No. What are you talking about? Does this look like real footage of Jeffrey Epstein to you? It doesn't even look like it's Unreal Engine 4, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's clearly fucking CGI. Now, what's interesting about it is, like, why did they make this CGI recreation? And we'll get into that in a second. All right, let me finish off with this Nicki Minaj shit, and then we'll do it again.
Feels and says that she's beautiful. Why shouldn't she feel that? Why have we gotten to a point where certain colors or certain kinds of people have to be afraid of loving themselves and loving the way they look? Like, isn't that wild? And so for little girls, I don't want what was done to little black girls done to little white girls. I don't want it done to any girls. I want all the little girls in the world to know that you are unique, you are beautiful, you are you, and you can compliment another girl, you can compliment another woman and still know that you are epic and amazing. So that's what I would say about for the girls. And I know I know my adults understand clearly where I'm going with that. Where I'm getting, you know, I don't like that. I don't like people making.
Sorry, Hasan, but you're wrong. What about the crime that goes on in prisons? The guards beating inmates. They don't do that crime out of desperation. They do that because they're evil. Oh my God. Or listen. Obviously, not every single fucking instance of crime comes from your proximity to wealth if you are in poverty. Okay, please stop. There's also socially maladaptive behavior. There's crime born out of antisocial personality disorders. Like, we're not factoring every single thing. I'm just painting this with a broad brush, as broad of a brush as possible. But the reality of the matter is, you can still say that material conditions play a formative role in why people develop in the way that they do, and then have a higher likelihood of being in a situation where they can exercise power over others and have complete control over others and decide to do evil shit, okay?
Other people feel badly about themselves in any way. We need to nurture young girls. Yes, whether they are black, white, Asian, Hispanic, they still need to be nurtured. They cannot continue to pay for other people's sins, so they haven't done anything wrong.
Amen. And what do you think about for young men? For young men.
And for young men, don't be new scum. Yes, see, dear young men, you have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president. And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Yes, we did. I love you. I love you. You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the internet wants to clip it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord, and words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because I know your heart. And I will not judge that.
Sister. Thank you. For boys, be boys.
Amen.
Be boys. It's okay. Be boys. It's nothing wrong with being a boy.
Amen.
How about that?
Amen.
How powerful is that? How profound is that?
Amen.
Boys will be boys, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
What's something the media and the world in general misunderstands about you?
Oh, I think people think maybe that I'm mean, or, you know, maybe when you have a strong presence as a woman, it's easy to.
She said that JD Vance is an assassin. I missed it.
I love this woman. She's an amazing about this. I've been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the
Further back, I was pissing, chat. Oh, there it is. Hold on.
You have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president.
Oh, so embarrassing, so embarrassing, so embarrassing. How can you get yourself to say shit like that? God damn, you are a whole ass, grown ass woman, bro. That's crazy. Oh, our president is so sexy. Oh my God. He is so sexy, dude.
And you have amazing role models like the assassin, JD Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
the assassin JD Vance. Oh shit. What does she know? It is a testament to how far we have fallen, where you can't even fucking say, you know, someone is an assassin without a fuck ton of conspiracy theories propping up. Specifically, in this situation, obviously people are going to say, oh, JD Vance assassinated Charlie Kirk so that, you know, he could marry Erica Kirk or something. Because, like, there are so many people out there who will just, like, tune into this moment and go, that's it. That's right. Now I know.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Yes, we did. I love you. I love you. You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the internet wants to clip it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord. And
yeah, she noticed that. Oh, shit. She noticed that that was going to be reflected on later.
Words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because I know your heart. And I will not judge that.
Sister. Thank you. For boys, be boys.
Amen.
Be boys. It's okay. Be boys. It's nothing wrong with being a boy.
Amen.
How about that?
Amen.
How powerful is that? How profound is that?
Amen.
Boys will be boys, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
What's something the media and the world in general misunderstands about you?
Oh, I think people think maybe that I'm mean, or, you know, maybe when you have a strong presence as a woman, it's easy to just box you into one box, one category of mean or, you know, other words.
They want to, like, put you in a box to be able to label you what they want you to be, but you're so much more than that.
Because you intimidate them, you know, and they want to find something. And if they can't find something, they'll make something up. And so they'll put a label on you. But, you know, it doesn't, what people misunderstand about me now, I don't care about it. I really don't. In fact, I love that they misunderstand me now.
I do too, because it shows that you're not a part of this world. Someone once told me, do not be surprised when the world acts like the world. And I held on to that so much, because even being in this role now, they're trying to figure me out. Okay, enjoy. I am who I am. There's nothing to hide. And I know you feel the same way when people misunderstand you and you're like, okay, well, I have an audience of one. Well, now I have an audience of two, but I have an audience in heaven. And I know the Lord knows me, Lord knows you, and he put everything in you to be able to make a difference in this world. Likewise to all of you students and everyone else here. And to go into that further, I know that and I'll end on this, I know that a lot of you guys have been hearing about, we are doing this for Charlie, and we're doing this for his legacy, but we're also doing it because each and every one of you guys have a legacy. And I want you guys, when you leave this conference, to take something with you. And when it gets tough out there, I want you to hold with you a word. It could be anything. For me, it's Charlie. But for you guys, it could be, I don't know, refocus, family, children, future, something. Hold that word in your heart so that when you go back out into the world and you have someone screaming in your face, someone spitting in your face, someone flipping your table on campus, someone making fun of you because you're a conservative, someone making fun of you because you love the Lord, say that word to yourself, out loud or internally, to refocus your brain and your heart and your soul, to know that you're about something so much bigger and greater. The legacy with Turning Point USA, yes, but also for yourself. And so, Nikki...
Okay, this stuff, oh God. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Even when Nicki Minaj is grifting and talking about how sexy Donald Trump is or whatever, she still has like better stage presence and better charisma as like a person who has spent many, many years being on camera. Whenever Erica Kirk gets the mic and starts chirping, I'm like, Jesus Christ, when will this fucking stop? It's just like she's saying so much and saying nothing at all at the same time. It's so Rizless. God damn, dude. Ay, ay, ay. It's just, I need to skip it.
World for your family, for your baby.
That it's okay to change your mind. Yeah, it's okay to change your mind. You don't have to, sometimes there's a lot of things projected onto you when you change your own mind. They project fear, shame onto people who don't think and do as they think and do. But I've traveled the world. I've performed for huge crowds all around the world. And no matter how many songs I do on that stage, it didn't mean as much as this. Because this is a direct...
Oh my God. Being at the Turning Point USA conference means more to me than all of the concerts. God damn, dude. God damn. She said, hey, yo, Barbs, you hear that? She said, fuck you. One of Nikki's only tweets about Trump is accusing someone else for pandering for a pardon. July 8th, 2025. Deseret, were you out marching with your fellow Mexican immigrants? Oh, right. You were pardoned by President Trump, so you kind of can't, right? I mean, it kind of implies you guys are cool with him while y'all seem to pretend to be against him. Or are y'all not his friend either anymore, just like Diddy? I mean, if someone pardoned me, we'd be friends for life. You've done so much evil to black people. Now you've turned your back on your own as well, it seems. Don't you guys over there keep black artists fighting while you sit back and benefit from both parties? If I had gotten a pardon from President Trump, imagine the uproar. Yet the Rock Nation CEO does it. And yup, you guessed it. Silence. Black people, until you speak on this, you can never, ever, ever. I wonder how Deseret thanked President Trump for that kind gesture. Law got a Hispanic woman allegedly calling her son-in-law N-word with a hard R under the protection of y'all so-called black savior while y'all sat around making them rich. When y'all needed them the most, they were silent though, huh? Chin up. Jay came out to perform recently once that legal stuff started coming out. Yet when Obama was pleading for the brothers to vote for Kamala, the richest and most influential black rapper was nowhere to be found. Maybe I'm forgetting. I don't know. Did he even say one word? It seems like an urgent request by the tone of Obama's speech, yet brother billionaire never got in the field for y'all, huh? When y'all needed him the most. After all that money he made off the Democratic Party. Brainwash black people. Those blogs won't be here a year from now either, so enjoy. she was posting Tucker Clip Sue. Yeah, this was the jump off point, and I'm just gonna run this real quick 15 or 13-minute video here for the new heads in here. Being a leftist is about being right, but too early, okay, and being endlessly punished for it, okay. Now this is from when I initially called out Nicki Minaj for doing a right-wing pivot, all the way back in 2021 at the peak of COVID, where she decided to become a COVID truther, speaking about how her cousin's balls were inflamed and massive due to the COVID vaccine. Let's take a look.
Nicki Minaj is a huge rap artist.
She revealed she would not get vaccinated.
They want you to get vaccinated for the Met. If I get vaccinated, it won't be for the Met.
She would not be getting vaccinated until she did enough research.
I'm working on that now.
The rapper also went on to claim that
my cousin in Trinidad won't get the vaccine because his friend got it.
And his testicles swelled up so much.
His testicles became swollen.
He's got giant testicles.
His testicles became swollen.
His testicles became swollen.
You know, the headline's like, she's so dumb, she thinks that it's gonna make your testicles fall off. Whatever they said. Complete lies, by the way.
Your cousin's friend's balls exploded.
It's amazing to see them panic in the face. She doesn't care if Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend's testicles are enlarged.
Which we saw the likes of Hasan, Piker responding.
I'm sorry, Nicki Minaj. Like, you're fucking stupid. Nicki Minaj is anti-vax? Oh, let's go. They want you to get vaccinated for the Met. If I get vaccinated, it won't be for the Met. It'll be once I feel I've done enough research. I'm afraid I'm going to get the fucking Barb's hatred for this one, but I'm sorry, Nicki Minaj. Like, you're fucking stupid. And so am I. Like, you're never going to be able to do your own research to figure out the technology behind the vaccine, okay? I'm sorry, you're a fucking idiot. Like, and so am I, okay? I can't ratio Nicki Minaj, bro. She is the most active community, dude. It's just never gonna happen. I mean, what are they gonna say? Do not do it. You'll be eaten alive even when you're speaking the truth.
My shoulder angel.
Do it. They can't be any more rabid than the left when you got a house.
I'm gonna lead you down the path that rocks.
Black people's business, don't do it. Chile, big boobs, any of these work? What?
What does that have to do with anything?
No. He's got a point.
You're sort of confusing me, so,
I'm not gonna say anything. The world awaits your wonderful contribution to the scientific community. I can't even fucking... The world awaits your wonderful contribution to the scientific community. There you go. Nobody got me. Fucking my community got me, okay?
They did not got me.
Ratio complete, get destroyed Barbs. Me ratioing Nicki Minaj only brings the ire of the Barbs to me. You understand that, right? Like, I feel like the Barbs are they're gonna get mad and be like, I'm a racist person or something.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device in which suggestions or warnings about events to come are dropped or planted.
They haven't actually come for me that hard so far. I don't know. There's just so much going on. I ratioed Nicki Minaj. The Barbs want to murder me a little bit. All I know is that I fucking ratioed her into oblivion. It's very obvious that Nicki Minaj's cousin, in full confidence, was informed by their friend that their ball sack was swollen and they were impotent, most likely because they got a fucking STI, okay?
Boy, you didn't tell me your cousin was Nicki Minaj.
The Barbs are coming after me a little bit, not in the way that I thought they would. They haven't like sent death threats yet. Shut the fuck up. You really think you can go through the Barbs as if we won't eat your entire career up? Don't get too brave now. The only reason you have any sort of audience is because you used to be hot. Now you're a fat, ugly guy who's aging at the speed of white. The clock's ticking and you're damn near 40. You literally are in the middle of your lifespan and you're as self-conscious and ill-tempered as a teenage boy. Why is a fucking Nicki Minaj fan talking about how I'm fucking rapidly reaching 40? Dog, you're a fucking Nicki Minaj fan. She's literally about to be 40. I am a fucking Barb, and I'm not saying that because, like, I don't want the wrath of the Barbs to fucking murder me. Like, you will be joining a concerned effort with, like, a bunch of Nazis that want to already fucking do this shit. So, like, welcome, Barbs, to the Nazi movement, I guess.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device.
Oh. A lot of moments like this in old Hossie boy's career, you know? She's doing that thing where she's like, please show me where I said I'm worried about anything. That's bullshit. You literally posted the fucking ballsack thing because you were worried. That this is a backtrack. Why do people backtrack like this, dude? Just say it with your chest, dude. You're fucking anti-vaxxer.
Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend's testicles who are swollen from taking the vax. That's the claim. It's the last part of Nicki Minaj's tweet that enrages them. Make the decision yourself, like a free human being, and quote, don't be bullied.
I guess officially go to war with the Barbs. They will fucking murder me, but you know, if I die, I die.
Let's go.
Nicki Minaj. So then, yeah, Nicki Minaj quote retweets me when I say, you know, he's a white nationalist, right? Right. I can't speak to, agree with, even look at someone from a particular political party. People aren't human anymore. If you're black and a Democrat tells you to shove marbles up your ass, you simply have to. If another party tells you to look out for that bus, stand there and get hit. Clock him. Quote tweeted me, right? I can't speak to, agree with, or even look at someone from a particular political party. People aren't human anymore. If you're black and a Democrat tells you to shove marbles up your ass, you simply have to. If another party tells you to look out for that bus, stand there and get hit.
Calling all barbs, calling all barbs.
The barbs are coming. The barbs are coming. Yo, Nicki Minaj stands. Look at this, dude. Dang, you're really unstoppable. You represent a lot of people who are silenced. Like, what are you, like a fucking white supremacist Nicki Minaj fan? How does this work, dude? Make this make sense to me. She liked the tweet saying, exactly, not everything has to be about labeling and disagreeing with somebody just because they're a part of something. Bro, what they're a part of is white nationalism. What the fuck are you guys saying? I am so confused. Yeah, come on, dude. It's just a club. Like, I don't get it. I'm telling you, Tucker Carlson wouldn't even let you on the bus, let alone the back of it.
Pull the lever, drunk.
And then people were like, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. How dare you invoke? How dare you invoke off of the example that she used, an analogy about white supremacy? This was, yeah, and this was my, exactly, this was my first cancellation by Black Twitter. This was it. This was the first time. And ever since then, every single other time, it's always been shit like this, okay? It's always been shit like this. Now, part of the reason why I'm showing you this is not to just be like, oh, look, I was right all along. You know, you should listen to me, okay? Don't lump Black Twitter with the Barbs. No, back then, the Barbs were a major force to be reckoned with on Black Twitter. Don't even act like that wasn't the case. We're talking 2021. It's not anymore. It's not anymore. But back then, the Barbs were a force to be reckoned with on Black Twitter. There were a lot of major Black Twitter celebrities that were Barbs themselves openly. Do not even fucking lie. Do not even fucking lie and act like that wasn't the case. It's not anymore. It's not anymore. And I think a lot of people have probably reflected on their past behavior, their past allegiances, their past attitudes. So that's why they're like a little embarrassed by it. But that was the case. Bus joke from a white guy's dangerous territory. Come on. Hey, come on. It's been 4 years. Can we be serious? It was cynical. It was fucking cynical. The Barbs cynically leaned into, well, you're racist for telling a black woman that she's not allowed to align with white nationalists. She's a black woman. She's allowed to align with white nationalists if she wants to. Okay, well, now she's aligning with all the white nationalists. What's up? While they're doing white nationalism. No? Really? That's unacceptable? Why do not say that? What the fuck? What am I saying? Like, I'm saying Tucker Carlson is racist. Like, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I won't do it. I don't want to fucking get clapped up. Why do people backtrack like this, dude? Just yeah. It was not even, these people are acting like you said the N-word. No, it wasn't even that. It wasn't even fucking, I didn't even tweet it out. That's the best part. Not only did I not tweet it out, they literally filmed, like they clipped the part where I'm like, all right, sure, I won't tweet it out. And they said the intention behind that was the most white supremacist, most white supremacist thing you could have done, or whatever the fuck. Like it's a bad look, sweetie. It's a bad look, sweetie. And then they just pummeled that shit into the fucking ground. And to this day, I still think it's like, it was peak woke. So a lot of people were maybe a lot of people were a little bit too peak wokeified. Yeah, I didn't even post the tweet. They just screenshotted me typing it out and were like, you tried to post this racially insensitive tweet. Yeah, that was woke one. That was woke one. And people still will do it. They'll be like, it's a bad look. Brother. It is contextually not a bad look at all. It is the analogy that she's using, and it's about me talking about a white supremacist. Okay? Not gonna lie, the people who told you not to tweet that, save you from the cancellation, it didn't work. People still fucking canceled me, which is why it's bullshit. Cancellation is bullshit. It's not real. Just say it with your chest. Oh, they locked her Twitter because she was like still doing fucking anti-vax shit? Oops. They didn't like what I was saying over there on that block. I guess my poll was going to be asking questions. Okay, I like being fucking dumb, then boom, can't tweet. She keeps relegating back to like, I'm not actually an anti-vaxxer. I'm just asking questions. You know, Tucker Carlson likes asking questions too. Like, should black people be allowed to vote? Yeah, literally. Look at what Tucker Carlson said about the guy who was, oh, thanks, Austin Ox. Did you just get Nikki suspended on Twitter for doubling down? No, that was not me. Please don't say that was me. I don't want the fucking Barbs to murder me and my family, okay?
Foreshadowing as a narrative.
He's live on IG. There's 145,000 people watching her. Holy shit, dude.
But now listen to this. You guys, has something ever happened in your life and you didn't really pay it much mind, right? But then you slept on it and then you realized there was something even more layered there. You had to unwrap it and unravel it, right? And sometimes something that was meaningless to you or not that meaningful becomes a gem when you go back and unravel it, right?
What the fuck? Is this Nicki Minaj's Joker moment? What the fuck, dude?
It's starting to feel a little scary that you can't speak. You can't speak for the fear of the mob attacking you.
Oh, God.
If that
oh,
doesn't
no.
give you chills up and down your fucking spine.
Bro, this is literally the beginnings
scary.
of... This is 100% the beginnings of, like, culture war shit, like, cancel culture.
You should be able to ask questions about anything you're putting inside your body. But don't y'all see what's fucking happening? Don't you?
Historians one day will look back at this moment. Cultural anthropologists will look back at this moment, watch this video and go, oh, this was a turning point. It makes sense. This is just like China.
We are living now in that time where people will turn their back on you if you don't, not only not agree, fuck not agreeing, but people will isolate you if you simply speak and ask a question. Y'all don't see what the fuck is happening? And Twitter can just wake they crusty ass.
Almost an entire year after her brother, once again, was sentenced to 25 years for child rape. For the record, that was, I think, probably another, big pivot point.
Up and stop me from asking questions to stop a person from. So what it's making me think now is that there's something bigger to it. You know, like when I kept on seeing all these people with all these conspiracy theories, I would be like, oh, what? Oh, please, you know. But what in the world scared y'all that much that made you disable my fucking Twitter?
Oh, what the fuck? I'm trending on Twitter? Oh, no.
But listen to me, please. Open your fucking eyes. Open your eyes. That's all.
Why white people like, they feel like, oh, let me just be our voice. No, bitch.
They consider themselves to.
Do you think Tucker Carlson? Yeah. Yep. This doesn't excuse you using black trauma as a joke to prove a point. You don't got to tell me nothing because I'm a black person telling you what's racist. You're a white man and you have no place to tell me what's offensive and not to my community. Do you think Tucker Carlson being pro-segregation is a joke? It's not a joke to me.
Educated on our issues. But
you're acting dense and not understanding what people are saying. Your performative activism of using black trauma as a clapback is weird and racist. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? You're this mad about a tweet that stayed in the drafts instead of a dude who says brown and black immigrants are dirty every night to 9 million honkies being promoted by your favorite artist. Deranged stan behavior. Back then, I used to entertain this kind of stuff a lot more. I would just like reply over and over again. I would just duke it out. Didn't give a shit.
They're not black people.
So pretty much typing and saying a racist clapback means it's not racist. You knew not to tweet it due to your own following telling you not to post it. You keep deflecting on what we are discussing now, and literally nobody on this thread defending him. The counter is not racist. People in my chat stopped me because they knew dumbass stands like you would latch onto it because it's easy to misconstrue and deflect away from your own guilty conscience that you don't like that your fave posted positively about a white nationalist. I want to read this Twitter thread with sound effects. You know what I mean? Like just every time. Like that.
Discord and hangs out with.
Leftists are so racist. Wow. Racism is when you point out Tucker Carlson would be pro-segregation. Thank you for the brilliant analysis. I didn't even send the tweet, but it's wild that Barb's apparently are more sensitive about my drafts than Tucker's white nationalism. Yeah, whatever, but this is weird. Nicki Minaj is in Twitter jail, and her IG story sounds like the origin story of the Joker, talking about cancel culture, etc., how the mob is similar to Chinese censorship. Tucker Carlson is 100% pro-segregation. If you're more mad about me pointing that out, perhaps you care more about standing Nicki than anything else.
Another Twitcher.
That Stan account now?
Would you so like she?
Nicki Minaj.
Anyway, let's keep going. End it. And literally said he did not care either. Like, mans want to decide what is and isn't racist. Barb's use half this energy against Tucker Carlson challenge. Impossible difficulty. The issue is that, and then Armenian e-girl, the issue is that people have is that comments and jokes like this, blah, 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 is a non-starter. The entire thread and responses are psychotic. No one is defending Tucker here either. Why are you going so hard to defend a joke so poor in taste that even your own dumbass chatters told you not to post? Hunter HHS. I like you, dog, but this is weird. Because I don't think it's a fucking joke, man. My chatter stopped me because they knew it would get misconstrued and weaponized by weirdo stands who were desperate to latch on to anything from people criticizing Nicki to move the attention elsewhere, as they're doing now.
Well, do y'all know who he's related to?
You're shaking and throwing up.
Is his uncle. His higher staff quit because he didn't want to pay them a livable wage.
He tweeted this. He said blackface is hot right now.
Hey, bro.
It gets worse. Hasan, you are dead. You are a white man. How the fuck are you going to tell us what is and what isn't racist? White leftists are racist. He thought he killed this. ... You and Tucker can go to hell. All stand shit aside. So, not every black person who is mad at you, Hasan Anti, not every black person who is mad at you is a Barb or Stan, you brick face. Now, here's the thing. That's true. That's true. Like, genuinely, if he doesn't apologize for shit like this, I can't see myself watching his content anymore. Not every person that was yelling at me was black, and not every person that was yelling at me was a Nicki Minaj stan. Okay? And yes, the brick face part is true. I do have a bricked up face. Anyway, but what's interesting is, at least from my perspective, two things I want to talk about. Number one, leftist tendency to pile on because they think there is a situation where someone is being immoral from their perspective. Leftist purity spirals and how quickly they jump on board without really thinking about it critically, especially because it's going to look bad in that moment, right? It's going to look bad. No one wants to fucking stake their claim or their reputation to be like, hey guys, this is a person who has spent the last, at that point, 10 years of his career advocating for these issues. I think we're like jumping on him for no reason. No, everybody gets in on it. Even the Hunter HHH guy, who I think is like still a fan, right? Like he's not like a bad person at all. So that's number one. That's number one. Number two, at no point did I fucking turn around and go, you know what? You know what? Everybody's yelling at me. They're calling me a white supremacist. They're trying to fucking cancel me. I guess I'm right wing now. You know who did do that though? Fucking Nicki Minaj. Okay? That's the difference. Have some fucking conviction. As a leftist, I despise the left. And yet, that does not shake me away from the convictions that I have. Putting empathy first in my politics. Making sure that everyone is doing their very best to leave a better world, a better future. That's what you got to be like. Be a little bit more stubborn. Have a little bit more fucking conviction. What is this nonsense? Oh my God. The left is mad at me. They're canceling me. They're calling me a racist. Well, I'll show them. I'll become it. Get the fuck out of here. You're not a real one. You're not a real one. You know how many fucking points this shit? So are Barb's just stupid stands? Barb's are stands at Nicki Minaj. Okay? But this isn't just Barb's. There are fucking other annoying leftists on here who are jumping on board too. Yeah, using black trauma as a joke and telling black people what we're dumbass stands for not agreeing with you is definitely not racist. Right? Like, think about where this came from. Also, some of the stands are still on it, for the record.
I have to get ready, sir. I have to go to work. I have to go to work.
I'm sorry, I can't understand. You're a white man. How the fuck are you going to tell us what is and what isn't racist? You're really sitting here deflecting and telling us what you said isn't wrong. That person is still on the Nicki train, okay? Hasan, that was the most brutal clapback I've ever seen you make. I stuck it through woke 1. I'll stick it through woke 2. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Call me a fucking racist. Call me a fucking white supremacist. Call me transphobic. Call me Islamophobic. Call me anti-Semitic. I'm going to stand by the things I believe, okay? That's it. If you had started grifting in that moment, it could have been you in Provo, Utah. Oh, shit. Here is the original thread. Yeah. Look back with today's eyes on this conversation. No, the counter is not racist. People in my chat. By the way, this person goes, as a dunk. This tweet is literally about Bill Maher using the N-word with a hard R. Do you think that's the same? Hasan, I'm begging you to tweet that thread at that person. No, because I'm not a fucking petty bitch. Also, he's still powered by rainbet.com, so I don't really care. And secondly, it's all right. I don't care about fucking winning a dub and like humiliating someone and being petty like that. I care like that person, he's already dropped the whole stand shit. He's not a barb anymore. Who gives a fuck? Okay? And it's not even about being a barb. It's about It's not even about like standing Nicki Minaj, or it's not about any of that shit. It's actually just about making sure that people are fighting for the right causes, making sure that people do not make enemies of those who are on their side, okay? That's why I'm very open about people who have in the past farmed me for hatred, attacked me all this time. If they actually come on board, if they actually say, hey, you know what? I'm going to let bygones be bygones. I was wrong, or whatever the fuck. I'm with you, okay? That's it. It hurts. It hurts far more. I mean, I love, like I've said, I love when my enemies hate me, right? Enemies on the right, they hate me all day, every day. That's awesome, okay? That's great. That's fantastic. I'm always on board with that. You know, great. I hate when it's someone who presents themselves as a liberal, or someone who presents themselves as like a progressive-minded person that comes in and tries to fucking undermine what I'm trying to do from that perspective, from a progressive perspective. I hate that shit. But it still will not shake my convictions, okay?
But he wasn't making a joke, is what I'm trying to tell you. It wasn't a joke.
Him calling a black woman she gonna be put back in the bus. That's racist.
He got exposed a few weeks ago for buying like $1 million house.
A white person. No, your face, bitch. Guess what? Out the motherfucking face. Now later, kiss my ass.
Even some of the shit he says about black conservatives, like, I don't like them either, but it still rubs me the...
I like that many things have not changed, though. Like a bunch of fucking weirdo Nikki stands elevated some shit to random parts of black Twitter and now actually funny, cool, and chill. People think I'm racist. Man, fuck those people too, to be honest. If one fucking thing you see from a deranged person who tweets about a 38-year-old woman 24 hours a day is enough for you to write me off, then fuck you. There are people tweeting about how I'm their hyperfixation, and I'm in the process of being canceled, Lamau. Remember? 2021 Twitter. A lot of these kids saw the anti-SJW memes and were like, that's my template of who I should be like. Please look at this person's name as they shame me. Hasan, you are dead. That was me defending you in that Twitter space. I still haven't recovered to this day. I wake up in hot sweats talking about Roman's revenge like I was still in that space. I commissioned myself a Purple Heart medal and had CMAC bestowed upon me for my participation in this war. Yeah, I remember that. Brave warrior, yeah. I don't think I've seen you get dug in and reply to as many dumb fucks in one night, Lamau. No, I used to do that way more frequently back in the day. I don't do that for this reason, because obviously replying to fucking dumbass reply guys only escalates the situation, only elevates it. Because for many people, they're like, ooh, this is my opportunity to get one on them, right? It's the same as like responding to every fucking gray name in the chat.
Black conservatives, like, I don't like...
Makes me so mad every time this shit happens. Obviously, my POV isn't going to change, but it makes me so fucking sad when I see random kids like, yo, I used to love you. What the fuck happened to you?
Them either, but it still rubs me the wrong way.
So I watch this song, and I'm also a barber. And like, think about like what you do every day. You're saying you never made a mistake. Twitch is just mad racist in general. Like, we should toss away the whole platform. I'm just saying Hasan has done a lot for like black rights. Obviously, he's made a mistake. He's a white person. What the fuck? He's a white person. I want to hear anything great, bro. What that man do?
The one time someone is fucking out there trying to stake their neck out, stake their Kirk out, they're like, put that Kirk back in. Put it back in the turtle shell.
It's called New Age Racism.
New Age Racism. Calling out Nicki Minaj's allegiances 4 years in the past to the most powerful white nationalist at the time is actually New Age racism. Yeah, New Age racism, like the old one is dead, by the way. Like there's a need for a new version. Like the old, classic style white supremacy went away at all.
It's like rebranded. It's like using slavery analogies. It's still offensive and it's still...
Like using slavery analogies.
Racist, regardless of the intention.
Haas Tweet has already abandoned me. They've left. They left at the
Yay for 9
first
months.
side of conflict, which is fine. I understand.
9
Last
months
night I
while
ended the
I watched
broadcast
the
and I
Senate
just
company time.
decided to crack my knuckles and go the fuck in. Dive the fuck in. It's probably one of the worst things you can do. Engaging with Stan Twitter was, can you explain to me how you finally accomplished whitehood? Like you just have to call out white supremacy to black white supremacists and instantly join the in-group? No, dude, these people are just, everyone is just struggling, okay? They're just trying to figure out what they believe and what their place is in society. That's it. You can't take this stuff seriously, okay? That's all it is. That's the point. You understand? It's not that serious. It's not that serious. When someone on the internet calls you a white supremacist and you have your convictions and you have your belief system and you think white supremacy is morally repugnant, okay? And you actively do your very best to fight back against that kind of thing. And then like a shit ton of people are just saying that to you, as was the case for the entire fucking week that this stuff went on for. You have two options, and this is something that I've gone through so many times. You have either you take it sincerely and you're like, oh man, why did all these people betray me? So you're saying white supremacy is not that serious? No, you fucking idiot. I'm saying that if you're not a white supremacist, if you're anti-racist, people calling you a white supremacist is not that serious. You can just let it wash over you instead of making it your entire life's mission to turn around and prove that those people were right. Okay? Shut up. You know exactly what I meant and you want to be a bitch about it. Okay? Not a great idea. It was not a good idea. It was not a good idea. I mean, I was just replying to random people. Like, how the fuck did we get here from Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend's balls? When I say Tucker Carlson would have been an advocate to make sure that Nicki Minaj can't even get on the bus, let alone to the back of the bus, I mean it. I stand by that sentiment a million times over. I was not joking. That was not a joke. None of that was a joke. I was 100% right on this take. It was not a joke. I read something on Twitter that actually really upset me. This is a black community member who's a fan. So after the entire night of just like blasting fucking random teenagers on the internet, defending and doubling down, when I read this, I realized, like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am. There's a lot of people that I truly love and truly care for and truly don't want to hurt the feelings of. No, I am apologizing. Not to the fucking psycho deranged pieces of shit, but I am apologizing to people who felt conflicted about this. I never want someone like this person in my community to ever feel like I am dehumanizing them. You guys are so fucking stupid, dude. I'm done with this chat. I'm done with this fucking community. I swear to God. Why do people backtrack like this, dude? So my attitude on a lot of this stuff, is sometimes being like hyper rational about things like this is not the appropriate response at all. Like, there's no reason to dig in if you have hurt people's feelings, even if you stand by your convictions. It's still, that Redditor is currently an Ethan Klein fan. Are you fucking kidding me? The person that was conflicted about my tweet is standing a dude with a 8-minute N-word with a hard R compilation? This is why I never apologize to them. No, it's because it's not that person. I'm not apologizing to that person because it's the same principle behind like, the Sudan cancellation where they were like, Hasan said black people with a hard B, right? Like, I think I know who I am. I know what I represent. I know what my beliefs are. I know that there are other people out there who don't know that, and it doesn't fucking matter, right? Either you can be an asshole, or you can just be like, you know what? I'm sorry that, this was a hurtful moment. And that's it. Like, that's it. There's no reason to just like continue fucking having this endless cycle, this endless back and forth. What I'm trying to say is sometimes it's okay to be irrational or to respond to people behaving in an irrational manner because this is a sensitive issue. Okay? That's it. You talked about Sudan as an idea or a thing in relation to Palestine, not as a genuine thing. Like, see, oh my fucking God, this guy's still doing it. No, dude, no, we've already moved on from that. Okay, there's been numerous instances where I have already covered Sudan. You're literally using an ongoing fucking conflict where people are being slaughtered as a talking point right now, dude. Fuck. Oh my fucking Lord. Stop. Jesus Christ. Anyway, the point is, what I always think to myself in heated moments of crisis or conflict, that's like oftentimes manufactured hysteria, that is a great opportunity for a lot of the different communities of enemies that I've cultivated that totally lean into it cynically, is we're going to look back at this like a couple years later down the line and we're going to laugh about it. Okay? As we do with the house, right? As we do with the house saga, as we do with the Hasan least the poor saga, as we do with all these other things, right? Like even a couple months after the fact, I think people look back at it and they laugh at it. Like in the very moment when the Sabra hummus thing was taking place, a lot of people were just like, oh my God, this is the peak of anti-Semitism. Like they got whipped into a frenzy, right? Or the Gucci shirt. That's another good one. Like it was so stupid. It was such a stupid thing to lean into, okay? And the very people that actually cynically pushed it, non-fucking stop, are now actually actively doing an about face. And they're doing it not in the best ways possible. Obviously, they're doing it without actually recognizing their, own personal role in this censorship environment that they cultivated. But that's it. When you look back at this stuff a couple months later or a year later in the rear view mirror, you realize you just got to let some shit wash over you, you know? And you got to stay true to your convictions and you got to keep pushing. If you have firm commitments to certain causes, if you have firm commitments, okay? You just have to let the shit wash over you. You can't get upset. You can't get mad. It doesn't matter, no matter how hard people yell at you and no matter how silly their perspective might be, right? It did actually kind of make me sad, though. They're always after you. Please know that you've got aunties out here who know this is all bad faith, and inshallah, you won't have to deal with this shit. Folks have been watching you. You know you're out praying for you. Yeah, but I also account for the fact that, like, I know that not everyone is going to know where I'm coming from, especially in like the clip culture that we live in now, right? They're not gonna know where the fuck I'm coming from. They just see a white guy, and if it's like presented cynically enough, if it's presented poorly enough, shittily enough, and they see a white guy doing it, they will lean into it. They will say, "Oh yeah, no, this guy is white supremacist." It's like I am so conflicted about this. But yeah, ultimately, your actions will speak louder than the words. Okay. No.
If you don't like me, that's fine, but watch your mouth.
Oh, you bitches, Rosa Parks. Get your ass up.
This one is for the boys.
Bars victory. Yeah, well, we might have lost that battle, but we seemingly are winning the war, I think. And by that, I just mean I was right. I was right to call it out back then, and I saw something settling in, and it turns out it took 4 fucking years for it to be firmly established, but that's where we're at, okay? Bars would be white nationals by association if they do not disassociate with Minaj? Probably. People keeping you with Kayagate PMO because parasocial bitches who don't even watch think they know everything? Yes. You know, it'll keep happening. It'll keep happening. Bro, that was 4 years ago, yeah. And also, there were some iconic moments from that conversation, of course. But hey, the question I would have to someone from not from this community, but like someone who maybe developed an attitude about me being like a racist, white supremacist or whatever 4 years ago in that. And then just like never really checked back in to see where I was at. Do you feel like my convictions have changed? Do you feel like my attitudes have changed? Do you feel like or am I still advocating for the things I'm advocating for? You know? Hilarious to think back then, no one would think that Tucker and Nikki would be found in the same place. Well, I did. Okay. There was someone who thought that Tucker Carlson and Nicki Minaj were, in the same place. Me. And I got yelled at for it fucking endlessly. But like I said, two things that I always tell you whenever, because there's a lot of white people in this community, right? And people go like, oh, all these people are yelling at you. Like, black people, you keep saying you're racist, you're white supremacist, all this shit. And it's like, oh, why do you, like, what do you do in that situation? I'm like, who gives a fuck? Okay. What do I always tell you? You are not advocating against white supremacy because you want black people to think you're fucking cool. It's not transactional. You're doing it because white supremacy is morally repugnant. You're doing it because it's right. Okay? That's it. So you just got to remind yourself of if you're having a moment of crisis in your convictions, you just have to remind yourself of that. My ex-situationship and ex-best friend are leftists, but they don't like you because you are a misogynist because of your past and believe you hold these convictions still, your old podcast and stuff, I guess. Yeah, who gives a fuck? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're right. Fuck it, who cares? Just, Anyway, we got JD Vance, but Trump is live right now, so I'm going to tune into that.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is
President Trump is making an announcement with the Secretary of War and the Secretary of the Navy. It's about like the new ships that they're building. They're building the Golden Fleet.
This is generational in the change, not just in terms of applying American war power, increasing our ability to protect the seas. The U.S. Navy is the single biggest source of peace in the world of all of our forces because it gives us a global footprint. But it rebuilds American industrial capacity. The ability to make things again in our country has been critical to what the president's agenda has been all about, and this is a tangible reminder of it. And I know the country's grateful for it, and generations of Americans will be grateful for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Marco. By the way, I think I'd just like to point out that these ships are made of steel as opposed to aluminum. It's a big difference, as you know. Battleships, the great battleships, had 6- and 7-inch steel hulls. And these are going to be likewise made out of very powerful steel. Our steel industry is coming back very strongly, by the way. It's coming back at record numbers. And we're going to be using them for the steel, but as opposed to an aluminum side, which in all fairness is not the same. So, John, we're going with all steel, I understand. And that's going to be something that people are surprised. More expensive, but not even comparable in terms of the importance and the strength. Yeah, please.
What's your timetable for these first two ships, and do you see them as a counter to
China? We're going to start almost immediately, and we'll probably talk in about 2.5 years.
And in terms of the mission, do you see it as a counter to China?
It's a counter to everybody. It's not China. We get along great with China. I have a great relationship with President Xi. not China. It's just everybody. You don't know who comes along, but we just wanted peace through strength. Hopefully, we never have to use them, but there will never be anything built like these. Think of it. Those battleships are incredible. These have 100 times the power. Think of that. I mean, and they were big and they were powerful. You know, I thought about taking some that are in dry dock and changing them. And then when I said that, you know, if we did, would be about, we could increase, if we doubled them, they'd be at like just a tiny fraction of what one of these was. This is the new technology, which is incredible. So we decided pretty early on not to do that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Julio Rosas with most Peace
Battleships are big guns that have been extended in modern navies in the 1980s. Ships are called aircraft carriers, cruisers, destroyers, not battleships.
You just said that you're going to start that same program.
Yeah, he's bringing battleships back, baby. We put the biggest guns. No more need for airplanes. Everyone knows airplanes are woke. We got to bring the big guns back. I mean, I do think that like big gun battleships are kind of cool. I will admit that. Okay. I do think that they're technically cooler than, you know, having a fucking nuclear powered city roaming around the planet with a fuck ton of airplanes attached to it that just go and hit targets very far away. I think it's cooler if you're just like literally maneuvering the ship and you got to make sure the cannons line up old school style, you know?
The big ones, yeah. I have.
That's cool. Like that's objectively a cooler way to wage war than this new lame shit that we're doing.
Talking about with Venezuela?
Yes.
Well, you had a different kind of a president before me. They didn't mind being ripped off. They didn't mind being robbed.
We should bring back boarding like pirates. I agree. I think that's also cool. I think it's cooler to just like jump off from, you know, just like have a bunch of ropes tied up and you like jump into the other ship and you're using knives and weapons. Like you're using not even like small arms. You're using like, you know, swords and shields and axes and whatever you can find. And you're going,
photos of Bill Clinton and Epstein.
It's time we board the ship, matey. And you know, and then like the most like complicated weapon you have is a blunderbuss, right? Oh, Epstein question.
Victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, you know, but I think it's terrible. Look, I don't like. I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him.
Oh,
I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy, either friendly or not friendly. But they, you know, he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers, and Bill Clinton was a friend of his. But everybody was. I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago, and as a
I'm a white hat pedophile.
I threw him out.
I'm a white hat pedophile. Everyone knows. All right, when I was doing it, I was doing it for good.
Place in Florida, and everybody would come here. He'd come here. We actually threw him out. But no, I don't like the pictures of Bill Clinton being shown. I don't like the pictures of other people being shown. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it, but you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago, and they're, you know, highly respected bankers and lawyers and others, and they'll end up, because of guys like Massey, who's a real lowlife, whose polls are down to about 9%, by the way, in the great state of Kentucky. If you look at Kentucky, Kentucky is such a great place, but I don't know, they've got a couple of people in there that are very strange in terms of leadership, but Massey's a loser, and he likes it, and that he works with the Democrats. He's just being used by the Democrats, because what this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party has. Like, for instance, today we're building the biggest ships in the world, most powerful ships in the world, and they're asking me questions about Jeffrey Epstein. I thought that was finished. I believe they gave over 100,000 pages of documents, and there is tremendous backlash. It's an interesting question, because a lot of people are very angry that pictures are being released of other people that really had nothing to do with Epstein, but they're in a picture with him because he was at a party. and you ruin the reputation of somebody. So a lot of people are very angry that this continues. A lot of Republicans
this is the
are angry
most, it's a big club and you ain't in it moment. No, a lot of people don't actually have photos with a prolific international pedophile sex trafficker who was potentially doing it all for blackmail of the elites at the behest of Mossad and CIA. So no, you're just talking about a very small group of people, Trump. Who the fuck? Oh, I hate when I accidentally slip and fall into a photo with international sex criminal Jeffrey Epstein 15 plus times. Shut the fuck up.
The problem is a lot of Democrats are being caught up in the web, like Larry Summers. Larry Summers was the head of Harvard. He's now been forced to resign from every board he's on.
You got duped,
He was thrown off the Harvard board. Now he was at Epstein's Island a lot. I wasn't. I never went there, by the way.
What are you talking about?
Fortunately,
why would I be duped? I never said it was real. What the fuck are you talking about?
But instead of talking about the battleships, or instead of talking about most favored nations drugs, we're bringing down drug prices like at a level that has never even been thought of, by thousands. Think of it, by 1,000%, by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400% in some cases. A drug that sells for $10 in London is costing $130 in
He's
New
woke.
York.
He's woke now.
We're
He's
bringing
going to
it down
lower
to
pharmaceutical
$20,
prices.
and they're going to go up to 20.
My king.
So they're going from 10 to 20, which is a doubling. It's a doubling. That's a lot, but it's a doubling. But we're going down to 20. So we're going down, if you can do your own math, but it's 2,000%, 3,000%. It's pretty amazing.
By the way, another fucking I called it moment for the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. If you recall, what did I say? The reason why I thought that like they will dangle Bill Clinton as red meat here, but then that might actually backfire on them, is because of the principle of mutually assured destruction. MAD, right? But this time, mutually assured pedophile destruction. And basically, Bill Clinton's response straight up was, hey, man, I was there, and I saw you there too, bitch. So let it all out. Let the facts do the talking. Statement by Angel Urena, spokesman for former President Bill Clinton. The Epstein Files Transparency Act imposed a clear legal duty on the U.S. Department of Justice to produce a full and complete record to the public demands and deserves. However, what the Department of Justice has released so far and the manner in which it did so makes one thing clear. Someone or something is being protected. We don't know whom, what, or why, but we do know this. We need no such protection. Accordingly, we call on President Trump to direct Attorney General Bondi to immediately release any remaining materials referring to, mentioning, or containing a photograph of Bill Clinton. This includes, without limitation, any records that may exist and are subject to disclosure under the Act, Public Law 11938, enacted November 19th, 2025, including grand jury transcripts, interview notes, photographs, and findings by the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, as referenced under oath to Congress by President Trump's first-term Attorney General. Refusal to do so will confirm the widespread suspicion the Department of Justice's actions to date are not about transparency, but about insinuation, using selective releases to imply wrongdoing about individuals who have already been repeatedly cleared by the very same Department of Justice over many years under presidents and attorneys general of both parties. Bubba's coming out. It's Bubba's revenge. Bubba said there's photos of you sucking me off. Bubba said, hey, yo, you were in the cut. Dick on mouth. Show the world how you sucked it. Return to the Bubba. Anyway, yeah, I was going to tell you about the CGI thing earlier. It was only released by DOJ because it was an attachment to a random email someone sent from the public. It's not from the DOJ. Nothing about this video makes sense and it's unclear while it was included in the DOJ files. Yeah, it turns out it was actually just like a random document the context. The video comes from this email to the DOJ. Dear investigators, came across a perverted video of Epstein's suicide leaked by an anonymous source. I attached it, But if your email strips attachments, you can also download it from Google Drive here. Is this real? Dog. Bro said, is this real? To this, okay? To this, to this, to this, to this, to this. Like, this is Game Boy Color Advanced level of graphics. Shit looks like bowling alley animations, brother. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, you hit a strike, or no, you flub it. I guess this would be when you can't even get one, you know? And then this pops up at the bowling alley. Game Boy Color, not Game Boy Color Advanced. Man, shut up. Yeah, gutter ball animation pops up. This is artificial unintelligence? Yeah, it's from some fucking random YouTuber. This guy didn't do a deep investigation. Okay, he found a random YouTube video of a CGI hypothetical render of how Jeffrey Epstein did definitely kill himself. How does the DOJ explain that? The DOJ absolutely has no credibility to investigate, prosecute employees of the BOP in SDNY while at the same time an SDFL, Attorney General, blah, blah, blah. Fedbop.com, or alternatively, I'm also known as Q from theinvestigation.org, busting government pedophiles since 1987. Epstein was a friend of a friend, although never heard of him until after. What? Why is that even in the investigation? Like, why would that even be, like, was that passed around the prosecutors to laugh at this person? Like, why was that even featured in the investigation at all? The separate, I assume, investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's death. You know? Like, millions of people, I am certain, send a lot of random emails to, government emails that they find online or whatever. Records requests are wide-reaching. They received an email. It landed in their inbox. They had to document it, I guess. It's even funnier because they took it down, by the way. Yeah, but the OG is a 3D render produced by a YouTuber 5 years ago. Complete hoax and red herring. To be clear, this isn't proof that the DOJ themselves produced or planted it. The most likely explanation is that someone within their dragnet of emails collected, they probably gained access to an inbox or digital conversation that included this video as attachment. But also, they're so stupid, I don't think they could entirely put it past them. Regardless of this video came into DOJ custody, this is absolutely not a real video. I don't think anybody thought it was a real... Who thought this was a real video? Was there... I mean, I guess there was some people who thought it was a real video, right? Like, there were some people in this chat, which is really funny. I'm like, come on, guys. No, it was very clearly shittily done CGI. It wasn't even good CGI.
Look what happened in Colorado where they would occupy apartment houses. And he didn't want to do anything about it because he was scared. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, please.
So in response to the United States taking sanctioned oil from Venezuela, Colombian President Gustavo Petro criticized the United States by saying, well, the Southwest is stolen land and that it should be returned to Latin America. I just wanted to know what your response to that is.
Well, he has to watch because, he's got drug factories. They make cocaine in Colombia. And he's no friend of the United States. He's very bad guy. And he's got to watch his ass because he makes cocaine and they send it into the United States of America from Colombia. We love the Colombian people. I love the Colombian people. They're great people, energetic, smart, great. But their new leader is a troublemaker. And he better watch it. You better close up those cocaine factories. They have at least 3 major cocaine factories. We know where they are. He better close them up fast, yeah. By the way, it's made and sold into the United States. Comes through Mexico.
Thank you, sir. You've named Governor Landry to be new special envoy to Greenland.
Yeah.
How do you, what do you see that role entailing, and is it still your intention that Greenland become part of the U.S.?
He viewed Louisiana, the Louisiana Purchase. He said, I'm governor of Louisiana. And he said, I didn't call him, he called me. He's very proactive. He's a great guy. He's a deal guy. He's a deal maker type guy. And we need it for national protection. We need Greenland for national protection. They have a very small population. And I don't know, they say Denmark, but Denmark is...
Yeah, I saw the Canadian version of the 60 Minutes video that was censored in America, but because it was still released in Canada, but it's ass. I'm sure there's a better version of it than like one that was filmed on a television, on a Canadian's television with bisexual lighting in the background. You know what I mean?
Not for minerals. We have so many sites for minerals and oil and everything. We have more oil than any other country in the world. We need Greenland for national security. And if you take a look at Greenland, you look up and down the coast, you have Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need it for national security. We have to have it. And he wanted to lead
he's back. He's back on the
we're
Greenland
making
shit.
him, Marco, today, a special envoy to Greenland. Greenland's a big deal. Yeah.
On the talks that took place this past weekend, and could a trilateral discussion of sort be the next step for Ukrainian, U.S., and Russian delegations?
So the talks on Ukraine, Russia are going along. They lost, as you know, 27,000 soldiers last month, mostly soldiers, some people, but some people in Kiev, etc., but mostly soldiers. And the talks are going along. And I say that, there's tremendous hatred between these two leaders, between President Putin, President Zelensky, tremendous hatred. And I hope we can get it done. We are talking. Talks are going okay. But, I've solved 8 wars. And Thailand is starting to shape up. They started with Cambodia. They started up again. But I think, Marco, we have that in pretty good shape to have that stopped. So we stopped 8 wars. And I thought this would be in the middle of the pack. But maybe easy, but in the middle of the pack. But there's a lot of hatred between those two people, and when there's hatred, there's, But we stopped one war 38 years, one war 35 years, one war was going on for 32 years. And we stopped, think of it, we stopped a potential nuclear war between Pakistan and India. And the head of Pakistan, highly respected general, he's a field marshal, and also the Prime Minister of Pakistan said, President Trump saved 10 million lives, maybe more, by getting that war. 8 planes were shot down. That war was starting to rage. And he actually said the other day that President Trump saved 10 million lives, maybe more. So we solved all these wars. The only one I haven't solved yet is Russia, Ukraine.
Are you still pushing for the Christmas Day deadline with Russia and Ukraine? And have you spoken with Putin or Zelensky or plan to push the deal?
I'll do whatever I have to do. I'd like to see it stopped. Look, we don't lose any money on that war anymore. Biden gave $350 billion, and who knows what happened to it. We now sell missiles, planes, all of the best military equipment. We sell it to NATO. We got NATO to go from 2% GDP to 5%. Nobody believed that to this day. Nobody's going to write that, but nobody believed it. And they take that money and they pay it to the United States for weapons. So we sell weapons to NATO. We sell full price. We sell weapons to NATO, and NATO takes those weapons and probably distributes them, but gives a lot of them to Ukraine. So we don't lose any money like we did with Biden. He was spending money like a fool. He was a fool. What he did to our country is so horrible. But he gave $350 billion between cash, gave a lot of cash, $350 between cash and weapons. You remember at the beginning of that whole thing, I gave them javelins. Javelins are the anti-tank busters. And President Obama at the time gave them sheets.
Blankets.
I gave them javelins. They gave them sheets. But the bottom line, it's time for, I think they're all tired of that war. Everyone's tired of that war. It's got to stop. Yeah, please.
The U.S. was in active pursuit of a sanctioned oil tanker yesterday. Are you able to share what became of that tanker? Was the U.S. able to seize it?
No, it's moving along, and we'll end up getting it. Yeah, we're actually pursuing it. Can you imagine? Because it came from the wrong location. It came out of Venezuela. and it was sanctioned. Yeah, please.
Goal in Venezuela to force Maduro from power.
Well, I think it probably would. I can't tell that. That's up to him what he wants to do. I think it would be smart for him to do that. But again, we're going to find out. Look, Venezuela did terrible things.
It was not sanctioned, but who gives a fuck if it is even sanctioned? What do you mean? Like, what are we doing? We're just deciding that saying a Venezuelan tanker is sanctioned and then seizing it is literally just piracy with one additional step. You just said, nah, it's mine. It's technically no different than Donald Trump saying all of Venezuelan oil belongs to us. Venezuela stole this oil from us by having it, okay, as their natural reserves. Like, that's all this is. It's no different. It is just simply, we get to do it because I say so. Okay? I need you to understand that.
Insurance companies. So what I'm asking for in healthcare is very simple. Obamacare is a disaster. I call it the Unaffordable Care Act. Unaffordable as opposed to, it's unaffordable. They're going to have a tremendous increase in premiums, which is Obamacare, which is them, the Democrats' fault. They'll try and blame Republicans. It has nothing to do with us. It's the Democrats' fault. What I want to do is we spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year that go to insurance companies.
Shouldn't the U.S. be allowed to do this,
I want that
though?
money
Fuck no.
to go to the
What?
people and let the people buy their own health care. And
Finish the
everybody
Elden Ring
loves it.
DLC? Okay, you're
It's
a dickhead.
become our issue. Now, before I do that, I'll meet with the insurance companies, just as I met with the drug companies. As you know, we're meeting with 4 other drug companies, Johnson & Johnson. But they've all agreed. We're meeting with them this week. It's coming up. It'll be a similar meeting.
Why
They've all
is he
agreed.
spitting so much?
But nobody would have thought the drug companies were going to do what they did. Were they giving away free drugs? And they've been so great. Okay? And we have most favored nations. Nobody thought that was possible. I don't think any other president ever tried to get it because they never thought they could. But with respect to the insurance companies, I want to meet. There's essentially 14 of them, 10 big, but there's a total of 14 pretty much, pretty big. And I want to meet with them, and I want to say, I want you to cut your rates way down, way down. And maybe if they do that, we'll be able to not cut them out. We'll be able to continue to deal with them, which is probably a little easier process. I think the best process is pay the money directly to the people, let them buy their own health care. But I'm going to meet with them the first week back. I do it now, but they're trying to come up with a schedule. They want to meet badly, they've told me, but they want to come up with a schedule. I said, make it a good schedule. Your rates have to come way down. We're also going to meet with other insurance companies because under Biden, the insurance rates have gone through the roof. Auto insurance, home insurance. I mean, insurance companies are making far more than they're entitled to make. So we're going to be doing that. But just in the meantime,
That's right, baby. Price checks coming.
the first few days back in Washington.
Can you imagine if we used any of this like productive, any of this energy in a productive direction?
Enjoy the battleship.
You know?
It's going to be beautiful. Thank you. And
Nope, of course not.
Christmas if I don't speak to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Isn't this kind of big? I mean, if it fucking happens. Yeah. I have no confidence in this administration. I have no confidence in this administration actually forcing private profiteers to do anything against the profit incentive. I don't think he's going to be able to do that. I don't think he has any intention to do that. That's just not something that Trump does. Hasan, uncontrolled drooling is a symptom of advanced dementia. I mean, fuck it, I'll believe it. I don't know. What was the point of that? He just announced that he's doing this. First, look at the U.S. Navy's Trump-class cruiser battleship. Initial renders include 1X large VLS for hypersonic weapons, 1X4 railgun, 2 127mm deck guns, multiple laser weapons amidships, and at least 2 conventional VLS arrays. DOD will spend, Bonserberry says, DOD will spend $50 billion on it and then abandon the program in 10 years. I think they're getting like outmeted by the Chinese naval production pretty hard, and that pissed Donald Trump off. And then someone was in his ear being like, "Hey, remember when like naval vessels had battleships, and they focused on making sure that their large ships weren't just attacking with planes and stuff, but instead were attacking with like cannons?" And he was like, "I like that. Let's do it. Let's bring it back," which I agree with. The current modern ships are trash, to be fair. I mean, I don't have any naval autism, so I can't speak on this issue at all. Like I said, the extent of my interest in this begins and ends at old school naval battles are way cooler. You know? I think they just but I think they became obsolete, if I'm not mistaken. Like I think what ended up happening was like planes basically and carriers made this style of naval conflict obsolete because it's much harder to line up and you know, attack with big guns than it is to just do super precise targeting with advanced maneuverability from a fucking mile away, right? In a naval carrier that is the size of a fucking island, powered by nukes that just send a shit ton of planes. Right? It's mostly old and sucks. Almost died on a submarine. Sonar screen looked like the Matrix intro. Modern battleships mostly have vertical launch systems for missiles. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, they don't use like direct cannons and shit, right? They use like they deploy missiles. So he's trying to go back to this like old school style of naval warfare, and I suspect there's a reason for why. Look, again, not my expertise at all. Simple. This is speculation. So maybe I'm totally wrong. But yeah, modern ships use missiles and active defenses like the CIWS because armor and guns aren't effective. Any modern missile from a ship or a plane is going to be impossible to armor against. Experts say it's a waste of resources. Drone replace them on an economic scale. Just look at Ukraine. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you wanna change like naval warfare in a probably more productive way, you probably would use drone swarms. No, like I suspect that the boat would have one of those like Chinese style. Well, I guess I've seen it in Ukraine too, where it's like, it just literally deploys like a swarm of drones. It's like a packet of drones that just hit the target. Much cheaper, cost effective. You know, deploying drones from like a submarine or something is probably better, right? Or at least like as a much more cost effective measure. No, the Ukraine battlefield drones won't do shit to ships, honestly. I mean, I'm sure they're working on trying to do that, trying to create a drone that you can just like deploy. Not just a drone that flies either, by the way, but a drone that you can deploy from a drone submarine, right? I know for a fact that there is already, I forget what it's called, but I know that they are working on automated like UAV style submarines that don't have actual people in them. That already does exist. Military planners don't agree that disposable drone warfare is the future. Many believe that drone countermeasures will quickly match them. It's betting about whether defense or offensive tech will advance faster in the coming years. They are called UUVs, and they are in well development and use. Also, the thing about drone warfare and drone countermeasures is that it is incredibly cost effective and also very easy to tweak, right? They do those like weird guns that aren't really guns, but just like pump out waves or whatever that just like disable drones. And then they started using fiber optic wiring to make sure that the drones did not get impacted by any sort of like EMP or whatever it's called, electromagnetic waves or whatever. And then and now they just have like a mini fiber, because you can't jam a fiber optic cable connected to the drone operator, but the electromagnetic pulse. But then the fiber optic cable also creates a separate issue because you can just cut it, and then there's also miles and miles of fiber everywhere. I've seen the photos. It looks ridiculous. Yeah, Clash Report posted it. I saw this. Yeah. Fully covered. Lyman, Ukraine is fully covered in a web of fiber optic cables left by Ukrainian and Russian drone operators. Japan is working on railguns for their battleships. They are a few years out due to power demands, but they're definitely working that way, which most of the world is pretty far behind. Americans have tested out railguns as well. They have those projects. I remember. They're working on landmines that cut fiber after a drone flies over it now too. See, there you go. Fiber optic war before civilian infrastructure. Almost every one of those lines ended it with a dead person. Yeah. This is why we can't get fucking, we can't get fiber in Los Angeles, by the way. It's being put to better use, murdering people. You know? That's what it's being put to. Their shit, railguns literally tear themselves apart when they fire. More taxpayer dollars wasted. I mean, hey, listen, maybe they'll figure out a way where it doesn't do that. I don't know. I'm not a scientist, man. I don't fucking know. All right, let's get to the Epstein files, and then we'll get back to JD Vance, and then we'll talk about, obviously, CBS News and what they're doing.
Pushing the Justice Department to release all the remaining files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Many documents were made public on Friday ahead of a deadline. Many more were held back, and a lot of information was blacked out. The Justice Department says that was to protect the innocent. Scott McFarland has angry reaction from lawmakers who say the DOJ didn't obey the law.
A release of tens of thousands of pages from the Jeffrey Epstein case files hasn't done much to dampen the controversy. The records include images of celebrities, several showing former President Bill Clinton. Also released travel logs and Epstein contact lists that include then private citizen Donald Trump's name. An Epstein phone message with Trump's name too, though none indicate any wrongdoing from the president. But the Justice Department's release was incomplete and laced with redactions. Annie Farmer is an Epstein survivor.
You should boycott CBS reporting as a source in your news coverage. CC Timasius. What is this? What are you guys saying?
Show her sister, another survivor, notified the FBI about Epstein back in 1996.
Fucking classic Megaphonics moment, dude.
There's an awful lot of redactions. An awful lot. You don't seem surprised by that.
I think we have all prepared ourselves for what redactions might look like, and that they could be used to continue to protect predators and protect other people in power.
At least 15 files initially released were taken down without explanation, according to a CBS News review, including an image that appeared to show Trump in at least one photo. The Justice Department later clarified that image was flagged for additional review and then reposted after it was determined there was no evidence Epstein survivors were in the image. The Deputy Attorney General claims it's all to protect survivors, not Trump.
You're talking about 1 million or so pages of documents. Virtually all of them contain victim information.
This was a slap in the face of survivors.
Congressman Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, who sponsored the bipartisan legislation requiring the release of the full case files by last Friday, said they consider legal action or impeachment proceedings against the Attorney General.
They're flouting the spirit and the letter of the law.
The Department of Justice is also working on removing some redactions, but will have to explain to Congress within the next 2 weeks why it's redacting information and what it is holding back. The law allows redactions in certain specific instances, such as protecting the identities of survivors. The Justice Department says it is not ruling out bringing additional charges against anyone else involved in Epstein's crimes. Vlad.
All right, Scott, thank you very much.
So far, there have been few surprises in the tens of thousands of documents related to the case against convicted sex offender and accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and his partner, convicted child sex offender Ghislaine Maxwell. The Justice Department says that 1,200 names identified as victims or their relatives were redacted, along with materials that could result in their...
What? It makes to ask this of a senator, but not for your media coverage? Wait, what? You already know what happened. Instead of playing dumb out of avoidance, the correct course now should be a total boycott of CBS properties by your entire caucus and vow to overhaul media ownership rules when this admin is over. The CBS thing does merit an explanation right away. It's a pretty big deal. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but I do fucking media criticism, okay? So, of course, I'm going to be fucking looking at CBS coverage. As a matter of fact, later, we're going to be literally watching the CBS 60 Minutes video that was uploaded to Daily Motion because they accidentally released it in Canada. I watch Fox News all the time. They are lying all the time. Okay? Do better, HasanAbi. I know. I don't even think people are personally demanding that I boycott CBS News or anything like that. I think someone just like jokingly mentioned it or something.
Identification. Will the release of the documents satisfy Congress and the political forces who lobbied for their disclosure? And much more importantly, will it satisfy the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and their families? The two House members who pushed their colleagues into passing the bill to release these documents, Republican Thomas Massie, who's in Garrison, Kentucky, and Democrat Ro Khanna, who joins us this morning from Palo Alto, California. It's good to have both of you here. I want to start with you, Congressman Massie, because in these past 48 hours, we have seen the Justice Department acknowledge it's an incomplete release, but they have put out more than 13,000 files. They say more will come. This isn't everything you asked for just yet, but would you acknowledge that they are complying with the spirit, if not the intent of your law?
No, they're flouting the spirit and the letter of the law. It's very troubling, the posture that they've taken. And I won't be satisfied until the survivors are satisfied. You know, I said in the hours leading up to this release that we will know if they are complying if they implicate any of the other criminals that are involved and the suspects that are involved, that the witnesses, the victims themselves have given to the FBI, and they've never been mentioned.
Well, there are some disclosures in here that seem new. Congressman Khanna, the documents confirm that the FBI received...
I mean, how many times have they made it clear? Yes, there are some disclosures that are seemingly new, certainly. But the fucking Jeffrey Epstein Act, like the Files Release Act, was not about give us a little bit and totally manipulate what, what information you are releasing, that you're totally redacting important political figures out of for no reason. No, it was all of it. All of it. As long as it did not showcase victims as long as it did not showcase like identifiable victims or identifiable traits of victims and things like that, release the files in its entirety. I do like that Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna are doing something that I used to talk about all the time, that there is a tradition in American politics, in Congress, of people who are very one note, like that oftentimes get called like cranks, right? Mike Gravel was a great example of this, right? There have always been like anti-NatSec congresspersons, for example, that will do their very best to uncover whatever classified information exists, whether it be like the JFK assassination or whatever. Like there's always been people like that. Now, unfortunately, I would say Gravel Institute is a crank. No. I'm not saying these guys are always cranks. Okay? I'm not saying, but they're regarded as cranks. But sometimes, even people who are regarded as cranks in American Congress are very good at pushing for certain committees and uncovering truths. And what Ro Khanna and what's his face? I can't believe I'm forgetting it. Thomas Massie are doing right now is basically recreating that age-old tradition. I'm not saying they're cranks at all. What I'm simply saying is that there used to be brave politicians who would go out to bat. And sometimes they even are magnets for cranks. Like MTG doing this is a great example of this, right? And I personally love it. I love seeing it. I'm glad that it's happening. I'm glad that there are people who are stepping up and not relenting and pushing for it. Very clearly, they recognize that there is a lot of appetite from the public for this. It's understandable. And it's good that they're pushing on it.
To complain about Jeffrey Epstein back in 1996, but the woman whose name is Maria Farmer, who made that complaint, said federal officials failed to follow up. She said the disclosure makes her feel redeemed and that this was one of the best days of her life to see these documents made public. What action do you want taken around a case like this?
That was the single most important disclosure of what we got. I know Maria's sister. She sounded the...
Like, dude, we used to have shit like the church committee, okay? Back in the day. We don't. We haven't had that at all. Kaya, get out of there. Nope. Oh, my God. We haven't had shit like that in such a long time. Like, we haven't had politicians that basically set up... Kaya, please. Go. Please. What the hell is a crank? Kaya's doing IT work again. Yeah, she's going in the wires. Let her end the stream. Okay. She's trying to keep you on your toes. She's trying to lay on my toe. Specifically the fucked up leg. Anyway, yeah, she craves the electricity. She craves it.
alarm in 1996. She complained to
She's
the FBI.
A woman in STEM.
The problem is that Epstein was so connected with law enforcement and powerful politicians, the FBI did nothing for a decade. Frankly, she deserves compensation. She deserves an explanation. But the broader point is, Blanche was on this morning saying that Massie and I have a problem, that it's taking too long. That's not the problem. The problem is this was a slap in the face of survivors. What do they want? They want to know who are the rich and powerful men who visited Epstein's rape island and covered up the abuse. And the key documents that our law basically said needed to be released, the 60-count indictment, that actually implicates a lot of these people, and the prosecution memo were not released. It's not about the timeline, it's about the selective concealment.
Well, yet, right? The Deputy Attorney General said there are more disclosures that will be made. You believe that they will not release that particular part? I mean, you did give them some leeway for redactions.
Well, first of all, the redactions were excessive, and even Harvard law professors who have looked at that have said you can't redact internal communications, you can't redact workforce product, and the courts are going to find that these were excessive. But my point, and I'm sure Congressman Massey can elaborate, is that we want the files out. So if our sounding the alarm on what is missing is going to help them get those files out, fine. But this shouldn't be a big document up. There's a pretty simple point. Who raped these young girls? Who covered it up? And why are they?
Yeah, I scooped CBS with my Ro Khanna interview, which is crazy when you think about it. CBS trying to get my guests on after I got them. Fine, you know. Falling off, I guess.
Getting away with it.
So you're saying specific things regarding the indictment. Congressman Massey, I saw in a video that you posted, you had a very specific benchmark of success here. You said there are at least 20 men accused of sex crimes known to the FBI. How do you know that number? And do you know those names?
He already said it. He knows the number because he spoke to the victims and the victims' lawyers.
Yeah, the survivors' lawyers have told me those numbers, and they've described their professions in general, but they've only given me one of those names, and I mentioned that in a congressional hearing, Jess Staley. So I searched these documents. I didn't see Jess Staley's name, nor did I see 19 other names. And here's why we shouldn't be optimistic that Blanche or Bondi are going to release these things. They sent a 6-page...
The Church Committee, formerly the United States Senate Select Committee to Study Governmental Operations with Respect to Intelligence Activities, was a U.S. Senate Select Committee in 1975 that investigated abuses by the Central Intelligence, the Central Intelligence Agency, also known as CIA, the National Security Agency, also known as the NSA, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, also known as the FBI, and in the Internal Revenue Service, also known as the IRS. It was chaired by Idaho Senator Frank Church, Democrat from Idaho. And the committee was a part of a series of investigations into intelligence abuses in 1975. Some of the biggest revelations was MKUltra, COINTELPRO, which involved the surveillance and infiltration of left-wing groups in the country, American civil rights organizations, and things like that. MKUltra is an operation that was... that may or may not have been responsible for many of the notorious serial killers and even mass murderers of different varieties. There's a drugging operation. Anyway, this is like, this was, you know, there were real ones back in the day, okay? And I would say that Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna are carrying on that tradition. Yeah, the Unabomber.
Page memo to Congress and said they cited pre-existing laws as reasons that they weren't going to follow our law. For instance, our law requires them to release information regardless of embarrassment, but they are trying to say that a previous law prevails when it doesn't. Common sense says it doesn't. The Privacy Act doesn't protect them from that. And then also, as Rose said, internal communications, they're using a FOIA standard that doesn't apply because our law already says they have to give us internal communications.
In terms of the gentleman there you referenced as accused, I mean, being in the document doesn't necessarily prove criminal behavior, right? And in terms of the redactions, what the Deputy Attorney General said is that they were abiding by your law, and also a judge in New York had ordered them to listen to victims. So they're claiming that information that they had initially even published Friday, they had to pull down because they were trying to protect victims. You don't sound convinced that they are abiding by this intent.
No, they are not abiding. And all three judges who released the grand jury material said that our law trumps the prior law. That's just common sense, Law School 101. Yet Todd Blanche is using a different theory that wouldn't survive first contact with any court, which is he's trying to say that prior laws override our law. That's not the way this works.
Okay, what are you going to do about it to force them to comply? I mean, can you do anything?
Oh, absolutely. Look, people have talked about, and by the way, Todd Blanche is the face of this, but it's really the Attorney General's office, Pam Bondi, who is responsible. And there are several ways to get at this. Some take longer, some are shorter. The quickest way, and I think most
Yeah, it seems DOJ is now forced to argue that compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act actually results in less transparency than if the DOJ had voluntarily released the files as they once promised. On the left, an Epstein document the DOJ released in 2024 with Trump's name and others. It's still up on the DOJ website. On the right, the same document as DOJ redacted it in response to the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I wonder why. I wonder what happened here. Sergey Brin, when it was re-released, was redacted. Okay? Sergey Brin. Casual friendship with Donald Trump. This was in the original tranche. It was unredacted, or in 2024 when they released it, it was unredacted. Trump's name is also redacted in this. And then it was re-redacted. It was entirely redacted, and then they re-released it unredacted, by the way, because I saw the original files. I saw the original files that we looked at this exact page on the stream. So they literally redacted it and then unredacted it. Okay? Oh my God. Kaya is begging to unfortunately to become victim to the chair. That's what she wants. What are you doing? No, lady. No, lady. You can't stand behind me like that. I'm going to step on you on accident. No, don't be cute. Don't wag your tail at me. They didn't even redact it correctly. Yeah, I read this entire paragraph. But I guess they fucking redacted it again. And this, no. Oh my God. Kaya, it's not playtime. It's not playtime. Oh my God. She wants uppies. What are we doing right now? What are we doing? Daddy's working. Daddy can't give you uppies right now. I'm sorry. What is this? What is this? The bigger picture is you're being lied to and misled like a dumbass. You're clapping for something that hasn't happened. What? Useless bill then? XQC is gooning to you right now? Wait, why? Ow. No, move. Kaya, you're laying on my fucked up leg. Kaya, get out of there. Please, no, move. Kaya, go back, go over there. Go somewhere else. Chatter is mad at Ro Khanna for his past. I don't know why she specifically wants to stay. She specifically wants to stay on my left side and like lean onto my bad leg as though this is going to heal my leg. She wants to heal you. Why? What? Putting 120 pounds of force directly on top of my fucked up ankle? I don't think that's going to work. Revenge for ignoring her. She smells the rot. Okay. She getting combo crits? Yeah, she's getting revenge for all the abuse. Okay, go. Çıkar. Oh. 4'te. O zaman yani 4'te yaparsan. Ha 4'te başlarsan. Yani. She knows something is wrong. She's alerting you. Okay, no, she's not.
Expeditious way to get justice for these victims is to bring inherent contempt against Pam Bondi. And that doesn't require going through the courts. And give her, and basically Ro Khanna and I are talking about and drafting that right now.
Okay, well, I mean, on another network this morning, Democratic Senator Tim Kaine said impeachment or contempt, it is premature, Congressman Khanna. And the Deputy Attorney General said, bring it on. They don't seem to be taking this very seriously. And if you just don't have the math in the Senate, including, at least now, this Democratic senator not being convinced, doesn't that sort of show that you're at the limit of pressure?
No, we only need the House for inherent contempt, and we're building a bipartisan coalition, and it would fine Pam Bondi for every day that she's not releasing these documents. I'll tell you why. I've talked to the survivors, why this is such a slap in the face. One of the survivors said they released her name accidentally, but they still have not released the FBI file about the people who abused her at her request. And the problem here is that there are rich and powerful people. We all know this. There are 1,200 victims. They're rich and powerful people who either engaged in this abuse, covered it up, or were on this island. And what the American people want to know is, who are these people? And instead of holding them accountable, Pam Bondi is breaking the law. And this is the corrupt system, the Epstein class that people are sick of. So I believe we're going to get bipartisan support in holding her accountable, and a committee of Congress should determine whether these redactions are justified or not.
Sometime in January when you all come back, I assume that'll happen. I want to ask you, though, Congressman Khanna, there have been images released in the past 48 hours. Some of them include former President Bill Clinton. There's at least one image of Donald Trump. I should say neither man has been accused of any wrongdoing related to Epstein, though they clearly knew him. But since Friday's publication, we're showing the image here now. One of the pictures was pulled down. There were 15 images total that were then redacted from the DOJ website. And it's kind of hard to see, but it's an open drawer with a photo of President Trump. Why do you think that was pulled down? Because the Deputy Attorney General says this was victims saying that their privacy or somehow their integrity was being compromised by having that image published.
Well, I'm less concerned about that photo. I don't know the facts. My concern is the major documents that we know are out there that haven't been released. The 60-count indictment that shows massive financial fraud and foreign interference, the prosecution memo. And look, they put out these Bill Clinton pictures. But, well, they're allegations that they're foreign governments that potentially were involved. And that all needs to come out. And it needs to come out in the indictments. It needs to come out in the prosecution memos. But the reality is they put out these pictures for Bill Clinton. Fine, put it all out, but don't distract from the fundamental issue, which is, who are these powerful people who visited the Rape Island? I mean, there are 1,200 victims. It defies common sense that it was just Epstein and Maxwell, and they're hiding something. And you know why the American people are so upset? My X account had MAGA supporters supporting me for the first time, saying, you know, Pam Bondi whiffed, according to Susan Wiles. She is breaking the law. She needs to be held accountable.
You're referring to the Vanity Fair quote that the chief of staff gave saying the whiffed, and she said that Pam Bondi gave them binders full of nothingness, and then when it came to the client list, she said it was on her desk. There is no client list, quote, and it sure as hell wasn't on her desk. Do you see that as an acknowledgement here, though, that the politics have overtaken the substance?
No, for us, it's about the survivors. And if you look at Thomas Massie and my comments the morning of the release, we were giving Blanche the benefit of the doubt. We said if it's not all there, fine, just get the information out. It's when the survivors said that this is an insult, this is a slap in their face, that we aren't getting the truth about who these men were on Rape Island, that we started sounding the alarm. And this is more documents of nothingness. And I guess the question the American people have, even to me, is the system so corrupt? Is the system so corrupt that Thomas Massie and you defy the odds, pass a bill through a discharge petition, get the Senate, get the...
Why is this anchor so oppositional? We call that the Barry Weiss effect, baby. I mean, it's already faced the nation. It's usually like pretty fucking pro whatever establishment politics is, regardless of the exchange of power. And she always was kind of like that. But, you know, I'm sure Barry Weiss's editorial control has not helped. If you are noticing a real shift in the way that CBS's news coverage is changing, especially like the big high profile programming like Face the Nation, or as we'll be talking about in a little bit, 60 Minutes, that is directly Barry Weiss's doing.
President to sign it, and still these rich and powerful people are being protected. Who has this kind of hold on our government? What are they hiding? Why are they not releasing this?
Did you just say noticing? What? Noticing? Oh my God, noticing? Yeah, dude, I used noticing, a term that, you know, people use. It doesn't always have to be about, I don't know, some kind of major Jewish conspiracy.
Well, you want what? People involved in those initial investigations down in Florida re-examined and possibly prosecuted?
The fuck are we doing?
I want the information out, which was in that prosecution memo that Acosta disregarded, that were in those
Margaret Brennan is turning into a shill for CBS. I mean, Margaret Brennan always was a bit of a shill. That's why she does this job. But it's kind of like Tony the penis, right? Tony the Koppel, Tony double circ Tony. Like, he was already a dick rider for Israel, right? And then Barry Weiss comes in, editor-in-chief, elevates his profile within CBS. He got promoted, right? He's going to get a triple snip now. I've criticized your interviewing skills, but honestly, your interview with Ro Khanna was much better than this crap, and I mean that, and as an objective journalist level, thank you.
2 counts were prosecuted. I want to know who were these other people who were on the Epstein's rape island, who were the people who saw young girls being paraded around at parties, 13, 14, 15-year-olds, and didn't say anything. And why is it so hard when there's a law requiring these names to come out? What we're seeing is survivors' names come out, but not the men who abused them. And instead of holding elites accountable,
I like that the way that, I mean, this is a testament to how powerless American Congress is, that you have 2 congresspersons that were able to write a law, an act in Congress, get the Senate to sign off on it, get the president to sign off on it, and now they have to go on television to literally beg the Department of Justice to follow the letter of the law. Okay? This is not like what are we doing? This is not a suggestion, okay? This is something that is now the law. It's not that complex. The very fact that there is any back and forth on this whatsoever blows my fucking mind. It doesn't make any sense. Trump, as president, signed it into law. What more do we want here? What more can we do here? What do you think about this girl's reaction to your Ro Khanna interview? Brother, come on. You just want... Oh, my fucking Lord. Oh, my God. Who cares? Please, 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 please. This is part of what I was talking about earlier, with like the people who like immediately jump on board with the well, this is a reasonable criticism. Like the people who are spamming Zioron, okay? Please stop. I don't know how many times I have to explain like imperfect allies or having a relationship and like trying to move the needle in the appropriate direction, even if that person is not fully on board. I use it as an example, even with the conversation that I have with Ro Khanna, showing you where he was a year ago versus where he's at now. Explaining to you that there's still obviously a fuck ton more work to be done. Oh. By no means am I saying, oh my God, Ro Khanna is the bravest warrior for the anti-genocide cause or the anti-Israel cause. I'm not saying that at all. Please. Just let me do my work, okay? Deputy Attorney General Blanche says DOJ is not redacting information on Trump and Epstein files in the full interview.
And joining me now is Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Mr. Blanche, welcome to Meet the Press.
I think when they say this, when they introduce Todd Blanche like this, they're doing a disservice. They should start in the same way that I do. Former Trump defense attorney Todd Blanche. Former Trump defense attorney, now Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Because, like, you know how NPR will be like, we are also, obligated to tell you that we're sponsored by Facebook or whatever. Like, Facebook is one of our, when they're doing a story about Facebook, they have to tell you, like, that Facebook is an investor or whatever. Like, they've a donator to NPR. It's kind of like that. Like, I feel like this is important information to put into every conversation about Todd Blanche, right? There must be an additional disclosure because clearly there is a conflict of interest to begin with when you have the close and personal defense attorney of Donald Trump now doing this role. And the same goes for the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, as well, because both Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi have, at different points in time, been hired by Donald Trump to legally represent them. They were counsel. They were defense attorneys for Donald Trump, both of them.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being here. Let's dive right in. The Epstein Files Transparency Act called for all files with limited exceptions to be released within 30 days. On Friday, the Justice Department released just a fraction of the overall Epstein files. Why didn't the Justice Department meet that Friday deadline?
Good morning. So it's very simple and very clear. The statute also requires us to protect victims. And so the reason why we are still reviewing documents and still continuing our process is simply that, to protect victims. So the same individuals that are out there complaining about the lack of documents that were produced on Friday are the same individuals who apparently don't want us to protect victims. So we're going through a very methodical process with hundreds of lawyers looking at every single document and making sure that...
Cap, yeah. Listen. It's a simple accident that, like, some of the files that we deleted after people called it out happened to have photos of Donald Trump. Okay? Simple accident. Could have happened to anybody. And also, who are you to say that Trump wasn't victimized personally by Jeffrey Epstein? Okay? Like, for example, nobody nobody grieved harder than Donald Trump when his close and personal best friend, who happens to be an international pedophile sex trafficker for intelligence agencies, died under mysterious circumstances, committed suicide under the watchful gaze of Donald Trump's very own Department of Justice, Department of Corrections, in a federal prison. This was very sad. This was a very sad moment for Donald Trump. Okay, he was grieving. That's only one way that Trump was victimized by Jeffrey Epstein. Just one. Simple. But nobody ever thinks about it. And under those guidelines, it is perfectly understandable to redact Donald Trump's name for the entire files, to redact Donald Trump's photos from the entirety of the files, because he too was a victim. Okay? That's it. He lost a friend.
That victims' names and any of their information from victims is protected and redacted, which is exactly what the Transparency Act expects. That's exactly what Attorney General Bondi expects. It's exactly what President Trump expects. So that's what we're doing.
Well, you're talking about protecting the victims. The law directed the Justice Department to, quote, release internal DOJ communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates. That's the crux of what many of the victims or the survivors say they want to see. Why wasn't that information prioritized in the first release, Mr. Blanche?
Well, first of all, it was. And there are numerous documents released on Friday that address what you just quoted from the statute, that address internal communications within the Department of Justice and internal communications between law enforcement and the Department of Justice. But it's for the same reason. Because many of those internal communications talk about victims. Many of those internal back and forth between prosecutors and law enforcement talk about victims and their stories. And that has to be redacted. And by the way, everybody expects us to redact that. So the same complaints that we're hearing yesterday and even this morning from Democrats and from others screaming loudly from a hill about lack of production on Friday, imagine if we had released tons of information around victims. That would be the true crime. That would be the true wrong. And if anybody out there, I heard Congressman Raskin, the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee releasing statements.
Funny because they don't also they don't want to say Thomas Massie, and like also a big chunk of Republicans also voted for this. They don't want to admit that a lot of Republican voters want this to be released in its entirety, and they're not satisfied and are very frustrated with the way that this release has gone so far. They won't even, there's also an additional clause in the way that the law was written that where they have to basically prove why they're redacting certain things. Like all internal correspondence about decisions being made about redactions must be revealed as well, which they are obviously not doing either. They're just doing a blanket redaction. They're just doing a blanket redaction where they're just like, oh, or a blanket announcement. Oh, everyone that's redacted is a victim. That's it. He's lying. Bloomberg reported there were FOIA requests redacting Trump and other private individuals' names. Yeah, the FBI redacted Trump's name in the Epstein files. The Bureau's FOIA team, asked with conducting a final review of the records, blacked out the names before higher-ups said last month they were releasing the documents would not be appropriate or warranted. Oh, they hit him with a Freedom of Information Act. This is from August. Listen, it's going to be really hard. We've already redacted Donald Trump from everything. It's going to be really hard to unredact him, okay? You know how many Sharpies we used? Do you understand how many Sharpies we used specifically to redact Donald Trump? He's kind of fat. He's kind of big. He's all over the files. What are we supposed to do? There's no Control Z. There's no undo button. We Sharpied the fuck out of him. He's literally everywhere. He keeps crawling out of every orifice on the fucking files. What are you supposed to do? Unredact him? It's too hard. What is this? I have known Tuesday nights in New York City clubland that were 100x the entirety of the Epstein files. Seriously, what an incredible accomplishment to make this Epstein stuff seem like the height of elite decadence while 1,000 Caligulas party on. Wait, what? Dude, I am very, very weirded out and very suspicious of people that try to undermine the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. To actively try to go, look away, whether it be the David Brooks style Jeffrey Epstein files being released, count me out. Like that kind of commentary. Or this one is more direct where they're just trying to say like, nah, 1,200 girls that were, sex trafficked, many of which sex trafficked as minors by a international pedophile who was friends with virtually every elite in Western society, former presidents, that's all fine, dude. It's not that big of a deal. Why are you even paying attention to this? I go to parties where they do way more crazy shit to children. First of all, why would you release that information? Okay. Like, why would you say, oh, dude, I've actually seen way younger children be harmed. Like what kind of statement is that? That just makes you look insane, okay? But I am genuinely confused as to why people have this tendency. There's that classic Amy Therese post as well. There were a couple people there were like all these edgy, ContraPoints' take was silly because she was like, oh, Jeffrey Epstein actually just had an unlimited appetite for raping children. And that's why all of the victims, even though the victims themselves have said it wasn't just Jeffrey Epstein, all of the victims were actually victimized by Jeffrey Epstein, right? Like that was a dumb take, but it wasn't trying to like, I don't know. It doesn't have the same energy as, it does not have the same energy as the ways in which people are trying to cast doubt on the actual elite conspiracy at play here. And yes, I do agree with parapower mapping on this. Do people not realize that memification of Epstein plays in the hands of the pedocratic ruling class? Every time anyone shitposts about his fits, his winsome chihuahua pic, or how hot Ghislaine Maxwell is, we play into the normalizing psyop that elite pedophilia is a decadent result of immense wealth and power, that if you were able to trade places with Epstein, you'd also be tempted to sex traffic underage, which is what Epstein Nexus desperately wants you to believe. They want Epstein chic, the Jeffrey lifestyle, to become aspirational. This is why Epstein associates like Darth Thiel pay Silicon Valley sex workers a retainer to spout inane pedo thought experiment polls on the timeline every week or so. And he's referencing, what's that other girl who doesn't shower? The one that gets paid by Peter Thiel, Ayala or whatever. Yeah. Or even at a certain point, it was the now liberals' favorite white supremacist race realist. God damn it. Who's the Richard Hanania. Like, it's not an accident that so many of these people routinely find themselves either trying to normalize, routinely find themselves normalizing like pedophilia adjacent shit. Maybe they're just like personally open-minded, I guess, in air quotes, about stuff like that, but it does rub me the wrong way. Anyway, every time someone posts something like this, we inch closer to a world in which Kevin Spacey once again has gigs in Hollywood and Harvey Weinstein is released. Do not help them. There's already negligible accountability, just as a capitalist kangaroo court. Don't make it easier for them to rehabilitate Epstein and Diddy nexuses than it needs to be. In full disclosure, at risk of hypocrisy, I say this as someone who is guilty of having cracked a very rare joke about Ghislaine's bazookas. No longer. Delete this account. So I don't know. I do find it strange to the degree of which like there are different ways. I guess there are different ways of like making a mockery of Jeffrey Epstein, right? But he's just like me for real type posting is not actually joking about Jeffrey Epstein in the direction where you're where you're actually making a mockery of Jeffrey Epstein or people who are defending him. You know what I mean? That's not how the internet works. No, I agree. I agree. I'm just saying it does rub me the wrong way a little bit. Like it's kind of it's not dissimilar to like even chatters who were like, you know, drawing putting the Lolita quotes on my foot, you know, on my foot pic. Because I do worry about the nature of the internet where we just don't take anything seriously. We don't take anything seriously on the internet, and it does make me feel like it plays a role in normalizing certain kinds of crimes, right? Like it's almost, yeah, meme washing. Especially if it's I mean it's like what happened with Kirkification, right? Like it definitely changed the serious tone that the administration was trying to present with Charlie Kirk's assassination into something that is completely fucking unserious. Whereas like with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is like you know, like there are things that you can do that for is what I'm saying. But this is, you know, maybe we should dial it back on that, but it's not gonna, I'm never gonna be able to stop people from memifying Jeffrey Epstein. I'm just saying it just like rubs me the wrong way a little bit. In any case, there was I do want to show you the fucking crazy the crazy post from what was it, Amy Teresa or whatever, like the OG pivot from being a quote unquote leftist to like doing the Red Scare style pivot like the Red Scare girls did. She was like the archetype of that kind of getting the bag from Peter Thiel and becoming this like reactionary. And she also had, and so did the Red Scare girls, had a take about Jeffrey Epstein that like made it seem like he was not a real pedophile or anything, right? It's like it plays along with the thing that Megyn Kelly was doing. If you recall, a couple days prior, remember when Megyn Kelly was talking about how it's like not, should it be a crime to fuck 15-year-olds or whatever? Like she was saying shit like that. And we immediately dialed in on exactly what she was doing, making the actually it's a phebophilia arguments and whatnot. In any case, like there is a little bit of that too, and it's frustrating to see. It's like terrifying to see, really, because I do think that a lot of people with an endless appetite for constantly tackling new things, constantly pushing the boundaries of what is acceptable, expanding the permission structure to different forms of, you know, racism, bigotry, and whatnot. They do this with pedophilia as well. And it's like, come on, can we just have like one established thing that's bad? What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? We can't have one fucking thing. What is happening? Like throughout, I guess, the last couple of decades, there was a couple things that we all agreed were bad, okay, due to the historic violence and the incredible nature of the crimes, like chattel slavery, Nazis, pedophilia. Like everyone, we had established that this was so barbaric and so cruel, so ruthless, so villainous that it was like seen as a universal bad. And now people are just like trying to have real conversations about how, you know, maybe they're not so bad. And I'm just like, please, what are we doing? Do we not realize that we're just like ruining what remains of the social fabric that kept everything together? The endless investment into vice signaling has led people to tackle even more ridiculous things. Public opinion was much more centralized then, so the guardrails that enabled that are largely gone. Yeah. That's just people on the internet, though, no? In any case, did anyone find the fucking thing I was looking for? The Amy Teresi style? The Amy Teresi post I was looking for specifically? I don't know. I guess none of you guys could find it. It's not her account. So it's like someone screenshotting her account because I don't even think she has an account still. But she does this thing where she's like basically saying like Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a pedophile. He was a scene F word, right? Like, you know, the edgy Groyper style posting to normalize Jeffrey Epstein's actions. Oh, here it is. And once again, this is the archetype of the Dasha Red Scare pivot. Epstein was a polite dork with an emotional arrested development who liked girls who were young and pleasant and wanted to be there. He wasn't a child rapist. He was a nebbish scene F word, a charismatic hipster desperate for the kind of validation that only his powerful and important friends could provide. Having been convicted for and done the time associated with spurious crime of soliciting an underage prostitute in Florida, in parentheses, she lied about her age. By the way, all of this is wrong. I can see how he would have had total narcissistic collapse and seen fit to kill himself. All of this is completely wrong, for the record. Spurious crime of soliciting an underage prostitute in Florida. She lied about her age. Just wrong. No, this wasn't 3 days ago. This was a long time ago, but someone screenshotted it. He only existed in the idealized reflection of himself that his famous friends mirrored back to him, ruin his reputation with pedophile accusations, then turn it into a crusade, have the feds charge him a second time for the same underlying crime, then lock him up in New York and have him staring down the barrel of a multi-decade custodial sentence. She's posting about Jeff Epstein like it was a streamer who got caught grooming. Yeah, it's fucking gross when people do that for streamers that get caught grooming too. Is this a joke, Lamont? No, this is what happens when you have contrarian brain poisoning, where everything has to be, you have to find the most like the hottest, the most contrarian take of all time. And you have no care or consideration for your output at all. Okay? And that's what you arrive at eventually. That's why I always say, like, the debate lord brain poison inevitably leads people into having conversations about the ethics of incest and pedophilia. Okay? That's where it always goes, because you're constantly trying to fucking push the boundaries, right? I used to say this all the time back in the day when I used to, make fun of debate lords. I call them debate pedophiles, because like the maximum debate lord brain poisoning means that once you have tackled every subject matter, you're inevitably going to want to have these pseudo intellectual battles over, pedophilia or CSAM. It's very, very, very strange behavior. It's repulsive to the average person, but these guys are extremely online and they're serving a market of people who want that, who have an appetite for this, like, this ridiculous back and forth. And they think this is the height of being an intellectual. Okay? They think, oh, you have a small mind, you have a small brain, and that's why you can't put time and effort into defending pedophilia or even entertaining the subject matter. The reason why you're not entertaining is because you're too scared that you might be convinced or whatever. Isn't it better to test your arguments in the marketplace of ideas? Not realizing that a lot of the people who are doing that are just simply trying to normalize it. Okay? That's it. That's it. Ayala on Doomscroll did exactly this. She was a moron. Yeah, it's just what these guys do it. Some of them do it because they think it's like a hidden truth that you're unlocking. It's the exact same way that like an anti-Semite's brain works, right? Anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools, they say. And this is how it is, where you're like, oh, well, this is a safeguarded secret. Why is it a secret? Oh, it's a sacred cow. It must be tackled, right? Like they think they're arriving at some hidden secret truth. And it can be something as silly as like getting duped by flat earther conspiracies, or it can be something a little bit more nefarious with historic significance, like neo-Nazi conspiracies about the international Jewry destroying Western civilization that neatly ties all of your current modern problems back to a shadowy group of Jews that operate in a monolithic fashion, that dominate and control every aspect of your lives. Much easier to understand a grand conspiracy than it is to actually think about this stuff from a materialist framework, which you most likely have never really encountered, especially in the Western world.
It's accusing Attorney General Bondi, Director Patel, and myself of not doing our jobs. If they have an issue with me protecting victims, they know how to get a hold of me. But we're not going to stop doing it.
Well, let's talk about the redactions, which you raised. The Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not. And that's another trend that is just simply false. There were a number of photographs that were pulled down after being released on Friday. That's because a judge in New York has ordered us to listen to any victim or victim rights group if they have any concerns about the material that we're putting up. And so when we hear concerns, whether it's photographs of women that we do not believe are victims or we didn't have information to show that they were victims, but we learned that there are concerns, of course we're taking that photograph down and we're going to address it. If we need to redact faces or other information, we will, and then we'll put it back up. So we are in every way, shape, and form complying with this statute, which, by the way, is what President Trump has been asking us to do since before he was elected. There is nothing that he has to hide in the Epstein files. There never was. And even though there's repeated attempts by Democrats to paint him as being part of the Epstein saga, it's failing over and over again. And so you should not be surprised that the material that we released on Friday or the material that we're going to release over the next couple of weeks is exactly what the statute requires us to release, which is everything that we have from this case, with the exception of redacting personal information from victims and other statutes, privileges and things like that. Otherwise, everything's getting produced.
Mr. Blanchard, I want to follow up with you.
Also, there's a second interesting through line in this story, a plot line, where Todd Blanche also directly went to Ghislaine Maxwell, had a conversation with Ghislaine Maxwell directly about, clearing Trump's name, even before when they were worried about people demanding that they release more of the Epstein files. And considering Ghislaine Maxwell knows where the bodies are buried, that was a pretty interesting moment from the administration, where the deputy attorney general, former Trump lawyer, now turned deputy attorney general, was acting as the deputy attorney general to quote unquote protect their client, the president, when the DOJ is supposed to be an independent body. For good reason.
What you just said. You were referencing the 15 files released Friday. They disappeared from DOJ's website yesterday, including this photo of what looks like a desk with a drawer open containing photos of Donald Trump.
He's like, oh, don't show that. There's a victim. The victim, Donald Trump, is in that photo.
Be very clear to put a fine point on it. Why were these files taken down? You're saying it was at the direction of a judge?
Well, you can see in that photo, there's photographs of women. And so we learned after releasing that photograph that there were concerns about those women and the fact that we had put that photo up. So we pulled that photo down.
Oh, they were being nice. Trump happens to not appear anywhere else, by the way. Yeah. Okay.
It has nothing to do with President Trump. There are dozens of photos of President Trump already released to the public, seeing him with Mr. Epstein.
Once again, none of which came from the Epstein files, though. Something to consider. Yes, that is true. Many of them came from the House Oversight Committee. That they and the photos they got from the Epstein estate. Weirdly enough, there are a lot of photos out there of Donald Trump with a bunch of victims and a bunch of people, and specifically Jeffrey Epstein. And yet, for some reason, they're not in the investigation at all. That's kind of the question. As a matter of fact, the only time we saw a photo of Donald Trump, the current president, your former, the guy who formerly hired you, your former client, it was redacted, or not even redacted. It was deleted after people found it out in the files. It's just a strange coincidence, I guess, that was the one time Donald Trump appears in the Epstein files as a photograph.
He has said that in the 90s and early 2000s, he socialized with him. So the absurdity of us pulling down a photo.
Why is he defending Trump? That's not his job. Good one.
A single photo
because
President Trump was in it is laughable.
Well, he's defending the victims, right? Like I said, we already established this, guys. Donald Trump is the greatest victim of Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? 1,200 women, not real victims. Donald Trump, the only real victim.
The fact that everybody's trying to act like that's the case is a reflection of their true motivation. But the reality is anybody, any victim, any victim's lawyers, any victim rights group can reach out to us and say, hey, Department of Justice, there's a document, there's a photo, there's something within the Epstein files that identifies me. And we will then, of course, pull that off and investigate it.
Are you saying that one or more of the women in one of the photos or several of the photos is a victim or a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein, and that's why you took those files down? And will they be put back up?
No, that's not what I'm saying. We, of course, if we knew that, if we believed that photograph contained a survivor, we wouldn't have put it up in the first place without redacting the faces. But notwithstanding what we believe, we don't have perfect information. And so when we hear from victims' rights groups about this type of photograph, we pull it down and investigate. We're still investigating that photo. The photo will go back up, and the only question is whether there will be redactions on the photo. And of course, if there are survivors in any of the photos, we will redact them as Congress expects us to do, as President Trump expects us to do, and as the Attorney General and Director Patel have directed the department to do.
Okay, let's delve more deeply into the redactions. Is any information about President Trump redacted in any of the files that have or will be released?
No. Not unless it's supposed to be redacted under the law, which means victim information or any sort of privilege, like attorney-client privilege. But I have no reason to believe that the lawyers that were working on this case were talking about President Trump, because he had nothing to do with the Epstein files. He had nothing to do with the horrific crimes that Mr. Epstein committed. And so I don't expect there will be anything redacted. But the short answer is we are not redacting information around President Trump, around any other individual involved with Mr. Epstein. And that narrative, which is not based on fact.
Wait, did he actually say Trump is a victim? I'm sorry, I was pissing.
if there are survivors in any of the photos, we will redact them as Congress expects us to do, as President Trump expects us to do, and as the Attorney General and Director Patel have directed the department to do.
Okay, let's delve more deeply into the redactions. Is any information about President Trump redacted in any of the files that have or will be released?
No, not unless it's supposed to be redacted under the law, which means victim information or any sort of privilege, like attorney-client privilege. But I have no reason to believe that the lawyers that were working on this case were talking about President Trump, because he had nothing to do with the Epstein files. He had nothing to do with the horrific crimes that Mr. Epstein committed. And so I don't expect there will be anything redacted. But the short answer is we are not redacting.
Chad, nothing to see here. He's just saying no. Come on.
Information around President Trump, around any other individual involved with Mr. Epstein, and that narrative, which is not based on fact at all, is completely false.
The White House has said that President Trump is included in the files. Can you guarantee that every mention and every photo of President Trump in the Epstein files will be released?
Yes. Yes, I mean, I've said it 3-4 times now. We've said it before, and President Trump has said it repeatedly since before he was elected. And since he was elected, all summer long, he said the same thing. I have nothing to hide. And so, of course, that's the case. But let me just make sure everybody understands.
I don't understand, because this is an interview that just took place, right? It's a recent interview that took place yesterday. They already did this. We know that they did this. And it's not even just the photo, right? It's not even just the fucking photo that they're talking about with Donald Trump and Donald Trump in the drawer. We know for a fact that they already did this. They literally redacted Trump's name from shit. It's crazy. What are we talking about, man? Anytime he says, nah, that's not the case, we're not doing that, it's like, well, okay, well, you're fucking lying. And I don't know why she's not even bringing that up. She should be. She should be bringing it up, because the Department of Justice already done it and then haphazardly put it back together unredacted next time around, including in files that the Department of Justice had released in the past where they had not redacted Donald Trump's name, which implies that this time around there was an extra need to go over all the files and take out Trump's name and mentions of Trump and photos of Trump from all of the fucking files. What is the need for that? Why did that happen? Why are you telling me that that's not what's happening when there are literal documents that the Department of Justice has released in the past where Trump's name was unredacted from the same exact documents, but this time around they were not?
Understand something. To the extent that he is, quote, in the Epstein files, it's not because he had anything to do with the horrific crimes. Full stop. But yes, if President Trump is mentioned, if there's photographs that we have of President Trump or anybody else, they of course will be released, with the exception of any victims or survivors that we've identified, which we will either not release that photograph if it's just a photograph of a survivor, or if we do release the photograph because there's other individuals in the picture, the survivor's face or her entire body in some cases will be redacted.
And we're talking about President Trump in relation to this. For months, he urged Republicans to stop pushing for...
Dude, why hasn't anybody still applied the defense? And I'm suspected they will soon. Oh, you're creepy for wanting to see all of these files. I feel like I haven't seen enough of that cynical line of defense where, oh, you're just creepy. You don't even care about the victims. You just want to see Donald Trump in a bathing suit or something. You know what I mean? Give it a minute. Yeah, they were too busy celebrating Bill Clinton in a bathing suit to come up with that one.
The files to be released. He dismissed the Epstein files as a hoax. I want to play a little bit of what he has said about the Epstein files before he signed the law. Take a look.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats and some stupid Republicans. I don't understand it. Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. It's sordid, but it's boring. This is a Democrat hoax that never ends.
Are the Epstein files a hoax, Mr. Blanche?
What President Trump is saying is not that the Epstein files are a hoax. It's this game that Democrats have been playing for the past 9 months around the Epstein files that is a complete and total hoax.
Well, and
The
some
Epstein files
Republicans pushing for the
many
release,
years.
too. Some of the Republicans were pushing for the release, too, just to be clear.
Well, that's different. That's different. To be clear, releasing the files is not what President Trump has ever had an issue with. When he calls this a hoax, he's talking about the fact that there's this narrative out there that the Department of Justice is somehow hiding or protecting.
That's different when the Republicans are demanding it, guys. Come on.
Protecting information about him, which is completely false, as evidenced by the fact that the Epstein files existed for years and years and years, and you did not hear a peep out of a single Democrat for the past 4 years. And yet we're supposed to believe that, lo and behold, all of a sudden, out of the blue, Senator Schumer suddenly cares about the Epstein files. That's the hoax. And that's the hoax that has existed for months and months and months. This isn't about whether we would release or not release the Epstein files. As a general matter, we do not release the files.
It's just strange because, like, most of the motion on this side, on this issue, is coming from Republicans. I wonder why. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that their entire commentary sphere for years and years have been like, well, Jeffrey Epstein is a Democrat operative. He's a pedophile for the Democrats, and we want all the files. And then Trump even leaned into that and said he would actually release the files, and now he's not, and keeps saying it's a fucking hoax.
Of criminal investigations and prosecutions. Yeah. There's laws around that. There's laws that protect victims, that protect the innocent. So we're doing something here that is more transparent than we've done in any criminal investigation in the history of this country. Don't forget that.
In November, President Trump directed the Attorney General to investigate, speaking of investigations, high-profile Democrats with ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Is the Justice Department investigating only Democrats or everyone with a connection to Jeffrey Epstein?
So Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York, which is the office that had the most recent Epstein case, is investigating pursuant to the communication from President Trump. And by the way, this department will always investigate anybody and anything that we learn about sex trafficking or any victim of horrible sex crimes that takes place. As proof of that, the Attorney General, the Director of the FBI, we have charged and we are prosecuting more.
I don't get it. She knows he's lying, right? Yes. I mean, she quite literally said Donald Trump directed the Department of Justice to prosecute Democrats. Are they only prosecuting Democrats or investigating Democrats? And he literally said they're following Trump's lead, as in yes. Without saying yes, he said yes. Yes, they are investigating Democrats. Which, for the record, good, you know? Obviously, I don't give a shit. But also, investigate and prosecute the Republicans, too.
Child predators, just in the first 10 months of this administration, than the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. So this idea that there's that we're protecting or doing something wrong when it comes to protecting victims is not true.
Well, in the directive, President Trump singled out former President Bill Clinton. Of course, a number of photos of President Clinton were released Friday. A Clinton spokesperson saying the White House hasn't been hiding these files for months, only to dump them late on a Friday to protect Bill Clinton. This is about shielding themselves from what comes next or from what they'll try and hide forever. Let me ask you bluntly, is President Clinton under investigation?
I will never talk about ongoing criminal investigations, so I'm not going to answer that question. But let me address the second part of the quote that you just gave us. Think about how patently absurd that position is. The idea that we have hundreds and hundreds of DOJ lawyers. These are not politicals. It's not me. It's not Attorney General Bondi looking at all of these files and determining whether they are.
Wait, did he just admit that he's politically biased? It's not me. It's not Attorney General Pam Bondi. It's actually impartial lawyers that work directly under me. Interesting admission. I think he means political appointees. Yeah, I guess. I guess that's what he means. Except the interesting phenomena here is they still work under you. And under normal circumstances, even like the appointed position in most cases, this is one of the jobs that is supposed to be seen as like independent, okay? And if it wasn't, I mean, there would be no Watergate, there'd be no investigation into wrongdoing of previous presidents. And I guess like in the future, that's how it's gonna go. You're almost bald, Hasan? Wait, what? Do my haters have fucking eyeballs? It's so shocking whenever they say stuff like that.
Responsive to the act, and we over-collected, by the way. We went out to all of our components and we said, give us any document that you think in any way, shape, or form is connected to the Epstein case. And that's what we're going through. So the idea that we are hiding something, or there's something that we have hidden under a rock around President Trump or other Republicans is not only false, but it's obviously false for anybody that's intelligent enough to think about what we're doing.
Let me just put a fine point on this. Will the Justice Department bring any new charges against anyone based on the contents of these files?
We have continued to investigate anybody associated with Jeffrey Epstein for years and years. We discussed this in our July memo, and we continue. So the answer is, I don't know whether there'll be additional prosecutions. Based on the information that we had in July, based upon the information that I'm aware of now, we are not prepared to bring charges against anybody, but we are learning new information all the time. We learned the names of additional victims as recently as Wednesday of this week. Okay, so there's new names that we didn't have before that we ran across our database to understand whether they had ever met with law enforcement or ever talked to the FBI. And so we're always investigating. And so it would be premature and not fair for me to unilaterally say yes or no to what future prosecutions there may be.
Okay, Mr. Blanche, you talk about the reaction from Capitol Hill. Let me allow you to respond to some of it. Congressman Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, the authors of the Epstein bill, say the partial release of files failed to comply with the law. They say they are considering looking into the possibility of impeachment proceedings, contempt, even criminal referrals for obstruction of justice from DOJ officials. Do you take these threats seriously?
Not even a little bit. Bring it on. We are doing everything we're supposed to be doing to comply with this statute. And Congressman Massie and these other congressmen that are coming out speaking negatively about Director Patel and the Attorney General have no idea what they're talking about. They know the work that we're going through. They know what we're doing to protect victims. I mean, just think about what we're doing. You're talking about 1 million or so pages of documents. Virtually all of them contain victim information. So
why won't you? Don't you understand how hard it is to redact Donald Trump off of every page? When I tell you he's on every page, okay, I mean it. Do you know how tough that is? Do you know how many Sharpies we've used? There is a shortage of Sharpies around Langley. We had to go beyond the DMV. It's tough. Nobody thinks about the carpal tunnel that my big, beautiful lawyers got at the DOJ. working day in, day out. No one ever factors in the imposter syndrome that we all feel. No one thinks about the ADHD that my agents have that caused them to put this off until the very last moment. Okay? Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Do you know how hard it makes my ADHD agents? Do you know how hard it makes their job when you give us a deadline? I will have you know, they are neurodivergent. And when crunch time comes around, they have a very hard time abiding by the timeline. They have time blindness. It's tough. It's a tough job.
Listen, the idea that Attorney General Bondi would ever let a single piece of paper go out of this department that contains victim information is something they know we won't do. And the fact that they're threatening to impeach her for protecting victims is a reflection of where their head's at. It's not a reflection of this department. We are complying with the statute. We will continue to comply with the statute. And if by complying with the statute, we don't produce everything on Friday, we produce things next week and the week after, that's still compliance with the statute. There is well-settled law, as they should know, that in a case like this, where we're required to produce within a certain amount of time, but also comply with other laws like redacting information, that very much trumps, redacting information very much trumps some deadline in the statute.
All right, couple more, and we're almost out of time. I do want to ask you about Ghislaine Maxwell, who was, of course, convicted in 2021 for her role in helping Jeffrey Epstein traffic his victims. In July, you interviewed her in Florida, where she was serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison. Just a week later, Maxwell was moved to a more permissive prison camp in Texas. Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Blanche?
So that's a Bureau of Prison Security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have anything to do with it? Did you have anything to do with it?
Total coincidence. You see, total coincidence, okay? A lot of people are saying that we gave her a sweetheart deal here for not singing. And that is true. That is literally what happened.
Let me finish. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prisons. So every decision that they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to. But just let me talk about the security issue. At the time that I met Ms. Maxwell, there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her. And the institution she was in, she was suffering numerous threats against her life. So the BOP is not only responsible for putting people in jail and making sure they stay in jail, but also for their safety. And so she was moved. She is in federal prison. She was in federal prison before. She's in federal prison now. She's doing 20 years because she was convicted. And the fact that she was moved, she might be moved to another institution tomorrow if security requires it. And that's true of any federal inmate across this country.
But as you know, survivors were outraged by all of this, especially the fact that she was moved. Why talk to Ghislaine Maxwell and not the survivors, Mr. Blanche?
What you just said is completely false. We will talk to any survivor at any time, which is something that we have said
talked to them
from day one.
But have you talked to them?
Of course. The attorney, first of all, they have to want to speak with us. The Attorney General and I spoke with a victims' rights group as recently as Thursday. Okay. And if folks want to talk to us next week or the week after or in the coming months, they know how to get a hold of us. And we will always talk to survivors and victims' families. But just backing up to your question about Ms. Maxwell, nobody ever talked to her. Nobody ever asked her questions about what she knew. So when she said that she had...
Yeah, she was lonely. No one knows what it's like to be a sad woman behind blue eyes. No one ever cared or considered her feelings in this. many people immediately, in dare I say, misogynistic ways, blame the woman for the crimes of a man. Okay? It's called misogyny. Look it up.
Something she wanted to say, notwithstanding the fact she had been convicted. Of course we went and talked to her. Imagine if we didn't talk to her. Imagine if she had said, I have a story to tell and I would like to talk to the government. And I said, no. The same outrage would be directed at this department for not speaking with her. So we're trying to do our job here, and we are doing our job here. But any victim that wants to talk to the FBI, that wants to talk to the Department of Justice, they can call us anytime.
They're so bad. They're not even good at this, man. They literally decided to go and talk to Ghislaine Maxwell after everybody was like, why don't you release the fucking Epstein files? Are you a pedophile? What the hell is this? And then they went and talked to Ghislaine Maxwell in a closed-door meeting. And the only takeaway from said meeting was Ghislaine Maxwell said Donald Trump is a handsome man, the most handsome man to have ever existed. And he was a gentleman and also didn't know Jeffrey Epstein at all. And then the next day she was put into a lower security prison. What the fuck? What a crazy situation. Oh, wow. How fortuitous. I'm sure the lawyers for other child sex traffickers will be interested to learn that their client can get moved to a nicer prison if they're getting threatened in Gen Pop. I mean, that is always, wait, what? I mean, it's true that is how, I mean, they don't get moved to a nicer prison, but yes, of course, pedophiles do get threatened in prison. It's the one group of people that all the other prisoners will go out and kill. Did I misunderstand what he was trying to say? Or is he saying that she's in Gen Pop in a nicer prison now? Because, yeah, chomos, child molesters don't get put in Gen Pop.
Let me ask you, President Trump in September urged Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute former FBI Director James Comey, New York Attorney General Letitia James, and Senator Adam Schiff, saying in a social media post that was supposed to be private, quote, they're all guilty as hell. Comey was indicted 5 days later. Does President Trump speak to you or to the Attorney General directly?
Also, the survivors say he's lying.
You invited the president to meet with you. Have you heard anything from the White House?
Crickets. I've heard crickets.
So you...
No, but that's the... No. That's the White House. The survivors might have talked to Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche didn't say the White House listened to the survivors. Todd Blanche simply said that the Department of Justice listened to the survivors.
Directly about individual criminal cases and investigations, Mr. Blanche?
I will never talk about the communications I have with President Trump, and I don't expect Attorney General Bondi will either. However, when it comes to the prosecutions that this department is undertaking, we are following the facts and the law, period. And so with the case of James Comey, and he was indicted, the case was then dismissed by a judge because of a appointments issue. We were already investigating, which was very much available to the public at the time that President Trump sent that note. And so the fact that we continue to investigate and ultimately he was indicted is not a reflection of what President Trump put in that truth. It's a reflection of the work that we're doing and have been doing.
Okay, that's the most indefensible one. Like that one is literally... That one is so fucking crazy, dude. Virtually everyone has admitted at this point. I think Donald Trump basically has admitted at this point that it was a political hit job. The courts seem to see it that way. I don't even understand what this man is trying to defend here. This is already established as a direct political attack. Why aren't these guys afraid of going to jail for defending Trump? Oh, come on, brother. I don't even think that there is a post-Trump universe that they're foreseeing at this point. Why do all the lords in King's Court continue to brutalize the masses without any fear of repercussions? Because he's the fucking king.
Long before September.
Just very quickly, career prosecutor Eric Siebert was fired after refusing to prosecute these cases against James Comey. He was replaced by Lindsay Halligan, of course, the president's former personal lawyer who doesn't have prosecutorial experience, who was found to be unconstitutionally appointed. And the cases were thrown out, as you say. To be clear, is the Justice Department taking directions about who to prosecute from President Trump?
No, of course we're not. And also, Mr. Siebert wasn't fired because he refused to bring cases. He resigned, okay? And so, and this narrative out there that somehow it was because of James Comey, it was because of Letitia James. No, that's not true at all. And Ms. Halligan went in there and did a great job. She's still doing a great job as our U.S. attorney in the EDVA. And you had a local judge rule that she was not validly appointed. We filed an appeal in that case. I expect that eventually, when appellate courts looks at this issue, we'll win that issue.
All right, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Well, new this morning, some CBS News employees.
So, you're so obsessed with Trump. This is why Nick Fuentes and Asmongold are buzzword, bait. You got me. Easy clap. Cooked my ass. Dude, I know the 60 Minutes got leaked. I know. We're going to watch it. But what I do want to talk about before we move on to the Barry White 60 Minutes thing, which kind of also is another version of the exact institutional rot that I'm going to be talking about with respect to the DOJ, is that what comes next? Like, I know that people are operating like there's no tomorrow. You know, everyone's having a grand old time. But I feel like we kind of need these institutions, no? I just don't know what it looks like when universally the attitude is that basically every court and every facet of the every regulatory body, every facet of law enforcement is completely compromised. Because there is supposed to be established confidence in these institutions. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Otherwise, nothing works. Like, we're leftist. Obviously, we have a different understanding of the way police work. We always say, hey, look, police are serving and protecting and serving not the interests of the people, but protecting and serving the interests of capital, right? They're there to protect the wealthy. That's why Marxists will say they're class traders. Although they are of working class background, their role and primary responsibility in society is to protect capital owners, right? So, like, that's my understanding. But I don't think that's commonly shared. right? I don't think that's a commonly shared perspective by a lot of other people. And that's kind of what keeps things together. I don't know what it would look like if everyone had that perspective. Now, outside of that, even with the courts and the way that they work, or even with like law enforcement, the way that it works, like you have to have an established level of confidence in the veracity or in the serious nature of these regulatory bodies, the arms of law enforcement, because if that falls apart, the social fabric is destroyed. And in an effort to make sure that this doesn't happen, these guys have to every now and then do good work, and they certainly do. Every now and then you're reminded of a moment where even a cop actually engages in somewhat of a violent action, and you're like, okay, that's valid. That's the reason why they're supposed to exist, right? The example that I'm thinking of is that Walmart video that I saw of the 21-year-old who just like pulls out a gun, and luckily the gun jams and the cop immediately jumps on him and disarms him. Like, that's a perfect example of a cop doing the right thing. He's being a cop in the right way, in the right moment. And that's like one of those, or I think that wasn't a cop. Okay, whatever. The security guy or something. Like the security guy that jumped on top of the dude, right? Like that's a rare W. I think it is a cop, by the way. I think I did see a badge, but maybe I'm wrong. It might have been a security, a mall cop, right? The point I'm trying to make is what happens when everyone collectively goes, well, the FBI is very clearly super biased. The Department of Justice is basically just working at the behest of Trump. When virtually all of the law enforcement arms of the government are tasked with kidnapping migrant workers, and none of them are doing the cop shit that they're supposed to be doing, that legitimizes their existence, that justifies their existence, that justifies the tax dollars going to them. What do we do? What comes next? I don't know. I just don't think that it will be good for those super wealthy either. You know? Because if you're like a super wealthy guy and you're looking at Trump and you're like, I'm just going to steal as much shit as I can, as many resources as I can, as though it's like the fall of the USSR is imminent, and you're like a KGB guy, and you're like, well, I've been talking to my Western contacts, Jeffrey Sachs being one of them. I realized I need to just pick apart what remains of the government for scraps so I can, be a power broker in what comes next. And I know a lot of rich people in America are basically operating in the same way, like the fall of the USSR, fall of American empire. They're looking at this situation and they're like, well, I guess I'll just like make as much money as I can. Right? But once the USSR does fall, you're kind of fucked. Like everything is fucked. Sure, there will be some winners in the process, as there were. Many of them, we know their names. They became what we know as oligarchs, right, in Russia. But there were very few of them, and the impact of the dissolution of the USSR was incredibly, it was devastating. They basically were doing the fucking purge all the time. There was like child prostitution, rates of suicide skyrocketed. Is that even a country that you want to live in at that point? Do you want to rule over a throne of skulls? Or is it fine to, keep things stable and maybe lower your profit margin a little bit? Move to Israel. I mean, many of them did. This is true. Many of them did do that. Secretary of Antifa. But even look at Israel. Israel sucks too. Speaking of which, as far as diminishing credibility of previously respected institutions, let's talk about CBS News. As you guys know, CBS News was purchased by David Ellison, Larry Ellison's son. And part of the reason why it was purchased is so that Barry Weiss could command CBS News to be more pro-Trump than it already was, and certainly a shit ton more pro-Israel than it already was. And it was really fucking pro-Israel. One of the tasks that Barry Weiss had directly was to command 60 Minutes as editor-in-chief. Her job is to dictate how 60 Minutes conducts his interviews, conducts his investigations. It was directly a part of the job, right? And I'm going to talk about her statement since then because it came out and it's worthy of covering. But basically, 60 Minutes was supposed to release a story on Trump's deportees, specifically the ones that got deported to Cecot, the El Salvador slave labor prison. Barry Weiss pulled it. It's been leaked, and we'll be watching it because they still released it in Canada. But before we do that, let's look at the story.
Employees are threatening to quit amid fears of corporate censorship. That's after the network abruptly pulled a 60 Minutes investigation hours before it was set to air last night. The segment would have brought viewers the stories of Venezuelan deportees sent to El Salvador's notorious prison. CBS says that it was still going to air it, but that it needs more reporting. Let's go live now to CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter. This is really a severe blow, it seems, to the network's credibility here. What are you hearing from journalists there, Brian?
I think that's accurate. This is a blow to credibility. Whether
it's pretty funny because everybody fucking hates her. Like, why wouldn't you hate her? Why would you not hate her? If you are a lifelong career reporter, journalist, editor, producer, whatever, okay, and you've sucked a mountain of dicks, okay, every day is a climb on Dick Mountain, and you're sucking it, okay, and then Barry Weiss, who objectively sucked less dicks, but the right kind of dicks, gets one on you. And now she's commanding the entire franchise. You're like, what do you mean? I've been climbing Dick Suck Mountain every goddamn day. You mean to tell me that you could helicopter your way to the top because you sucked one cock? That's bullshit. And then also, obviously, there's people that are doing good work as well. But like, say metaphorical dicks just to be safe. Yeah, of course I'm talking about not real dicks. I'm saying that you just have to, consistently put in work and brown nose and, you know, say certain things, not say certain things in this like tumultuous job environment. You know, it's chaotic. And then Barry Weiss is just sucking up to billionaires, and then boom, she becomes your boss, even though her career is riddled with L's and hypocrisy and inconsistencies and not a lot of good content in the process either. Okay? That's got to be shitty. She kept failing upwards. Why? Because she sucked up to billionaires. And that's all this is. She has the charisma of a moribund snail. Exactly. Yeah, reminder that Barry Weiss never been a journalist ever. She has spent her short career on the opinion side only. And before that, she was a college kid trying to get Palestinian teachers fired. So, of course, she sees a 60-minute episode she doesn't like and just spikes it. The amount of resentment that real journalists and even journalists who our careerists have for Bari Weiss is endless, okay? In an industry where there's a lot of fucking vultures, sharks, and also really solid reporters, Bari Weiss is universally despised, right? Girl, you getting clipped for hating women? What? I don't know what you're talking about, but it's true. I do. Bari Weiss is universally despised for good reason, because she has no redeemable quality. Like she has no stage presence. She's not charismatic at all. She doesn't actually have an eye for talent, contrary to what Ezra Klein claimed, which again, Ezra Klein, what the fuck are you doing, man? Jesus Christ. He is just he finds himself always on the wrong side of every argument, like professionally. It's crazy to me. Anyway, but yeah, everybody fucking hates her, and you know, mostly for good reason. So, and these guys love yapping. Okay, if you know anything about media figures, they love talking to one another. Okay, they're gossips. Maybe that's the reason why they found themselves in this field. So, given Bari Weiss's tendency to fuck things up because she's just awful at her job, I mean, it's a really horrible media environment for her. She is just going to get constantly daggered over and over and over again, from respected reporters all the way down to the biggest careerists who are somewhat jealous that they didn't suck the right dicks, right? They sucked the wrong ones. Lower level dicks on Dick Suck Mountain.
Or not the piece actually airs in the future, and Editor-in-Chief Bari Weiss is saying to the staff this morning this segment will air when it's ready. But here's what's odd about the situation. We can walk through the timeline, and I think it'll show how this doesn't really add up, all right? Correspondent Sharon Alfonsi had been working on this segment for weeks. She interviewed some of these deportees who described torturous conditions at Cecot, that prison in El Salvador.
I do want to mention something else here, though, but it is objectively funny that this is coming off the heels of, one, Bari Weiss going on a conference and going viral for saying, my job is to deplatform Tucker Carlson, Hasan, Piker, Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, okay, for being anti-Semitic, and instead put up voices that Americans are craving to hear from, like Alan Dershowitz and Dana Loesch. Everybody laughed at that. They were like, you're a fucking idiot, okay? And then she was like, oh, I have a idea. I have a banger idea. We're going to do a town hall with Erica Kirk, the only other person that is as uncharismatic as fucking Bari Weiss on camera. And then that flopped. And then this. It's just L after L after L for Bari. Which, of course, her job isn't to actually make people watch her content. Don't be ridiculous. That's just what they put down in the paper. That's what they put down as her primary job, but it's not. Her job is to make CBS News by force more pro-Israel and more pro-Trump, more pliant. I think the very fact that she is incompetent and bad at her job makes it funnier. Yeah, oh, you've never seen this before? Just because it never fails to amuse, here's Bari Weiss's bust that she had installed in tribute to herself by the front doors of her fake university. Once again, you might be asking yourself, how is she so industrious? How is she so good? She has a fucking fake unaccredited university. How is that possible? Called University of Austin. It's because she sucked the right dicks. That's it. That's it. Obviously, this is analogy. I'm not being serious about, sucking on actual, hard penises or whatever. But she sucked up to the right billionaires. That's it. That's it. That's literally all this is. And in some ways, I think it's almost like the billionaires basically saying hey, if you suck our dicks, we'll elevate you too. You understand? As Stead says, the free press is one of the least curious media outlets on earth. Every article is a collection of anecdotes that adds up to their priors. Almost no new info or reporting that would challenge their audience. If you fell for Weiss's edgy journo act, it's likely because you wanted to. It's not because of the work. You could stop using sex as a metaphor or cozying up to people. It's gross and frat boy behavior. I can't stop myself. I'm gross and fratty. Kiss the right ass is the more elegant way to say it. Yeah, true. Remembering when Ellison bought Free Press and to maintain the fiction that it was a savvy business decision rather than him turning CBS News into an ideological play toy, everyone had to refer to Barry Weiss as a reporter and the Free Press as a news outlet, despite them clearly never being either. Yeah. Brian Stelter himself did this. David Ellison has been tight-lipped about his vision for CBS News, so his interest in the Free Press is a significant signal about his plan to invest in reporting and analysis, to which Adam Johnson replied with, Brian, please tell us what reporting the Free Press has done. Sending whiny lunatics to troll Gaza protesters, harassing trans youth and their families? What actual news story have they ever broken? Ever, genuinely. Question I'd love to hear you answer. People policing how elegant your language is when these guys are attempting a fascist takeover of the country is hilarious. Come on, people. No, I think it's important for everyone to have their priorities set and dialed in on sanitizing language. Especially because now that when the clips come out tomorrow of my toxic misogyny, those guys will come back in here and say, I told you so. And they're right. They'll be like, hey, the second coming of Himmler presented this omega viral Twitter clip compilation of you being a misogynist. And I happen to agree with Himmler Groiper 1488 on the Adolf Hitler website, Twitter, now known as X. Because I'm a Maoist, third worldist, and you are a reactionary. Look. He will not understand. There being a fascist takeover happening is not a green light to just ignore your own progress, my guy. I like that you know you're going to be here tomorrow to do this when it happens. And I'm excited to yell at you and block you and then have Asmongold also use you as a point of propaganda with another 2 million view video where he's like, Hasan's own audience is turning on him. Can you believe how gross and misogynistic he is? Chatter kind of right. Guys, this is how it always goes. This is how it always goes. No matter what. What up? Woke 2, is it never happening this way? Anyway. So, woke's still dead? No, it's not. It's coming back. Because I think at the end of the day, woke's not dead because, like, while these guys come across as, like, super fucking annoying to most people, and I'm sure I come across as super fucking annoying and problematic to them, right? I think by and large, many people find it way more repulsive, the unrestrained bigotry that they're seeing everywhere. I think most people wouldn't hear what I'm talking about here and go, wow, this guy's attitude is really gross. But But they do actually feel that way about the ways in which people present themselves now online, especially on Twitter and shit. It's disgusting.
That the Trump administration has been sending migrants to. So these interviews were in the can, they were edited. This segment was ready to go, according to producers, editors, fact checkers, and even the lawyers who reviewed the segment. As of Friday, this was ready to go. And that's significant because on Thursday night, editor-in-chief Bari Weiss was able to screen it for the first time. I'm told she had some concerns, but there was a sort of an assessment that the piece was going to move forward. And on Friday afternoon, this broadcast was publicized. It was promoted ahead of time. Alfonsi's segment was announced to the public.
That's what's also funny about it. They like literally promoted it. Bari Weiss, once again, should have just released this, right? Bari Weiss should have just released this. It would not have been a fucking story. I mean, it would have been, bad for the administration. But now that she actually tried to stop this unsuccessfully, it's turned into a story in and of itself. It got more attention. And it got fucking leaked. And they had already cut a trailer for it. Like, why would you do that? You're so stupid. But of course you're stupid because you were not promoted to the position of prominence that you got because of your efficiency or because of your output or because of the work you put in. You got there because you didn't climb Dick Mountain the right way as everybody else did, okay? You didn't put time. You got a Sherpa. You got a helicopter ride to the top. That's it. You didn't kiss the right asses. Or, sorry, you kissed, the best of asses and not all of the asses on your way up. Oh my God. Rainey draws a lot. I mean, saying a woman suck dicks to get to a position. First of all, Bari Weiss is not even a straight woman, okay? And secondly, we're not even talking about just Bari Weiss. We're talking about virtually everyone that kiss asses, if you don't want me to say dick sucking. And last but not least, once again, metaphor, euphemism for brown nosing, okay? When I say I fucked your mom, that doesn't mean I like literally raped your mother, okay? Please stop doing this, okay? I can't. As soon as I fucking noticed one, of course there is going to be a million other people in the chat that are now piling on as well. Instead of kissing ass 30% of the time and grinding 70% of the time, she invented the true meta of becoming the head of reporting outlet. Report 0% of the time and kiss ass 100% of the time. And it's not the asses of the immediate bosses. It's the right asses. You kiss the right asses, you get elevated. That's the whole point. And that's precisely the reason why she's so fucking incompetent. Okay?
And yet, on Saturday morning, Weiss weighed in with additional concerns. And I'm told, according to sources, she was especially concerned about the lack of a Trump administration response to the reporting. Now, Alfonsi says in an...
How many back shots would you take for 100K, though? If it's 100K per back shot, we already discussed this. It's unlimited, okay? I will take all the back shots on the planet. It's so stupid. Infinite, unlimited, all the back shots. Come on now. Endless back shots. If it's 100K per pump, I'm taking all the pumps, okay? I'm the gas station now, bitch.
Internal memo that waiting for a response is unrealistic because it's clear the Trump administration did not want to respond to these allegations. She said, I want to pull up the quote here, their refusal to be interviewed was a tactical maneuver designed to kill the story. If the administration's refusal to participate becomes a valid reason to spike a story, we've effectively handed them a kill switch for any reporting they find inconvenient. So that's the view from the 60 Minutes reporting team. The piece was ready to go, it was in the can, it was going to be broadcast on Sunday, but all of a sudden over the weekend, Weiss decided to shelve it. And that has created a real uproar inside CBS News, with widespread concerns about political meddling and about corporate interference. All of this coming as CBS's parent company, Paramount, both tries to ingratiate itself with the Trump administration and tries a hostile takeover bid for this network's parent company, Warner Bros. Discovery.
I mean, and it comes as President Trump has really been ratcheting up his criticism of 60 Minutes. Tell us more about that and the timing of this.
Yes, that's right. And that is the essential context here. You know, when Paramount changed hands earlier this
Serious question. What do all the language police chatters do when Stavros comes on stream? They kill themselves. Like they literally, we've probably lost so many brave 40-month warriors who have immediately grabbed the officer's service weapon after doing a 911 call. They just die. They perish, I think. You used to use the R word and didn't realize the effect it has on people with disabilities, like actually get called it on a daily basis, but you learn from that. Imagine you'd reacted this way to a chatter calling it out back then. Yeah, because not everything is the same. This is not a valid one. It's an invalid one. Because I'm not saying that like she has a career because she literally fucked her way to the top, okay? If I meant it literally, it would be understandable. I'm simply using a different term for ass kissing. It's analogous. And when I say ass kissing, no one, I assume, assumes that I mean like literally tossing someone's salad and eating someone's asshole in order to, you know, advance. That's the difference, okay? And I still use substitute terms for the R word, as do you, as do many other people, okay? There will always be a need for pejoratives in language. Okay, this kind of language policing, especially when it's utilized improperly, is very frustrating. If you can't understand how that language increases the risk of violence towards women, then I don't know if we're on the same side, honestly. Sounds hypocritical and unaware. We're not. We're not on the same side. We're not. I don't think you understand. We are not on the same side. We're on the same side as long as you just, you know, shut the fuck up and you're like, hey, you know, I appreciate you, you know, defending certain things on principle. But if this is like, so your edgy joke matters more than people's safety. All right, it's time to ban people. Yes. The answer is yes. Also, this is precisely the reason why people like Nick Fuentes will consistently pop off. This is precisely the reason why people like Asmongold will continue to pop off. People like Aiden Ross will continue to pop off. And a lot of you insufferable morons who think that the sanitization of language, not to like a understandable degree where we are harmonious here, but to a degree where it's like actually so clinical that it becomes boring. The utilization of any sort of analogy or any sort of embellished language is now seen as like the most the worst grievance. Okay, the worst point of normalizing violence. All of this stuff is not only incredibly unproductive, but it's also useless. It's utterly useless. He's right. I never thought about hurting a woman, but you said suck dick instead of kiss ass, and now I'm going to become a serial killer. That's on you. Exactly. They can clip the past 10 minutes and get an hour of laughter material for their audience. Yes. And they will continue to do so. And most of us will continue to look silly. But hey, guess what? There will be at least 15 banger TikToks that come out of this. And this will move discourse on the unproductive left on TikTok for at least a week.
If we want to defeat capitalism, we are going to need a party that will organize working people to fight for the demands that.
I've never met people like this, except in the shadow. I refuse to believe these shadows are real. Yeah, no. Like, I think the byproduct of being extremely online on the right makes people into like vicious propaganda monsters, and they're so fucking effective at like undermining their ideological opponents. They never go outside, but they have the capacity to even move real world events by causing incidents online. The very same shut in style leftist extremely online behavior, unfortunately, leads to targeting and attacking, other people on the left. It's very strange.
We want and to win socialism. Thank you so much.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronoun?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
A lot of fake feminists men / activists like to praise small shit like PC language so they look less fake when they bitch out on real activism. Yeah. This is offline chat, by the way. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's online chat. It's more so online chat than it is offline chat. I don't think we learned the lessons from Woke 1 and are set up to make the same mistakes in Woke 2. Yeah, there's also like no nuance or no context, right? It's just like it's all or nothing. Anyway, let's continue.
Here, Trump praised the new owners, David Ellison and his father Larry.
The Backshots bit would have been a 2-hour discourse on stream compared to Fear and. Yeah, it's like there's this TikToker that does this very funny thing where he will make jokes about like the Minecraft era. Let me see if I can find it. But the Minecraft era woke like Discord conversations. And I always feel like my everything that I do basically as a Twitch streamer is having to deal with those kinds of chatters every day, non-fucking stop. And he totally fucking nails the me ass. I forget what it is. I'm gonna try see if I can find one. I feel like I liked it. I liked some of his TikToks a while back. Where it's like he plays like numerous characters in a Discord server. Oh my fucking God, you still sending me Instagram reels, bro. Stop sending me Instagram reels. Send me the TikTok version of it, please. I don't want to. Is it the morally superior Discord server guy? I love him so much. Yes. Yes. Trigger warning. I'm about to engage in reactionary propaganda that makes you feel kind of silly. If you're in this TikTok, you are not going to like it. Your worst quality is hating Instagram reels? Is this it? No, this is not it.
Jeff, do you copy?
Not now, Mom. I just joined the Magic the Gathering Discord server.
Yes.
So anyways, I tried to play Commander for the first time yesterday, and it was really fun. I recommend it.
Yeah, I gotta get out of the house and find a new play group.
That makes me uncomfy. Can we please get a trigger warning on anything related to going outside? I have agoraphobia and can't leave the house. Hope this helps. /Jen.
By the way, in my experience, this doesn't actually help people understand where I'm coming from. It makes them even more mad because they'll say, well, I don't really care about whatever they're presenting here. And you're actually diluting and belittling a very important cause, which is misogyny, not understanding that I am not actually undermining misogyny at all. I'm saying that your understanding of combating misogyny is akin to this person.
While we do our best to be a welcoming server, this request is simply impossible considering Magic has a lot of outdoor-related cards. Actually, I banned outdoor-related cards from my commander group. It's really that simple to be more accommodating to your community. Your therapy speech will not be tolerated here. No offense, but you seem really exhausting to be around. You've only sent 2 messages and my social battery has already been depleted. Please don't say battery! My abusive dad used to put 13 AAA batteries in a sock and beat me with it. You're being very problematic. / serious. Not the trauma dump. Sorry, I don't see an event channel in the Discord. It's low-key giving ableism. I'm low-key getting tired of you using queer identities and diction to get your way. You capitalize on the suffering of others with your mannerisms. Your only hope to rectify this mistake is by leaving this Discord server and watching Steven Universe. Oh, that's a good idea. Steven Universe is my favorite queer literature. It's actually very problematic to assume I'm queer. You need to deal with your internalized homophobia and reflect on the way you type to others without proper tone indicators. I can't tell if you're being negative or if you're being lighthearted. We're not against tone indicators or anything, by the way. You can just ask.
I'm studying to be a more annoying chatter. Thanks for putting me on. See, the difference here is that video was funny. You're just slinging low-tier misogyny. Yeah, no, totally. This video is not making fun of you at all. What you were doing was activism. This video is just making fun of you. I mean, not making fun of you, sorry. If you can't comprehend what a metaphor is, and think that the peak of activism is derailing a conversation that we're having about how someone who is specifically tasked after a career of failing upwards, specifically tasked with making CBS more pro-Israel and more pro-Trump, and having the last 25 minutes center around this conversation that Combustible Lemon started, which I haven't banned yet. Okay? And how this was actually productive. This was productive activism for you. You'll never understand it. Genuine question, how do you actually think you can make progress if you just assume that something that challenges your previous beliefs is someone being disingenuous and woker than thou? Great question. Okay? I've been doing this for the past 12 years. Do you feel like there haven't been instances where I went, you know what, that's actually right? Is there any instance here where this isn't, is there any instances here people stop using the S word short for schizophrenia? Schizo, which is the word for a medical diagnosis, will refer to someone being freakish and destructive in their behavior that stigmatizes people with the condition who don't act like it. Forget about the people on Reddit or TikTok who are being ingenuine for a moment. Actually consider the effective language in this space. Oh my God. Do you feel like you might have a tendency, like a character trait? Genuinely. I'm seriously asking. Do you feel like you might have a character trait where you have a hard time making friends with people because this is how you operate? Because there is, I don't know if this happens on right-wing circles. I don't know if this happens in right-wing circles at all, but there is this thing that chatters have in their minds where they're like, nah, I'm gonna fuck this shit up. I'm gonna drop a bomb in this bitch. Genuinely, can you stop fucking engaging with these freaks? Genuinely antisocial people? No, the reason why I don't want to stop engaging with these people is because I want to make sure that they just stop doing this. Like, I think people think I'm doing this because, well, first of all, I am busted in the brain, okay? I have a serious mental illness where when I see something that I consider to be like bad behavior for organizing or bad behavior in general for like for how people present themselves, I can't stop but call it out. I can't stop myself from calling it out. Like people who say like this is literally assault, like what you are just describing is actually normalizing the death and destruction of insert group of people, right? Like people that have a very black and white understanding, very black and white approach to this sort of thing, that make the entire conversation revolve around whatever their own personal demands are. The reason why I call it out is because, I mean, it's much simpler to just fucking ban him and move on. And then it doesn't become a major point of contention. And then you don't have opportunists who will then a week after, you know, spending their entire week being like, Hasan has a serious problem with insert this form of bigotry, will then turn around and make videos. And I see it all the time. Why can't the left organize? Why can't the left ever actually win prominence in, you know, when we have all the right ideas, like when all of our opinions are good? Why can't we get people to fucking hear us out? I don't know, because you're fucking annoying. That's it. And the reason why I do behave like this, the reason why I do this is because I hope for every like, I don't know, for every like 100 chatter that sees this as an opportunity to be like, well, it's time for the daily lashings again, right? But I do see what you're doing. You're trying to shame the behavior. Exactly. I'm just trying to fucking put a mirror on that sort of behavior. Because the number one rule in this community has always been be fucking normal. Okay? Be cool, be normal, be cool, be normal, be cool, be normal. And I'll never stop doing that. I'll never stop trying to get people to be cool and be normal. Because you don't want to come across like this.
And we can add them to the end of our messages. But unfortunately, you're very argumentative and it seems a little purposeful. I am going to remove you from this Discord. Never mind, Mom. I got time to shower now. Not now, Mom. I just joined the Magic the Gathering Discord server. So anyway.
I think it will work long term, but it's going to be painful. It's not that painful. We just yell we yell for like 35 minutes every day. And then people make content out of it. And I think in the process, some people learn, some people realize like, okay, this is a shameful attitude or shameful way to operate. Other people think I'm more hardened in my position. You know, I'm more hardened than ever before. A typical man doesn't understand all this stuff. When in fact, the analogy being deployed here has nothing to do with has nothing to do with undermining all women that have advanced in their careers as like simply having simply exchanging sexual favors. I'm talking about a very specific person who doesn't even have sex with men, and not even just a very one specific person, very wise, but all people working in all sectors across the board that engage in the same kind of ass-kissing behavior. And it's pretty clear what I'm saying, but you misunderstood it, and then you made it everybody else's problem. Okay? Ladder climbing. In any case, let's get back to the main story.
He described them as friends and supporters. Trump was very excited to have CBS moving into new hands. But 2 weeks ago, Trump changed his tunes. He started to criticize.
Look, we moved on, but nope, some people want to still go back. I don't know why you're calling out ableist language is a problem in this chat. It's not annoying, it's actually informative, bro. Just acknowledge that you can change your language to be more friendly to people with disabilities. Is an area where you could be more open-minded. You're right. You're right. I will listen and I will learn. I'm listening and I'm learning. I apologize. I apologize to everyone that I have offended with the language that I used. I promise to do better tomorrow. Let's continue.
Yelison's and 60 Minutes specifically. Trump at first was mad about an interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene that aired on the broadcast. We know Trump cares a lot about 60 Minutes, and we know he's been railing against both the broadcast and the new owners of Paramount. At the same time, these owners need regulatory approval for their future aspirations to grow the company. So that is the political context for the story. Now, I'm told by sources at CBS that Bari Weiss became more personally involved at 60 Minutes in the past couple of weeks. But she said to staffers this morning that the story simply was not ready for air yet. It was not ready to go. More reporting must be done. And frankly, I'm not hearing many supporters of hers internally at CBS.
What, is this your first time I'm being fucking sarcastic, dickhead? And I will continue to do exactly what I'm doing. If you don't like it, if you don't like the style, then it's not a substantive critique. It's a style critique. A lot of people think style critique is the only kind of critique that matters. Okay, it's one of the biggest issues. Is people mistaking a tonal critique or a stylistic critique for a substantive critique.
CBS, I'm hearing a lot of criticism about this decision. But you know what's happened, Pam? A lot more people are suddenly interested in the story, right? A lot more people suddenly want to know more about what these detainees have said they've gone through. So this is one of those situations where the controversy, the scandal is actually...
It's ironic. There's 2 days ago you were trying to help people understand why you shouldn't use the R word. Now people are woke scolding you on ableist language. So fucking wild work he was doing it. Yeah, because those guys also don't want me to use psychotic, or they don't want me to say sociopath. Like there's a different level of sanitized language for everyone. Like accommodation is supposed to be made for the broadest subsects of society. Okay? Yes, there are people who at the peak of woke were going so far as to even like get mad about people using the term stupid. There have been numerous waves of this kind of shit throughout the last 10 years that I've been doing this, and I haven't fucking eaten the bait. I think a lot of you guys are new, so you don't remember when people would come in and scold me for not saying Latinx. Okay? You just gotta keep making jokes and move on. Okay? There were people who constantly tried to pull me into the conversation about like what the fuck was it at peak woke? It was neopronouns. Neopronouns. People being like, oh, why won't, like, what's up with neopronouns? What's your thoughts on neopronouns? And I was like, nah, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Okay? And there was never a moment where I entertained that shit because I was like, I'm sorry, I'm going to be as woke as I possibly can, but there's a limit to how woke I can be. Okay? I'm not going to do silly shit that makes me sound fucking silly and look fucking silly. Lol, this is what's getting clipped. No, but that's the whole point. Like, the reason why I didn't do that is because I didn't want to fucking look silly. And guess what? Sometimes maybe an endless interest in accommodating the tiniest minority of people that do not represent the minority group at all, like, or the marginalized group at all, but simply have their own fucking approach is unproductive. Is unproductive. And I'm not going to make it at the forefront of my advocacy. I'm not going to be like, oh, I hate this. This is why I'm transphobic now, you know? But it's just stupid. You're being fucking stupid. You're being silly. especially because there is a tendency, I think, that my bad chat. I wouldn't rather hear kiss ass over dick suck because it's more elegant and I'm woke, but not because it's more elegant and I'm woke, but because I'm homophobic. Like I'm not gonna put on a fucking performance for you and do something that I think is like kind of silly. That's it. That's the same reason why I banned the misophonia chatters too. Because like, yeah, every now and then you're gonna hear a mouth noise. It won't kill you. You know what I mean? You won't die. I promise.
Going to draw more attention onto the Trump administration's effort to deport these migrants to this very hostile prison where some men say they've been tortured.
Yeah. All right. So tell us more about what Weiss said in her statement. And also, just to be clear, Sharon Alfonsi and the 60 Minutes team had reached out multiple times to the administration for a statement and interview, right? And the administration declined. I just want to be clear on that.
That's right.
Because
that
you can understand,
yes,
if we're not representing one.
Comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
These requests for comment went unanswered, according to Alfonsi.
But was it also for an interview or just a comment?
You can't wait around forever and only broadcast the segment if they agree to be interviewed. She says that would amount to a kill switch. However, Weiss said this morning on the network's early morning editorial call, quote, "We need to be able to get the principals on the record and on camera." She means someone like Stephen Miller, the deputy chief of staff at the White House. She's insisting on having those interviews. And again, that is her prerogative as editor-in-chief of the organization. But if she felt so strongly, why did she only make this decision over the weekend after the segment was announced, after it was ready to go, according to staffers, after it was already publicized? There's something strange about the process here. And then there's the political overtones that are inescapable. And that is why so many CBS staffers are now alarmed in this moment.
Yeah. And just to be precise, 60.
All right, let's look at the fucking dumbass internal memo that this incompetent monster wrote. Hi, y'all. I'm writing with specific guidance on what I'd like for us to advance the Cecot story. I know you'd all like to see this run as soon as possible. I feel the same way. But if we run the piece as is, we'd be doing our viewers a disservice. Last month, many outlets, most notably the New York Times, exposed the horrific conditions at Cecot. Our story presents more of these powerful testimonies, and putting those accounts in the public record is valuable in and of itself. But if we're going to run another story about a topic that has now been much covered, we need to advance it. Among the ways we do so, does anyone in the administration or anyone prominent who defended the use of the Alien Enemies Act now regret it in light of what these Venezuelans endured at Cecot? That's a question I'd like to see asked and answered. At present, we do not present the administration's argument for why it sent 252 Venezuelans to Cecot. What the 252 Venezuelans... what we have is Caroline Leavis' soundbite claiming they're evildoers in America, rapists, murderers. But isn't there much more to ask in light of the torture that we are revealing? Tom Homan and Stephen Miller don't tend to be shy. I realize we've emailed the DHS spokesperson, but we need to push much harder to get these principles on the record. The data we present paints an incongruent picture. Of the 252 Venezuelans sent to Cecot, we say nearly half have no criminal histories. In other words, more than half do have criminal histories. We should spend a beat explaining this. We then say, she's like, why can't we justify the administration sending 252 Venezuelans to the slave labor prison where they're torturing people in a piece that is supposed to feature the innocent victims of this torture prison deportation scheme that the administration has designed? I like that she's trying to spin it in the internal memo as though she's just trying to arrive at a deeper truth. Okay? But it's pretty fucking obvious what she's doing. She's like, why won't we defend it more? Many had speeding tickets. We should highlight these awful crimes. We then say only 8 out of the 252 have been sentenced in America for violent offenses. But what about charged? My point. Oh, okay. What about it? I don't know how the criminal justice system works. Why don't we just immediately assume that the administration, who we are showcasing is engaging in an act of tremendous wrongdoing, Why don't we act like that administration actually has righteous cause to do this tremendous wrongdoing that they're doing currently? This this is unironically, there is a, listen, no disrespect, as you guys know, I'm much closer, or if not directly an ML, but this does kind of sometimes remind me of like, well, every single person that Stalin actually was sending to the camps was actually an evildoer and bad. If you really investigate it further, you will find out that they were all engaging in, you know, counter-revolutionary, reactionary behavior. Like, that's what it, that's a little bit what this is. Like, this is like, well, why don't we just like dive deeper into the data to find out what the administration itself is claiming is the wrongdoing that these guys did when we sent them to the fucking slave labor camp. Okay? You know? It's kind of crazy. Yeah. When I look at CBS News' 60 Minutes doing a piece specifically on the slave labor camp, I think to myself, how can we make the slave labor camp narrative seem better? Anyway. But what about charge? My point is that we should include as much as we can possibly know and understand about these individuals. Secretary Noem's trip to Cecot. We report that she took pictures and video there with MS-13 gang members, not TDA members, with no comment from her or her staff about what her goal on that trip was or what she saw there, or if that trip, or if she had or has concerns about the treatment of detainees like the ones in RPs. I also think the ensuing analysis from the Berkeley students is strange. The pictures are alarming. We should include them. But what does the analysis add? We need to do a better job of explaining the legal rationale by which the administration detained and deported these 252 Venezuelans to Cecot. Yeah, I don't think they're going to come out and be like, it's because we're racist and we wanted to use Venezuelans as a simple talking point. Okay? It's because we want to build a white nationalist dystopia, and in an effort to start the process of this, we wanted to start shipping entire swaths of the population to this slave labor colony for no real reason whatsoever. As a matter of fact, a lot of these people, as you saw, don't really have any real criminal profile whatsoever. We just kind of decided that they are criminals. Now, there is one guy who would say that, and his name is Stephen Miller. But of course, he's not going to fucking say that. He's just going to say these guys are criminals and they're ruining the country and they're raping and pillaging. He's going to lie. That's the whole point. And that isn't the administration's argument. The admin has argued in court that detainees are due judicial review, and we should explain this with a voice arguing that Trump is exceeding his authority under the relevant statute, and another arguing that he's operating within the bounds of his authority. There's a genuine debate here. If we cut down Kristi Noem's analysis, we'd have the time. My general view here is that we do our viewers the best service by presenting them with the full context. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like, I'm Barry Weiss. I have been put in charge of Adolf Hitler's propaganda apparatus. And you know, I'm previously I'm being put in charge. Previously it was actually a liberal institution, right? So I'm still attacking the argument from a liberal association, a liberal understanding, the extreme centrism perspective. Yes, the Nuremberg, many of our liberal counterparts are talking about the Nuremberg race laws as genuinely problematic. But have we failed to consider what Hitler thinks about it? Why is there no argument here that presents the organized Jewry as a parasitic force that is somehow both incredibly weak and very powerful? Can we please factor in what the Nazis have to say? Maybe they had good reasons to build the Nuremberg race laws. How many of the Jews that were sent to the initial work camps actually a genuine and ever-present threat to German society? Is there an argument here that the Volk really deserve the social safety nets that Jews do not? Find out more on 60 Minutes. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, I believe we need to do more reporting here. I'm eager and available to help. I tracked down cell numbers for Homan and Miller and sent those along. Please let me know how I can support you. Yeah. It's interesting. It's giving, I read Mein Kampf and I kind of see where Hitler's coming from. Oh, like the fucking previous article we read. What's his name? What was the guy from the previous article? Bryce. My goat Bryce. He was like, he was like, as an ancestral Jew who converted to Christianity, I read Mein Kampf, and the conclusions that they reached to were abominable. But I kind of understand where he was coming from. It's fucking awesome. Yeah. While leading Colombians for academic freedom, Barry Weiss sought to get pro-Palestine Columbia professors fired, by the way. While leading the Free Press, Weiss is spiking stories to cover for a president who sought to get pro-Palestine Columbia students deported. She also invented the elite campus identity politics primordial identities. Words are violence, safe spacing, microaggression, hyper-aggressive litigation, and has built a career out of opposing anyone else trying to practice these dark arts. That's Barry Weiss, baby. Oh, one of the stupid parts about her argument here was, of course, as Aaron Reichlin-Melnick presents, the Supreme Court already held 9-0 that the process used to send people to Cecot violated due process. There's not any dissent here. What are you saying? When she's like, why don't we hear from both sides of the argument? Like, here's the thing, okay? I know for a fact Barry Weiss is not like this as a person. There are some people out there who do genuinely go, no, we should hear from all sides of all arguments, no matter how fucking silly, how stupid, or how ridiculous they may be. Barry Weiss is not one of these people. If the story was about, like, I don't know, the growth of neo-Nazi movements in the country, she wouldn't be going, hey, why don't we have famed historian, often misunderstood, David Irving, to deliver us his perspective on why the Nazis were actually misunderstood. Like, she wouldn't do that. She just would not do that. And I don't even know if that's an appropriate way to cover a story like that anyway, okay? Just like Barry Weiss is not going to do a fucking town hall with David Duke. And she probably shouldn't do a town hall with David Duke anyway. I'm not even saying that that's a good thing, okay? And of course, obviously, everybody fucking hates her at CBS because, like I said, instead of going up the dick ladder, okay, in the appropriate way, or sorry, for the woke chatters, the ass-kissing ladder, okay, she fucking skyrocketed to the top. Why kiss the asses of every single middle manager when you can kiss the top manager's ass, billionaires, okay? Yes, ass is more woke than dick. Sniz. Shut up. You know, Hasan, I'm a bit concerned about this negative tone that I'm hearing in your voice these days, and I can appreciate where your uncertainty stems from, and you have reason to question your anxieties and how disillusioned you feel, as well as feeling skeptical about who you believe you can trust. But that attitude will hold you back in this life. If you're going to continue to feel alienated, give some thought to this, says Goonerbox. I don't even know what is happening here, Goonerbox. How about you keep gooning, brother? What is this bait? At a somber 60 Minutes staff meeting today, Scott Pelley and others expressed frustration at Barry Weiss's handling of last night's cancel segment and management style. Is not a part-time job, Pelley said, referring to Weiss's missing screenings of the segment per sources. Tanya Simmons, 60 executive producer, said she stands 100% behind Sharon Alfonsi in the story. Simon also pledged to uphold the show's journalistic standards, even if the show comes under more oversight from CBS News management than in the past. Also, Sharon Alfonsi gave a point of rejoinder to Weiss's call for a newsroom where journalists can contentiously, if respectfully, disagree. Disagreement requires discussion, Alfonsi said, per sources saying Weiss did not contact her directly about the segment. I personally think this is... I think she's stupid, okay? I think she's stupid, and I think she foolishly decided to you know, try to spike this segment clearly without even realizing that the segment had already been fucking promoted and was already slated for distribution in Canada, which is why we actually have access to the segment. And while this would have been coverage that has already taken place a million times over, as it's been promoted everywhere else, she ended up accidentally Streisand affecting the fuck out of the story. And here it is. This is from the Canadian broadcast. I believe there's only 18 minutes dedicated to Cecot. But this is, you know, this is the 60-minute segment that she... I'm trying to remember what your statements about accents and being funny about good at it. Have you said something similar about edgy humor, that you need to be funny before actually trying it? Do you actually think you're that funny? I'm sorry for making this an attack, but can you at least apply your own comedic standards? No, I was talking about accents. If you're good at it, not like funny. I'm saying if you're good at an accent, it most likely comes from a place of understanding. Okay? If you're not, Chatter, I will just say this, okay? Do you feel like you're in the majority here, or you're in the majority in your Splinter Discord? Because everyone here wants you to shut the fuck up, myself included. I'm giving you the dignity and having a conversation with you. But like, I don't think people are, like, I don't think people took it the way that you did, or however, you know, however many people in the Splinter Discord you guys are in took it. Okay? You know what I mean? The helicoptering to the top of Dick Suck Mountain bit was S tier and Chatter's wrong. Yeah. I don't think it's like the funniest thing, right? But in any case, if you're asking me about like comedy, the attempt of comedy, even if it's not funny, what I always try to convey to people is that it doesn't actually show what your true political perspective is. And unironically, that's yet again an admonishment of your style of thinking. And but you fail to comprehend that. I say, even if you don't find a comedian, right? Not myself, but like someone attempting humor, someone attempting comedy, and it comes across like problematic, for example, that doesn't mean that that person actually sincerely holds these beliefs. And you should be more understanding of people attempting to be humorous. It's actually a criticism of your style of commentary, unironically enough, and you don't really realize it, but that's what it is. In any case, I hope this offers better clarity. Wait, so Dave Chappelle isn't transphobic? No, I think Dave Chappelle is very much transphobic. Anyway, let's keep going. This is Splinter Discord activity, for the record. I can't believe I'm finding myself fucking defending Hoscord's honor here, but this is like the type of shit that goes on when people get really annoyed at Hoscord not being woke enough. I was just like, why are we just interviewing him? Why can't we interview Adolf Hitler, who will then tell us that this guy deserved it. This is not good enough. Why are we not hearing from the administration that sent him to the torture, rape, slave prison? It's so crazy, man. What's crazy? I knew I was going to fucking have issues with the 60 Minutes piece, as I often do, but not in the fucking Barry Weiss perspective, but because of what gets left unsaid, even in a piece such as this one. Like, I hope they will at least factor in some human rights concerns here about the prison structure and the judiciary in El Salvador without just like moving on. Well, now, I mean, we'd have to hear from Stephen Miller, I think, about how everyone, including that lawyer who, speaking suspiciously with an accent, should probably get sent to the rape torture camp. You know, that's the other thing, by the way. So here is one of the most indecent things that this administration has done so far. If you guys recall, up until Trump 2, 98% of court meetings were attended by undocumented migrants that were in the process of filing their asylum claim and applying and totally playing ball with the criminal justice or the immigrant justice system, right? So what the Trump administration started doing is they started picking off people in all of these court proceedings, as we saw inside of courtrooms, as they were coming in or out of their hearings with immigration judges. And the reason why they did that was, one, because it's super easy, because you know those guys are playing ball with immigration, so you know where they're at any given moment, right? But the other reason why they did that is because now immigrants will think twice before they actually go to their court proceeding, because they're terrified of whether or not they will be falsely deported from the country, despite the fact that they are playing ball with the administration, right? Like, they're doing their due diligence. Their only crime is, I guess, being foolish enough to assume that this administration will actually allow them to stay in the country as long as they follow the letter of the law. So when they don't actually go to the court hearings now because they're terrified, and court appearance numbers have actually dropped quite a bit. NPR was reporting on it this morning. Now they automatically get a deportation order. So it's a double whammy. And because these people were already playing ball with the government knows exactly where they are. They're going to their court hearings. The government knows exactly where they are. They have their IRS paperwork. They have their domicile. They know where they live. They know where their family members live. They're not very hard to track down. And now you create this environment where you have a righteous cause to deport these people because they missed their court hearing. And then the numbers that they're showing here will reflect that. Then they can turn around and say, guess what? These guys had deportation orders. That means that they're criminals. That means they had to be deported. So they're creating criminals only to justify the deportation numbers. Would not want those prisoners in the U.S. Oh my God, then why is crime down El Salvador? Asylum in USA during housing crisis? Not good. Yeah, that should show you how desperate a lot of people are. I mean, it also is, you're also factoring in people that have been here for a decade, you know what I mean? I mean, there's been a housing crisis for the longest time, but But I don't think that's the solution to the housing crisis because they have deported a bunch of people. Do you feel like are property prices coming down? Are you ever going to be able to own a home, you think? Do you feel like if we deport a number, like if we deport a specific number of migrants, you genuinely think that there will be more available inventory of housing? And then with the more available inventory of housing, like landlords will decide to lower prices? Is that what you think is going to happen? I suspect you don't have an answer to these questions. Just one more deportation, bro. Please, please, please. Just one more. And then everything is going to be good. Rent is down too. Oh, yeah. Rent is down. Property prices are coming down. Rent is down too. Groceries are cheaper now. It's so crazy. Yeah. It's so crazy because like a big part of it is inventory, right? And considering that like approximately 30 to 40% of all construction is done by undocumented migrants or migrant workers in general, you know, that's gotta make things a lot easier in terms of building new readily available units of housing, right? Rent is down 600%. Yeah. I went to the hospital yesterday and the doctor just went, don't worry about it. When I asked about the bill, oh, hell yeah. Is it because you told the doctor that you're a white man and white men are no longer under attack? That's what I do. When I go to the hospital, I say, I'm a white man and white men are no longer attacked. This is free, right? And all of the nurses and all the doctors actually stand up in unison and they give me a standing O. And they go, thank you, white man, for overcoming great trials and tribulations. Yeah. Isn't that wild? It's real, dude. JD Vance told me. Hey, I know there is, ecological disaster, an economic crisis, a real crisis in confidence for a better future. Doesn't feel like it's going to happen anytime soon. But guess what? Guess what, guys?
States of America. In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore.
Yeah, it's true. It took away so much time out of my day when I had to literally apologize for being white all the time. You know? I would walk into the coffee shop and I'd be like, I apologize for doing a Bodies in Spaces. I know that it's inappropriate the way that I am occupying this space that could have been taken by a person, a BIPOC LGBTQIA+. And I want to apologize for my Bodies in Spaces here, but, it took a while. It would stop the entire, especially if there's two white people, that we all have to do that. We were doing it all the time. And basically, now we don't have to do that. So things are a lot faster. And a lot of places are finally paying me reparations for all the previous harm that they've committed. Yeah, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. Yep, LBJ. LeBron James said that. He did. He was right. That's why you can't trust the unemployment numbers. There's so much white apologizing on the clock. Exactly. Every time I went anywhere, an LGBT BIPOC would hold a gun to my head until I apologized for being white. Yeah. So now that we don't have to do that, it says based. I'm sure Asman himself probably watched this and said it was based and totally justifiable and actually very cool that this happened. Didn't we have the torture, rape, prison, concentration camp guards and their perspective on this as to why this is actually totally valid or based? Oh, well. Asmongold reacts to the news that Barry Weiss blocked the CBS story on the Trump admin sending undocumented immigrants to a prison in El Salvador to be tortured. Asmine Kampf says it's great that these immigrants are being tortured and critical news organizations should be banned.
More attention onto the Trump administration's effort to deport these migrants to this very hostile prison where some men say they've been tortured.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have been here illegally.
Asman watched your Ro Khanna interview live and his YouTube video got 500,000 views. Probably better he pays attention. Wait. Are you fucking stupid? He doesn't just pay attention. He then also turns around and says, yeah, this torture structure is awesome. If he was simply watching it and not even saying anything about it, and I think left people to make up their own conclusions, I suspect that that would be more productive, yes. But he's leading his audience into watching shit like that and then going, this is awesome, this is good. He's agreeing with the torture. Are you okay? I don't know if I don't know what his commentary was on my Ro Khanna interview, and I quite frankly don't really give a shit. But just simply getting more eyeballs on the pro-torture side on the torture prison is probably not a good thing.
That's what I think.
Draw more attention onto the Trump administration's effort to deport these migrants to this very hostile prison where some men say they've been tortured.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have been here illegally. That's what I think. Shouldn't have done it. Yep, nobody asked you to come here. Shouldn't have been here. Maybe then they'll watch this and they'll be like, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't show up then. Could this be a marketing ploy? Well, I think it should be. This does mean they deserve to be tortured, though. I want to see what the conditions are. Well, here's the question. If they were being tortured, would I agree to not send them there? No, I don't care. Don't give a shit. Shouldn't have come here.
Sick, dude. Strangely, he got more views reacting to it than your video. That's not strange at all. He has a larger audience on YouTube, and also YouTube favors right-wing content a fuck ton more. That's not strange at all. That's the most normal thing of all time. Yes, that happens all the time. It sucks, but it's just the way things go. It is what it is. I don't even know. My especially because of the Ro Khanna interview that I conducted, yeah, it didn't do well. It got 151,000 views, right? It's the format that my audience is used to is a shorter, direct to camera content. Let's see what Asmongold TV's video did. Probably a lot better than mine. Yeah, 621,000. And I have no issue with this, for the record. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just how it is. The algorithm, the algorithm absolutely favors right-wing content, even if it's the same exact content. Isn't that crazy? I noticed Hasan got a little nervous when Khanna said all the men at the parties who witnessed underage girl in the news should go to jail for not reporting it too close to home. Insane. A congressman next to a self-proclaimed terrorist supporter. Yikes. Yeah, so Epstein was pretty bad and everything, but basically there's this guy named Asmongold that didn't happen. But yeah, this goes to show, like, this is as close as you're going to get to basically very little commentary from Asmongold and just almost exactly the same video. And almost the exact same video, 600,000 views versus the original video uploaded around the same time on my page, 100,000 views, 150,000 views. There is, I think it's just how YouTube is, and there's not really much you can do about it. No, it's not how it is. They favor in the algorithm to make people think it is. Allergic to normal haters, I swear to God. Yeah, what do you mean no commentary? You didn't even play it? Considering that it's the original interview was an hour and 10 minutes and his video was an hour and 12 minutes, I suspect that there's not a lot of additional commentary. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. There's also this weird thing people have against you. Like, I've never seen hate with zero reason, like how people talk about you. It's not for zero reason. It's because of what I represent. He couldn't pause. He commented it. He commented he watched live. If you combine all the re-upload from all the fan channels, you have more, but YouTube team is very slow. No, probably not. Algorithm is based on what people prefer generally. When are you going to acknowledge that you and Asman are two sides of the same coin and you can accomplish more if you meet in the middle? The algorithm is based on what people prefer generally. It seems like you're saying we're on both sides of the same coin, but you kind of prefer one side of the coin a little bit more by your own admission, I suspect. So I don't know why you just choose to say that we're both both sides of the same coin. You don't have to be a centrist in here. You can openly say that you're a fan of Asmongold and you prefer his commentary. But yeah, ultimately, half his chat was going rare Hasan W. There will be an influx of Asman leavers. No, I don't think so. I think you need to understand, a lot of these people have been so aggressively well poisoned against me that they will never a lot of those people have been so unimaginably well poisoned that they will rarely ever turn around and go, you know what, Hasan was actually right. I was wrong about him. Most people don't ever recognize that they were wrong. Why should they? I'm just a random fucking dickhead on the internet from their perspective. I think for a lot of people, they don't actually think about politics as organizing around specific goals. They think about it as personalities that they despise or personalities that they find relatable. And so for a lot of people like that, they've already decided that I'm like a villain. So even if they agree with 100% of my worldview, they most likely will never even entertain openly stating that they agree with me. But I don't really mind it necessarily. I think if they're, if someone is like going from being an Asmongold fan to like, I don't know, door knocking for Zohran Mamdani, and they fucking hate me, but they're door knocking for Zohran Mamdani, I think it's weird. It's definitely weird. I think they would probably enjoy this community, but I'll take that W. You know what I mean? Like, I'll take it. I don't think there are a lot. I don't think there are a lot of people like that. This is what's so wrong with it. You can't even acknowledge the other side at all without calling it evil. We generally want the same things. We got to compromise on how to get it. Okay, now I'm glad that you also openly admit that you're on the other side. But the other thing is, even if I don't call this kind of commentary evil, I think it speaks on its own. If you think people who have made their way into the United States of America and are going through the proper protocols to get gainful employment, who are productive members of American society, if you think that they should be tortured in a fucking slave labor prison without any due process whatsoever in their deportation, specifically for political goals, then, I mean, that's kind of evil. Like, that is pretty fucking evil, right? It's just, I don't know why you have such a hard time with this word. Like, do you want me to say that that's good? I don't think it's good. Do you want me to lie? I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to anybody. Just like earlier, I spent a fucking hour yelling at people in my chat who were like, oh, I can't believe you said, people are climbing Dick Suck Mountain in their career elevation. It harkens back to a misogynistic tendency, blah, 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 all this shit. Like, I'm not going to lie to you and act like that's a normal point of concern. Just like I'm not going to lie to you and act like, someone saying that people should be tortured and I don't actually care if they get tortured is a non-villainous position. It's the position of villains. No, I don't want torture and I would advocate against it, but I also don't want illegal immigration. Neither of us want torture. There's a place to start the conversation. Okay, you and I might not, but Asmongold is saying this.
This be a marketing ploy? Well, I think it should be. This is dumb. I mean, they deserve to be tortured, so I want to see what the conditions are. Well, here's the question. If they were being tortured, would I agree to not send them there? No, I don't care.
No, I don't want torture. Well,
don't give a shit. Shouldn't have come here. And also, maybe that's a good thing now that they know, so they know what's on the table if you break the law.
He talks a big talk. Let him beat someone into tears himself. He can't do it. Of course not. But that doesn't matter, does it? Because a lot of people that jump in to this kind of thinking, they do so because of their own personal insecurities. They do so because they're lacking something in their own lives. They do that because they feel more powerful when they think that a much more powerful entity like the American government is doing harm to others that they've declared are their enemy. People still claim in Ethan's subreddit that he's a reasonable voice compared to you and he's consistent on his views, Lamau. Yeah, I mean, again, as I said already, a lot of these people only care about politics from the perspective of their favorite content creators and their immediate battles. Most of it is just parasocial. It's, in many instances, I would say that is no different than Nicki Minaj stans. Many of them, gay, black, brown, queer, advocating for Nicki Minaj even after Nicki Minaj does a pivot to Trump and MAGA. For them, it has nothing to do with like the actual impact of the policies. They might even end up going and voting against Donald Trump, but they still will continue this battle because they care about making this person that they feel a deep and personal connection with happy. And in their minds, they think unconditional support is happy. I think Asman is too practical sometimes. I understand his point of view, but I feel too much guilt to do what I would agree with him would be necessary. However, it's only necessary because the problem was ignored too long. Oh, so a little bit of torture is a necessity because the problem was ignored for too long. What is the problem? Can you explain to me in your own words what the major issue is with undocumented migrants? Either way, Asman, okay, I'm asking you. I don't give a shit about Asman's perspective now. I'm asking you. What is the problem with migrants and migrant workers in this country? If you say crime, migrants, documented and undocumented alike, do not commit a fraction of the crimes that natural-born U.S. citizens commit, and per capita as well, for the record. Undocumented migrants are actually responsible for a smaller share of per capita crime than natural-born U.S. citizens are responsible for. They are, by and large, very cognizant of the laws and are simply trying to make ends meet. Their goal for coming into the United States of America isn't to, like, you know, cut the line or anything like that. They're looking for survival. They're taking the jobs and also social welfare. Stop giving him bad talking points, dumbass. For the record, Twiggy, this chatter is fucking with you. He's giving you two inconsistent positions. Are they actually taking advantage of the welfare state, or are they actually stealing the jobs? If they're stealing the jobs, then they're not stealing unemployment. If they're stealing the unemployment, they're not stealing the jobs. He's purposely baiting you with a bad talking point so you repeat it so that I can dunk on you. Just letting you know. In my opinion, they're easily exploited cheap labor with no rights or protection for corporate greed. On top of that, too many bad individuals come in. Nope. No. This first part of the argument is true. But you and I both know the proper solution for that is documentation. Proper documentation, proper work clearance, proper work authorization. That eliminates this part of the this proportion of the conversation. You and I are in agreement on that. This, on the other hand, you and I are not are not in agreement on. On top of that, too many bad individuals come in. I just gave you hard evidence that that is not the case, unless you think they're bad for a different reason. Okay? If they had documentation, they wouldn't be illegal. What's the difference between a documented migrant and an undocumented migrant? Walk through it. I think you're going to figure it out. Well, before you give me the answer, I'll tell you, it's paperwork, it's documentation. If they got the proper authorization and the proper work clearance, which the government has the capability of doing so for virtually every single undocumented migrant that's been on U.S. soil, especially those who have been on U.S. soil for an extended period of time. So you're wrong on that front. And as far as like too many bad individuals come in, that's pure speculation. There's no evidence for that. As a matter of fact, there's evidence to suggest that the exact opposite is the case. So for this reason, you've come up with a separate. You're implying or you're suspecting them of doing something bad. They're willing to ignore the law, which I agree, not always, but definitely will invite bad people. Okay, if they're willing to ignore the law, and for the past, I don't know, however many years, the size of the undocumented migrant population has exploded, right? That's Trump's own statements. Why has crime gone down? Why is crime on a downtrend consistently for years and years and years in the United States of America, especially since the 90s, right? And that is when the undocumented migrant population actually exploded in size. So why is that the case then? Now, obviously, that's a stupid way to argue, for the record, because I already gave you the direct information necessary, which is that according to clearance, according to jail records, and according to clearance rates, conviction rates, and charges, undocumented migrants are actually responsible for, like I said, a lower share of crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are, especially when you add on documented migrants as well. The number gets even smaller. So is there, and this is a serious question, okay, and this is one that you don't have to immediately answer, but maybe you can think about on your own. Is there a potential that you might have been lied to? You might have been duped. Do you feel like there is? Do you feel like there is any likelihood that you might have been wrong about this information and the way that it's been presented? I'm not even going to say that, it's your fault. I'm simply asking, do you think that you might have been lied to about undocumented migrants? Because even if they are unwilling to follow the law, which, by the way, I don't think you understand how that process works either, because many of them are actually here on visas, or many of them actually do follow the law as it stands. The law actually purposely creates this unique legal limbo for undocumented migrants, keeping them undocumented, but also making them attend court hearings and whatnot. So they are technically on the pathway towards citizenship, or at least proper documentation. They know exactly where these people are, and that's precisely the reason why, like, their IRS paperwork is what the ICE agents use when they figure out what home they're at, or they know exactly where their job sites are or where they work off of their tax forms, and that's precisely how they go and apprehend them at their place of business. Or they arrest them at court proceedings, at court hearings, because they're following the law. So just because they don't have the full completed documentation doesn't mean that they're not actually following the law. They are following the law. The administration is actually using that as an opportunity to deport them. So even if you didn't know all of that information, which you now know, but even if you didn't know all of this information, even if you had not considered that the only difference between the documented migrant and an undocumented one is simply paperwork and proper clearance, why is it that your automatic assumption, your automatic suspicion, which is not backed by any evidence whatsoever, as a matter of fact, all the evidence readily available shows the exact opposite, has caused you to believe that these are people who are actually doing crimes? I wouldn't know the statistics. Maybe I'm wrong. I go off what I live, and crime isn't my only main concern, but I acknowledge that it's disproportionate risk in the population simply because we don't know who they are or what they've done. Okay. I would personally help those here achieve citizenship, but I recognize breaking our laws is still a crime no matter our empathy. Okay. Well, first of all, we started off this conversation by justifying torture for people that have been here, that have just been working, that got swept away by Donald Trump. As a matter of fact, we're talking specifically about the Venezuelans that were deported to Cecot, 250 of them. And do you know who actually brought the Venezuelans into the country? His name was Donald Trump. Not this time around, but the last time around. As a matter of fact, he offered all the Venezuelans that were coming into the United States of America temporary protected status, i.e. the proper paperwork to not only exist inside of the United States of America, but to be able to work inside of the United States of America. But the problem with temporary protected status is they can be revoked. And when Donald Trump wanted to identify Venezuelans as criminals, as terrorists, as drug dealers and rapists, he decided to revoke the temporary protected status of the Venezuelans that are living on U.S. soil, and decided to actually make an example of Venezuelans that he had actually invited into the country and offered the proper paperwork to. And then he deported them to the torture prison, the torture and rape prison. He did all of this. These are simply innocent people who wanted to survive. I'm not even getting into what the conditions look like in Venezuela and who's responsible for it. We're not even going to get into that part of the story, but that part is also significant. But In the most reductive terms, Donald Trump invited these people into the country, offered them the proper paperwork, actually extended the temporary protected status on his way out in the last administration, only to then turn around and decide Venezuelans are all rapists, monstrous terrorists, even though I welcomed them into the country and gave them the proper clearance to stay here. I'm deciding now to revoke that proper clearance and use them as an example, make an example out of them. Huh. +50 of the Venezuelans imprisoned in El Salvador actually came in legally and never violated any immigration laws either. Sorry, I'm having trouble keeping up with the conversation on my phone. Sorry if I'm lagging behind, but thanks for engaging with me. I got to go pick up a pizza. I hear your last statement. Hopefully someone can pick up for me. We really entertaining the idea that these deportations are about legality? No, of course not. I know the truth. But in order to get someone to arrive at that truth, you have to combat the misinformation. You have to meet them where they're at. And if they're seemingly on the side of like deport them all because they think that there is like illegality happening, or if they think that undocumented migrants are responsible for crime, you just have to make sure that they understand that that is not the case. And if they continue to say, no, I don't believe it, they're still barbaric, they're still violent, and I'm scared of them, then yeah, there will come a point where you can't really reason with someone who is being unreasonable. You can't help someone arrive at a conclusion through logic if they didn't have their prior convictions off of logic and reasoning anyway. Agreed. Even if I don't agree with your opinion, just have the conversation. That's what matters. No, this is not an opinion. I mean, I have my opinions based off of the facts that I presented, but I don't think you and I agree on the facts. This is the problem, Pizza Man. I gave you factually accurate information, and instead of addressing the factually accurate information, you tried to look for different reasons as to why you still think that they're scary. And it's understandable. This is your prior convictions. These are your prior convictions. You watched a lot of Asmongold. You watched a lot of news and information that told you that these guys are scary, that they might be illegal, they might be doing criminal behavior, right? I mean, after all, it's criminal behavior is criminal behavior, right? You know, they engaged in the crossing of a border, or they engaged in visa overstaying, right? That's a criminal act. Except what you probably don't know, as many people don't really know, is that one, not all crimes are the same, right? And visa overstaying or crossing the border illegally at least one time is actually not as severe of a crime as you would think it is, okay? I mean, I'm not even talking about morally. I'm talking like even in the criminal justice system, this is a civil violation. It's not like a significant, it's not a felony or anything like that. Obviously, if you... It's equivalent to a misdemeanor at most. It's not a felony. It's kind of like saying, I think we should send people to rape and torture prisons because we caught them not using their turn signal, or we caught them not sufficiently stopping at a stop sign. And therefore, it's totally justifiable to send them to a rape torture dungeon in El Salvador. That would be ridiculous, right? It's also ironic because what we are doing as a process here is a far greater crime than what we have decided these undocumented migrants are doing. But that's the state doing that crime, so it doesn't really matter.
Is you get sent to some fucking torture prison in El Salvador. Maybe then they'll stop showing up. I respectfully disagree with that. Deporting them is fine. There's people who deserve to not be tortured. Well, then they shouldn't have been here. That's the way it is. It's pretty obvious to me that a lot of mainstream media is trying to present, you know, like us sending these illegals and these migrants to El Salvador is like a bad thing. Now, in my opinion, I think it's great. I'm a big fan of it. I think we should do it more. And yeah, maybe Trump might respond or like scare them from doing it or not. But I think it's also very clear that the way that they report on these topics is extremely biased. Like, I think that these news places, I think that they should have their news.
They're biased against torture. Well, it turns out Asmongold actually is in agreement with Barry Weiss. That's Barry Weiss's take.
Licenses taken away.
You know? Previously, it covered Asmongold's claim that undocumented immigrants commit more crime and drain public funds is the exact opposite. He calls for violence. His calls for violence don't stop at torture. He calls for immigrant families to be killed. Yeah, but remember, Asmongold is not engaging in violent rhetoric because he's using what the government is doing and justifying it and demanding more of it, and therefore it doesn't read as violent. But if you were to say people have a right to defend themselves against such unjustifiable actions, you would be the violent one. And this is the dynamic that right-wingers actually use all the time. And that's precisely the reason why they can turn around and say, Charlie Kirk wasn't a violent person. He never advocated for violence. He advocated for state violence, and state violence is always permissible. You feel me? And then a lot of dumb fuck, self-described centrists will turn around and agree with that. They'll go, hey, these guys are actually not engaging in any sort of violent sentiment or violent rhetoric. They're simply calling it like it is. Check Chatter's logs. I think I saw that he said he was Mexican. Shut the fuck up. Actually, that's the most. Yeah, no, that tracks. I mean, it's a ever shrinking number, but there are still, I suspect, some people of, you know, Hispanic background that are super invested in Trump's immigration policies. Maybe even from Texas. Tejas. Have you seen the decrease in MAGA support rate lately? I feel like I have, but I don't know if I'm stuck in a bubble. No, there is definitely there is definitely a lot of decrease. There is a noticeable decrease in Trump support for sure. Epstein stuff didn't help. The economy didn't help. Trump's mismanagement is not helping. His incompetence is not helping. The way he carries himself is not helping. But I think ultimately it's just that people, for one reason or another, believe that Donald Trump would fix the prices, right? And he didn't. So at the end of the day, no matter how hard you posture about, you know, white people are back or white people no longer have to apologize for being white, something that they never had to do, something I never had to do at least. No matter how hard people want to believe that like they're winning the culture war, I think for a lot of people, the quiet parts being said out loud is coming across as very repulsive. Because I think at the end of the day, a lot of people want to believe that the people that they've aligned themselves with are actually not as fucking insane. You know, in a weird way, you know how like we were earlier talking about how the right presents the left as in this like cartoonish way, hypersensitive woke scolds that laser in and hyperfixate on minutia that is utterly irrelevant, and it comes across as like repulsive and strange to the average person. I think in some ways the Nick Fuentes contingency on the right is basically doing that as well, because if you ask the average liberal, they'll be like, oh, these Republicans are all fascists, right? Maybe not the average liberal, but the average leftist will say Republicans are all fascists. These guys are all fucking Nazis. They're all fascists. And for the people in the middle, that doesn't always work, right? They don't always believe that. But the more comfortable Republicans get with nascent fascist ideology, and the more they actually associate themselves with, overt white supremacist sentiment, things of that nature, the more people who are, in the margins find themselves overly repulsed by this kind of politics. It's the same dynamic behind Twitter. A lot of people, if you ask them, myself included, were annoyed with previous Twitter, right? Like, I hated it. I always like to use Twitter as an example between like Democrats running the country versus Republicans running the country. Democrat runs the country, it still sucks, but at least like some of the things are working, right? Twitter under Jack, whatever the fuck, it ran. It was shitty. There were a lot of issues. It could have certainly been better, but it's still, Jack Dorsey. It still worked, right? It is like the trending tab worked. There was people on there, right? And then Twitter under Elon, nothing works. Half of the fucking half of the staff is chopped off. They're gone. Everything is running on a skeleton crew. There are a fuck ton of problems. And there's unlimited Nazi sentiment, unlimited porn, unlimited cryptocurrency ads, unlimited misinformation. Everything sucks, right? Bots everywhere, bots galore. And most people realize that shit sucks. If you ask the average person, even someone who might have thought like, oh, I think Elon might make Twitter better. I don't know. I think Elon is kind of a smart guy, right? If you ask them now what they think about Twitter, they'll be like, ugh, terrible. I know right-wingers who fucking hate Twitter. Most people in the real world despise Twitter now. Like, genuinely, because it's a cesspool. Now, I'm a pig, so I will get in that mud and shit and wrestle it out with the rest of the fucking piggies. But most people don't want to, because they saw a little bit of that, normalization of 4chan poll, and they didn't like it, because normal people don't like assholes running around talking about how, every Indian must be killed, or, everything is a direct consequence of organized Jewry, and everyone is Jewish, and, black people are genetically inferior. People don't like that. People don't want to hear that. Even people who have a lot of attitudes, like lifelong Republicans, and a lot of attitudes that reflect on or resemble exactly the kind of politics I'm talking about, they don't like hearing it. So that's just what it is. Yeah, casual racists, when they meet a competitive racist, they go, ugh, you're gross. You're too nerdy with it. Yeah, people really don't like when you confront them about it. No, it's not even that. You're still talking to your own users that are on Twitter still? Wait, what? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This person is still at it, bro. Yo. Dude, stop. Please. The Emperor. Lady. Dude. I don't know. Please. Please. Please stop. I beg of you. Holy moly. Yeah, people really don't like when you confront them about it. Yeah, you did. You fucking confronted me on my reactionary beliefs. You really did it. You didn't say all women, but you're repeatedly driving the trope home in this specific scenario over and over again. Annoying, dark, woke kind of stuff. 30 minutes of it just for that. Like, holy fuck. Never let it go. Never let it go, please. You're doing it. I wish to all my ideological enemies the exact same kind of fucking nuisance peddling weirdos in their own specific ideological world, you know? I feel like they would have a much harder time doing what they're doing, especially because when you're grifting to the right, you don't really have a lot of conviction. So your heart's not fully in it. So you're not going to stick it, you know? You're not going to stick through it. I wish. They just ban quicker? No, I don't think that's appropriate. I was just about to ask, does the right have an equivalent to these weirdos? No. I guess like the Groypers were kind of like this. I think the Groypers were this, but for the right. You know what I mean? Almost in a way where it's like an exhaustion of ideological purity. You know? And they did win. The left is a little bit more, at the end of the day, I think the left is a little bit more diverse about like single issues that they care about. So it's not necessarily like I don't know. Dispatch? What dispatch? I finished it already. In fairness, some of the anti-wokes are very annoying also. Yeah. No, I think all the anti-wokes are annoying. I think anti-wokes are infinitely more annoying. Anti-wokes are still infinitely more annoying than the fucking wokest of the woke. Yes. It's not even a question. That my point was that I think for the most part, the most like the hyper wokers have quieted down a lot. Partially because, you know, the left movement has been so thoroughly dismantled and destroyed in this country that you don't really hear from the people who
this church.
You don't really hear from the people that are you know, that were chirping nonstop like the Minecraft days, like the peak of Minecraft days. Because a lot of people forget, or maybe many of you were in that orbit and maybe came back down to reality because you started watching me at the time. But like 2020 peak Minecraft, like this was happening with regular frequency. People were so fucking annoying about it. They would just be like, oh, well, you know, you don't look queer enough to be saying the F word, even if you're gay. You know, that type of shit was like what was running the discourse, right? My favorite Minecrafter is engaged in you know, some kind of like problematic My favorite Minecraft, and we're not talking about like the actual grooming and shit. We're talking about like innocuous, innocent, silly nonsense that people would like turn into a massive problem, right? A massive issue of consequence. So that was, you know, there was a lot of online struggle sessions taking place, you know, the Red Guard whipping their favorite parasocial content creators. And basically, you know, I would yell at those people as well. I was like, you have to be fucking normal. You're being crazy, right? But they were children. And even back then, I used to say, I prefer that. I prefer that to the fucking neo-Nazi groypers. And I was right. I still prefer it. Because at most, that shit's annoying, right? And you could just be like, dude, shut up. You're fucking annoying. Versus people who are, you know, people who are leaning into real systemic forms of racism and violence. So yeah, the most annoying hyper woke is still far more preferable to the groypers and the neo-Nazis and shit. One's annoying and will call you a racist. The other one wants to put you in a concentration camp. I don't know. Like, that's it. That's the type of discourse you'd actually have in a just world, in my opinion. Linguistic stuff and micro arguments. No. And we don't live in a just world anyway. And no, in a just world, no one would have those conversations, I don't think. All right, let's watch this.
Shows something no one on the left wants to admit. Over the past 4 years, the right has flooded social media. They've moved into apolitical spaces. They've captured young audiences.
What have I done?
They've shifted elections.
I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
But here's the part no one talks about. The left actually has a built-in advantage in this new media environment, if we choose to use it. So in this video, I'm gonna break down how the left fell so far behind, outline a practical media strategy that could shift the balance, and introduce a tool I've been building to help make that possible. Let's get into it. So why is the left losing the narrative battle so badly right now? I've been making content for more than 5 years on multiple platforms, and I've identified 3 structural failures that have prevented the left from developing a robust media ecosystem. So let's break down each of these one by one, starting with the most glaring issue, the culture crisis. So what do I mean when I say the left has a culture crisis? If you think of a right-wing commentator, who comes to mind? Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson? My guess is you didn't think of one of the most searched for names of the decade, Andrew Tate. Nor did you think of Theo Vaughn, Patrick Bet-David, or anybody else in the podcast manosphere.
This is something I talk about all the time, the periphery, okay? You got, if I were to bracket off, and I know everyone in here is going to say, I did, because, yeah, you're in my community. I talk about the shit all the time about how diverse right-wing commentary actually is and how different a lot of these, like, apolitical spaces actually are in terms of their leanings and their associations, their political associations and leanings, okay? There are funnels, okay? On the periphery, there are certainly a lot of liberal aligned content creators. There are, okay? Smosh, Good Mythical Morning. These are not places that people go to for political commentary, but it's obvious that the people that make this content are very woke, very open-minded, very liberal adjacent, sometimes even more than liberal, right? Like sometimes even more radical with their politics. Curtis Connor, Drew Gooden, all of these guys, Hank Green. Having said that, however, there is not a lot of cross-pollination between those guys and political actors like myself, right? Whereas there is a shit ton more open political propaganda on the apolitical centrist funnel and also in the different unique niche interest spaces. Like a fuck ton of the, I would say, you know, gym and fitness bros and the you know, guys like that find themselves in the throes of men's right activism and politics such as that are funnels for right-wing reactionary sentiment. They also cross-pollinate amongst their audiences. They go to the podcast orbit of the serialized women-hating podcast, you know, from Fresh and Fit and all these other places. And Andrew Tate is one of the best examples of this, because Andrew Tate himself is like, when he first came out of the scene, wasn't seen as like as a political actor at all, even though it was very obvious for anyone who's even a little bit interested in political commentary. You could tell that he was a right-wing shithead from a mile away. So the problem is, especially in the podcasting sphere, a lot of the apolitical periphery content creators regularly cross-pollinate with like straight up right-wing grifters and right-wing political actors, a lot more than they do with leftist and liberal political actors. I would say I'm one of the very few people who is openly a political commentator that actually occupies these spaces at all. And that's partially because I've known them for years, and also because I'm not a fucking weirdo like a lot of the people in my community who I yell at with regular fucking frequency, who go, why are you entertaining the much larger platform of these places? These are obviously social fascists that must be sent into a concentration camp. Perhaps that kind of attitude is the reason why they don't want to fucking come anywhere near us with a 1,000,000-foot pole and not even a 10-foot one. Maybe that's the reason. Because you're not going to defeat these people, okay? And I'm not saying you should adopt their worldview, but you should at least be cognizant of how to talk to the people that are around you, you know? That's a good way to start.
That's because despite all the...
Being a leftist is all about scaring the hoes is what I'm saying. And people genuinely do think that, like, the more you scare the hoes, the more left you are.
These people having massive audiences, only some of them are political commentators in the traditional sense. And this isn't an accident. One of the smartest things the right has done since 2020 is infiltrate.
That strategy's being successful. Your besties collabing with modern Hitler and Nazis? No, dummy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we're fucking losing that conversation, because no Nazi is ever going to be like, why would you go on this liberals podcast? Can you imagine having a serious discourse back and forth on like what we just had? What's the Nazi version of that? Like Nick Fuentes' audience being like, hey man, you're actually not fucking talking about how Jews are responsible today, and it's really fucking me up. You know, I'm beginning to question whether or not you're a real warrior. Like, no, they don't do that shit.
Apolitical spaces. Fitness, dating, self-improvement, live streaming. Taking over these niches has allowed the right to reach massive numbers of people who may not even consider themselves political.
You're being a bit too woke today, Nick Fuentes. I feel like you're being too Mexican today. Or something. I don't know.
You're a normal teenage guy. You want to get in
shape?
Like,
do you think, here, a great example, exactly. If you think Nick Fuentes went on the Ezra Klein show, for example, or Piers Morgan even, do you think his own fan base would turn around and be like, why would you go on a fucking liberals platform? How dare you go on a liberals platform? You have betrayed the Nazi cause. No, but leftists do that shit all the time because they're fucking stupid. And they don't think you should actually have to market your opinions, because every leftist, somewhat understandably, but it's still stupid when you're actually trying to educate people on your worldview, thinks I'm morally righteous, I'm right, and everyone else is fucking wrong, and I don't need to explain my positions to people. They need to literally come on board. Otherwise, I will strike them down, okay? I will yell at them. I will strike them down. They have to fucking understand exactly where I'm coming from and immediately adopt my worldview. And if there's any delineation there, they are probably impure and therefore a fascist themselves. That is low-key, low-kirk, how a lot of fucking leftists operate. Okay? There's motherfuckers in here that go, why are you platforming Donald Trump, brother? There are people in here that are so blue sky adjacent that they sincerely say shit like that. What are you supposed to do? I can't slap all of you in the face, right? When you say dumb shit like that. So I just keep pushing. But the reality of the matter is you have to fucking market your worldview to people. And those who consistently do that end up drawing much larger audiences to their worldview, no matter how fucking repulsive it may be, no matter how violent it may be.
And maybe get a girlfriend. So you search for advice. You find a fitness creator who tells you to lift weights. You try it. It works, so you watch more. Now the advice shifts. Women only care about status. You need to grind harder. Cut off distractions. Ditch your friends. Forget about school. Focus on making money. Suddenly, you're isolated. You came in looking for basic life advice, and you walked out with a hyper-capitalist, hyper-individualist, hyper-conservative worldview without ever consciously choosing any of it. And because none of it came from someone political, these ideas don't register as ideology. They just feel like common sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's also a real ideological issue anyway, because we do live in America, so you can get away with saying this is just common sense. The alternative is much harder to present as common sense. I still try to do so to the best of my ability. One of the things I do that I think is the most effective is like, do you think a trans person is responsible for your rent being so fucking expensive? Do you think it's Guatemalans that are telling you that you can't, take time off when your immediate relatives are hurting or in the hospital or whatever? No, it's not. It's your fucking bosses, right? That's common sense. That's the common sense version on the left, right? Or saying things like, I don't think you care about this. When someone comes up to you and they're like, oh, what about this transgender person that was in a high school swim meet? It's like, you're weird. You're fucking gross. You're a loser. Why the fuck do you care about a high school swim meet? You're out of your dang mind. Tell me who the second place winner is in the high school swim meet. You don't know because you don't give a shit, because it's not real. It's not a real fucking concern. Someone told you need to be tapped in on this, and it's weird loser behavior. Okay? That's the common sense rhetoric from the left.
Contrast this with the left's outreach strategy. A lot of us still instinctively picture media as news websites or cable broadcasts or radio stations, serious journalism. And while these legacy institutions may have been pivotal at one point, I think it's fair to say that that's no longer the case. Trust and viewership are at an all-time low for mainstream media. I think that the 1-2 punch of the 2024 election and the rise of Zoran Mamdani have definitively proven that social media now drives the culture. For better or for worse, there are no gatekeepers anymore. And yet many leftists don't seem to recognize that the playing field has changed. I've talked to leftist organizers who are trying to distribute newspapers. And I don't mean handing out pamphlets.
Okay, you talked to Trods, brother. That's what you did. Okay, come on.
Protests. I mean, they are standing on a street corner trying to sell newspapers to sustain their organization. That might have been the most effective way to reach people literally 100 years ago, before the invention of the radio. But in the 21st...
That's 100% a trot. Like, no, I know that for a fucking fact.
...century, and these are dedicated people. It's all love. But respectfully, what year is it, guys? Admittedly, this is an extreme example, but I think it's a good illustration of the...
Yeah, the Trots actually saw this video. That's why they started the new Trotsky AI on, what is it, WSWS or whatever? What's the fucking website? I mean, they own all the websites, the Marxist.org. Pretty sure virtually every single socialist website, pretty much. World Socialist website, yeah, WSWS. Yes. The newspaper is like not the actual point, right? Having a shared project to build community around. You would think that the newspaper or the pamphlets are not the main point. You would think that. The trots are like the cleric class of socialists, okay? Yeah. They're the library.
Fundamental dichotomy that we're facing right now. Today, the average young person encounters ideas through TikToks, streamers, lifestyle creators, not through formal political channels. And while the right has aggressively embedded itself inside those cultural spaces, the left has been much slower to adapt or even recognize this opportunity. So that's the culture crisis. If we don't show up where the culture forms, we'll always be on the back foot. But to understand why the right-wing media sphere grew while the left failed to, we need to understand the second structural failure, the psychological crisis. So what do I mean when I say the left has a psychological crisis? What I mean is, at the core, the left is locked into a creative mindset in an environment that rewards a growth mindset. And that mismatch...
Are trots MAGA communists? No. Although the final evolution of a trot could go in the direction of just simply being a neocon or being the most vicious anti-communist you've ever encountered. But no, trots are not MAGA communists. MAGA communists are basically Marxist-Leninists who really like social conservatism. Like, they got the Marxist-Leninism side, but they really, really like social conservatism for some reason. Like, in a way that doesn't make any fucking sense and has never existed in the socialist tradition. Maybe not to the same degree as like not even a socialist, but like a Strasserite or anything like that. No, and not Nazballs either. It's just a very weird contradiction. I don't think, because like if they were, they wouldn't be so anti-imperialist. But I don't know. It's hard to understand exactly where they're coming from, because they have weird opinions all over the place.
Has limited our reach massively. We've been stuck in artist mode while the right operates in professional mode. Here's the difference. An artist begins with what they find interesting or important. A professional begins with what audiences are already responding to. An artist relies on patronage from people who appreciate their vision. A professional treats their platform like a business and structures their work around iteration and growth. Both approaches are valuable. Artists generate originality and internal culture. Professionals generate scale. The problem is that the left is overwhelmingly weighted towards the first. We have a lot of great artists, but very few professionals. And that imbalance has real consequences. Because professionals are incentivized to win attention, that means they're constantly testing, iterating, and refining their narratives based on the reactions of normal people. That's why the right has developed such a strong intuition for what mass audiences find funny, interesting, and persuasive, whereas the left does not, because they're optimizing for internal approval. In other words, a slice of that sweet, sweet Patreon pie. That incentive structure produces incredible creative work, but it also produces an insular culture. It rewards infighting and ideological conformity. And frankly, it causes us to make content that's just not that interesting or accessible to average people. And here's the part no one wants to say out loud. This isn't just a structural issue. It's psychological. A lot of leftists carry a deep discomfort around the desire to win. Trying to persuade strangers? That feels like propaganda. Build power? Cringe. What if we lose? Or worse, have to compromise?
I mean, I don't know who he's talking about, but I don't even think that, like, I have many critiques of the way that people carry themselves on the internet as left content creators and shit like that, but I wouldn't even say this is part of it. Or I wouldn't say this is the guiding reason for it. I think there's a lot of people who just want ideological purity and legitimately think that they're right and they're morally righteous And they spend a good deal of time at first trying to explain their positions, or even in certain instances, if they're from a marginalized background, explaining their humanity to people who don't want to hear it. And then they get fucking tired of it, and they just shut it off, and then they become unfucking bearable, and basically tell everyone that they should just automatically subscribe to their worldview because they're right. And there is no consideration for like other people's perspectives or other people's shortcomings, other people's own ideological journey that they might have gone through. They have no consideration for like how they have an understanding of how like white supremacy or transphobia or misogyny impacts them personally, right? They're victims of that. But they don't actually think about how those social structures, those social conditioned perspectives actually impact the other person. And this isn't to say, oh, you should be nice to them, you should be kind to them, right? That's not what I'm saying, especially if they're like fucking hurting you. But there is a difference in the way that you treat someone who sincerely wants to learn and maybe does a mistake or has done a mistake in the past or is committing a microaggression or something, versus someone who is like actively trying to harm you and actively try to hurt you and hurt your feelings and dehumanize you. You know? But you said we shouldn't let Zionists be dog catchers that now are compromised and forgot about Palestinians. Exactly. This is precisely what I'm talking about. I mean, this Puerto Rican vegan socialist is obviously memeing because it's like a very commonplace tactic that a lot of people who I'm talking about will utilize against me, not realizing that I've always been incredibly understanding of people who come from liberal Zionist positions or even Zionist positions, as long as they are dedicated to change their minds and as long as they can change their opinions. Because unlike a lot of those people, even though many of them understandably see this as life or death, because that is the case, I understand that I'm living in the Western world in the United States of America, and therefore it's much more productive for me to try to educate people and recognize that there's always room for growth, right? So if they don't agree with you, they should be punished. What did I just say that? What the fuck? I have not said that at all. You just invented something entirely separate that is, I think, the exact opposite of the point I was making. You implied it by not saying it? No, except I didn't even imply it by not saying it, ironically enough. I said the opposite. I was just talking about how we shouldn't punish people for having different opinions. We should just have a conversation with them as long as they're like open-minded and trying to understand. Most people don't have firmly held convictions that are grounded with truth and reason, that are based off of facts, okay? Most people just kind of go off of vibes, especially in the realm of politics, okay? So if you are trying to educate people, you have to be cognizant of that. And you have to have good vibes and not fucking bad vibes, okay? Not horrible vibes. Unfortunately, some people unironically think that having horrible vibes is the best possible way of showcasing how real you are, how righteous you are, how committed you are to whatever specific political cause you claim to care about.
Playing the algorithm, what if people don't want to watch my 3-hour-long Marxist analysis of the Care Bears? Offering a product or service to my audience that could sustain my mission and expand my reach, well, that's completely taboo. Whether we want to acknowledge it or not, the moment you put a Patreon link in your description, you're playing the same game as the right. You're running a business. The only question is whether you're running it like an artist or like a professional. So, to summarize the psychological crisis, the right learned to compete for a mass audience, while the left learned to compete for in-group validation. These two games produce radically different results. If we want the left-wing media...
Is this bro just pretending that all astroturfing has zero effects, like he's missing the ball on this? Yeah, I wouldn't say that any of the fucking right-wing... If we're talking about like straight up right-wing propagandists, they're all fucking astroturf. Like, there are very few independently financed right-wingers that are grassroots, right? Except for you. Yeah, except for me. I'm the only right wing that is grassroots. I'm the world's first organic grassroots right wing content creator. No, but you kind of have to be grassroots if you're a leftist, if you're anti-capitalist, especially, right? So there is that issue. It makes it much easier to just like prop up a million different new media organizations on the right. I think the right-wing views way more in-group and more concentrated. They have more money. The boomers and Gen Xers have more money to give. It's how right-wing psychos with 200 viewers make $100K a year plus insane sponsors. Yeah.
Ecosystem to grow, we don't need to abandon artists. We need to add professionals. Creators who treat narrative work with the same seriousness, discipline, and growth-oriented mindset that the right has embraced for years. Which brings us to the final reason the left keeps losing ground. And honestly, the one that hurts the most. The strategy crisis. Because the left is largely not competing in cultural spaces, and because we've prioritized artistry over professionalism, we have a major strategy gap. Let me show you what I mean. If you look at how the right produces media, it's clear that they're running a playbook. They engage with social media strategically because they have an incentive to. They understand how to craft compelling personas, how to invoke symbols like freedom and family, how to use humor and emotion, how to turn complex political issues into a matter of good versus evil, and most importantly, how to manipulate human psychology and play the algorithm. But here's the irony. The left actually has a massive offline advantage. As we speak, there are thousands of organizers, mutual aid groups, labor campaigns, tenants unions, and community projects making real, tangible improvements in people's lives. That is an incredibly powerful narrative in an age shaped by cynicism. When people see that this isn't just commentary, that this is part of a living, breathing movement with real stakes, a movement that could actually improve their lives, they take it seriously. It resonates, but almost none of that shows up in our content. Personally, I try to document the organizing work that I do on this channel, but I'm just one guy. And finally, we have no coordinating institutions or shared mission. If you look at the right, they have networks of publications, media outlets, and think tanks that young, ambitious people can join to learn the...
Yeah, that's... Okay. Yeah, moneyed interest. That's a little crazy. Especially propaganda. Leftists think, when leftists and liberals alike, unironically, think that when someone openly says that they're doing propaganda or they're like, you know, they are firm and committed to a specific point of view, that they're, I don't know, covering the news from that perspective. People get mad at that. People get mad at me all the fucking time. People think like, oh, all you do is propaganda. Shut the fuck up and get to work. Motherfucker, this is the work. The fuck do you mean? Do you know how fucking valuable this shit is? No, you don't. You don't know anything. Okay? It's so fucking valuable that literally people spend billions of fucking dollars trying to prop up someone like myself on the fucking right. Okay? And they do it successfully because billionaires, unlike dumb fuck leftists, I'm sorry, are at least smart enough to recognize their class position and wage class war. So they do that by propping up a fuck ton of propaganda networks on the right. Anyway, but that's important, and I think he's not really addressing that either.
Ropes. Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, heck, Alex Jones. All these guys have media companies worth millions of dollars. No such institution really exists on the left. Even if someone wanted to become an effective left-wing creator, there's no blueprint, no training, no frameworks, no coordination.
Okay, well, the solution is chorus, I guess.
Feedback, no mentorship.
This is, I'm not gonna lie, I got a little baited on this. Like, I thought it would have been better. I thought it was going to be more like comprehensive. It's just saying like, the left is not as organized as the right is. And yeah, it's not. And a big part of the reason is because the right has the concentration of wealth and power. And when you have the concentration of wealth and power, you just hire people to do your tasks, the things that you want. You can get people to say things that you want them to say. You can find people who organically believe those things. You can scout them. You can farm them. You can create talent. Candace Owens is a great example of this, right? Like every single right-winger. Charlie Kirk is an example of this. Every single right-winger started off as like an annoying dipshit in high school, writing a fucking high school newspaper or something. And then they pluck them, put them on Breitbart, put them on Fox News. And then they basically have unlimited funds from Republican mega donors to design organizations to have, successful media operations. So, there is a lot of, there is an understanding among the billionaires and the capital owning class to do unlimited amounts of propaganda on the right in an effort to build up the attitudes that people end up arriving at, the conclusion that people end up arriving at, like migrants are bad, trans people are bad. Someone has to constantly tell you why that's the case, because otherwise you might forget that trans people even fucking exist, and God forbid you forget that trans people exist. Okay. You can never do that. You have to think about them all the time. Okay. You have to think about them all the time. They're always winning competitions. They're always winning high school swim meets. And that's really fucked up. Okay. Oh, get angry at that all the time. What do you think Matt Walsh does? That's Matt Walsh's entire purpose on this planet. Okay. Because if you actually don't constantly consume that garbage, if you're not constantly reinforced with hate, fuck the migrants, fuck the trans people, fuck the gay people, fuck the black people, blah, 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 fuck the Jews, all this shit, fuck the Muslims, right? If you're not constantly inundated with this shit, you might actually, for a brief moment, forget about all that stuff and realize rent's getting harder to pay. Healthcare is dog shit. Who the fuck is responsible for that? You might come to your own goddamn conclusion. And that's terrifying for a capital owner. That's terrifying for those who own the businesses. So they just keep you preoccupied. And that's the reason why they have an endless amount of funds that they dish out to right-wing propagandists over and over and over and over and over again.
No structured collaboration networks. There's no institutional memory that lets creators build on each other's successes instead of reinvent.
How did the People's Republic of China happen? What are the major factors separating People's Republic and what's happening here? And how do we use that? Brother, what are you talking about? Dude, Maoism, I think, is probably the one socialist tendency that you cannot apply to the material conditions of the United States of America at all. This is a country that has never really had like a peasant class, really. Like even the closest that people have arrived at it was I guess like the Black Panther Party. Like that's yeah. We're gonna do a protracted people's war from my Connecticut McMansion. I guess you could kind of do it with like the undocumented migrants, maybe. Like that's it. That's the peasant class. Unironically, the 10 million, the 10 million undocumented migrants are the only thing that resembles a peasant class in this country. Truly, like no, the homeless would be lumpen proles for the most part. That doesn't work that way. Let's continue.
Inventing the wheel every 6 months. Every leftist creator who's made it has done it from scratch, alone. That's a pretty bad strategy when you're going up against a corporate behemoth like the right-wing media complex. Okay, so just to summarize, the left is suffering from 3 structural failures that have prevented us from developing a powerful media ecosystem that could compete with the right. Firstly, we have a culture crisis. The left stayed stuck in overtly political spaces while the right took over the culture. Number 2, we have a psychological crisis. The left optimized for self-expression rather than mass appeal. And 3, we have a strategy crisis. We're not using our natural advantages or developing the institutions we need to win. So how do we
I just have a feeling this guy's going to tell me to align with ACP. I can't shake it. What? No, I think he's more libbed up than anything. I don't think he's ACP adjacent at all. You just saw the boots. That's why you thought he was ACP. No, this guy is more like social democrat than anything else.
Correct these structural failures. What would an effective left-wing media strategy actually look like? But before we walk through it, there's something important to acknowledge. The strategy is only as good as the people who execute it. Right now, the most important thing the left needs is a new wave of creators. People with unique experience, niche expertise, and stories that have never been told before. I think there's this big misconception that you need to be some kind of influencer or filmmaker to have an impact, but that's not true. You just need to be a node, one point in the network that connects with people the movement has never reached. To help you do that, I put together a free worksheet called the Vanguard Studios Playbook. It's going to walk you through step by step everything you need to do to post your first video. If you want to follow along with the strategy while you watch, go grab that right now. It's linked in the description. All right, let's lay out the new media strategy. As we've discussed, right now the left isn't showing up.
He's not selling it, I don't think. He's not selling the course. Is he? He said it's free, right? I don't no, you guys are being cynical. Look, not everyone that has a different opinion than you is a grifter, right? I don't know. I mean, he has like decent editing skills. I think he genuinely believes that like, there is a cultural force out there and that you could actually,
in cultural spaces. If we want to win the war for the narrative, we don't just need more political commentators, although we do need more of those. We need to infiltrate fitness, gaming, comedy, and everywhere else that people hang out online, just like the right has. This is about analyzing which subcultures might be receptive to a political message and then deeply understanding the demographics and psychology of that subculture.
Yeah, he mentioned tenants unions, mutual aid orgs, rapid response. Most liberals don't know what the fuck any of those things are. Even if he has like somewhat of a Sigma grindset mentality. Okay.
So we can figure out what formats play well in that space and how to introduce political messages to that specific audience. The right mastered this. They mapped out subcultures, then embedded creators who could speak the language. You can do the same. If you open up the playbook, the first part of the worksheet walks you through this process, identifying the niches you already belong to, assessing the political temperature of those niches, and sketching out how your voice could fit inside it. Doctrine number 2. Professionalization. Right now, leftist media primarily consists of artists who rely on in-group validation to survive. We need to build out a core of professionals who play the game strategically to compete for wider audiences. That means specialization. We don't just need creators, we need editors, strategists, producers, community managers, and connectors who bridge online creators with real-world organizations. It also means knowing how to work the algorithm, recognizing patterns, capitalizing on trends, understanding retention, testing formats, and iterating based on data so we can actually figure out what works. The Vanguard Studios playbook includes a simple creator archetype sheet so you can see where you fit, and you can figure out whether you want to create or work behind the scenes. Doctrine number 3, institution building. Right now, we have no institution that coordinates messaging, trains new creators, or connects online narratives to on-the-ground organizers. We need to build that institution. A real institution would allow creators to share research, templates, best practices, and frameworks. It would foster cross-channel collaboration. It would give new creators an actual ladder to climb instead of forcing them to reinvent the wheel every time. The Vanguard Studios playbook ends with a set of best practices and simple workflow that shows you how to move from idea to scripting to editing to publishing. Again, this is meant to give you a foundation to start your creative journey. So, earlier in the video, I told you I was building a tool to actually implement this media strategy, because I'm not one to just sit here and philosophize about the problem. I want to actually go solve it. And yes, the free PDF in the description is part of that. If you want to run the playbook solo, then use it. It will help. But a strategy this big can't succeed if we're all isolated. If you want real feedback, real mentorship, and a community of creators who share your politics and your ambition, then this is the part I've been waiting to talk about. For the past 3 months, I've been building Vanguard Studios, a creator community designed specifically to help new leftist voices execute this playbook step by step. Inside, I'm helping first-time channel.
Check out the site, vanguardstudios.info. Sign up for a free 45-minute consultation call to help you get clarity on your channel and see. Okay, there's a lot of parts in the language there that's just like red flags for sure. But I mean, maybe he means well. You know, you don't know that. I wouldn't. Not gonna lie, I don't trust him, but I also got back with my ex like 5 times, so I'm not a good judge. That means you're too forgiving of people. And you trust people who are untrustworthy, no? I don't know. I don't know. Everyone's got a different way of doing things, I think. But yeah, I think look. My policy always has been I don't paywall shit. Okay, if I have information that I think should be shared, I think everyone should have it. And I'm not saying that because it's like a marketing technique to show how moral I am or anything like that, you know? That's just my policy. Other people have different ways of doing things. Okay? Other people have other ways of doing things, but I think if you want to build a media movement, or, you know, if you want to build a coalition of aligned channels and a network of that, a network of leftist content creators who are invested in tapping into this incredibly oversaturated media landscape, it's, you know, ideology first is probably going to be the worst part. Is probably going to be the worst way to do that. But hey, if you're going to do it, if you can do it, you can do it, you know, maybe.
Like Studio Null release their videos with confidence. I'm also working with more established full-time creators like Hazel Thayer to sharpen her message, grow her audience, and connect with a community of like-minded creators who actually share her mission. Every week, more than 40 creators have the opportunity to meet in our roundtable sessions, to workshop scripts and concepts live, set goals, and build community. Plus,
it does feel like chorus, but like left kind of
access to a growing library of tools, templates, trainings, and guides. Everything you need.
But if you're on Patreon, make the Patreon free. Just stop paying Austin. You know he'll do it for the attention. Yeah, well, we do have to, you know, pay Marge and everybody else. So you're right. There is something that I paywall, and that's the Patreon. Didn't you start ideology first? I remember your Facebook videos. No, but brother, what are you talking about? I literally started playing fucking Fortnite on Twitch. Like, I was talking about politics, but I was playing Fortnite. And I've always had a like, if your goal is to infiltrate the fucking social media landscape with like leftist content creators in every sector, that's probably the most difficult thing you can do. At least in the political commentary sphere, there's like less oversaturation. Like, you're gonna get like a you're gonna try to build like channels for people who play video games or like exclusively play video games while doing, you know, leftist propaganda. It's just tough. But hey, you know, good luck.
To make sure that your uploads are going to land. If you want to start a channel in 2026, this is the moment. The algorithm is pushing new creators super hard right now. And every second we wait, the right tightens its grip on online culture. If you've been thinking about making this move for a while, consider this your sign. Just to be clear, Vanguard Studios is a private program. It's an investment. It's for people who are serious about making this work and who want structure, guidance, and a community that shares their mission. If that sounds like you, click the first link in the description.
Dude really said we need to be more like the right wing, but for fucking YouTube content creation, this is gonna flop and he's gonna have a why left to left video in less than a year. Okay, that's a cynical approach. His analysis is, I mean, I got clickbaited for the record. I got for sure clickbaited, you know? Not even close. And then it's like big Nick Fuentes, little me in the thumbnail. And I thought he was going to actually talk about like how, you know, Nick Fuentes is specifically risen through the ranks or something like that. Nope. I got clickbaited. But, Johnny Harris on Swiss trains? Nah. I'm done. Step 1, read mouse. Step 2, get aim as good as Shroud and infiltrate the gaming space. No, this guy's fine. He wants to organize. He's just falling into the trap of giving the answers, and that opens it up to a lot of infighting. Yeah, I think his focus is specifically on the media. That doesn't mean that that's the only way to fucking win power, okay? And I think you guys are you're fallen for that a little bit, where you think he's just like exclusively you think that's his only way of winning or something. Like you think that's what he's saying, but that's not what he's saying. Anyway, all right. Listen, that's all I got for today. All right, I'm fucking tired. I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay?
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
Bye-bye.
Starting off the day. All the chatters trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a lie. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.